Chapter 1540. Liang Yong, Liang Yong, don't tell this sect master that you didn't know anything about what happened here. Yang Kai sneered as he stared at Liang Yong. The latter's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. Sect master is wise. Subordinate really didn't know anything about this matter. This was the first time subordinate heard about it today. Only now did he realize the situation in Blue Wave City was so bad. How could Liang Yong dare admit it? He had seen Yang Kai's methods before, so if he really admitted it, this place would be his burial ground today. No matter what, he couldn't admit it, so Liang Yong denied it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Must I find evidence before you give up? Since that's the case, this sect master will fulfill your wish. Give me your space ring. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. Liang Yong's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. How could he agree? He could only open his mouth and say, Sect Master, I beg Sect Master to reconsider. This subordinate is completely loyal to Sect Master and will definitely not disobey Sect Master's wishes or do anything that would tarnish the sect's reputation. This space ring is subordinate's secret. Even if Sect Master requests it, subordinate cannot agree. Please understand, Sect Master. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and grabbing the ring on Liang Yong's hand. A look of struggle flashed across Liang Yong's face before his eyes filled with determination. Seeing Yang Kai reach out, Liang Yong pushed his Saint Chi violently to resist. How could he have known that just as he moved, the surrounding space would suddenly solidify and a violent pressure would press down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to even move. With a loud crackling sound, tiny void cracks visible to the naked eye began swimming around Liang Yong like fish. Liang Yong was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be swallowed by these void cracks. In a flash, his space ring fell into Yang Kai's hand, causing Liang Yong's face to suddenly turn pale. Grabbing Liang Yong's space ring, Yang Kai sneered softly, sweeping the contents of the ring with his divine sense, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand and a series of clattering sounds rang out. In front of the city lord's mansion, a small mountain of high-rank saint crystals immediately appeared. The onlookers stared at this huge number of saint crystals and couldn't help gulping as a burst of exclamations rang out. When had they ever seen such a large amount of wealth? Although no one knew exactly how many saint crystals there were at least hundreds of millions of them, and if one could obtain them, they wouldn't need to worry about cultivation for several lifetimes. In addition to saint crystals, there were also various boxes. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside these boxes, but the boxes themselves were carved out of valuable materials, so it wasn't hard to imagine what was inside. Where did you get so many good things? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a dark expression. Give me a reasonable explanation, and I won't kill you. Liang Yong's face turned ashen. He had no way to explain himself. The evidence was right in front of them. If Yang Kai hadn't plundered the wealth of the 9 cities under Heaven Battling City, how could he have amassed such a huge fortune by himself? No one had the ability to do that. Sect Master, please spare my life. Sect Master, please spare my life. Subordinate knows his wrongs and asks Sect Master to give Subordinate a chance to redeem himself. Subordinate will definitely not disappoint Sect Master, Liang Yong shouted. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Liang Yong, this Sect Master spared your life in Fallen Emperor Mountain and didn't take your life in Heaven Battling City because you were still a useful person, but now, you can rest in peace. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Liang Yong. Liang Yong seemed to want to dodge, but for some reason, he couldn't and had his head grabbed by Yang Kai. Pushing his Saint Chi fiercely, Liang Yong screamed as a series of violent bursts rang out from his body. Along with this sound, Liang Yong's vitality rapidly disappeared. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, Liang Yong had lost all vitality and collapsed to the ground, dark red blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Everyone was silent as they stared towards Yang Kai with complicated looks. Many of them knew Liang Yong's strength well. He was a peak 3rd Order Origin returning realm cultivator, and even if he wasn't as strong as the late Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, he wasn't too far off. But such a master had been crushed to death by Yang Kai with a single hand. It wasn't any different from crushing an ant. Although most people had long heard that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, in the end, those were just rumors. Only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true and that his strength was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Danning was dumbfounded and fell to the ground. His eyes glazed over. He had pinned all his hopes on Liang Yong, thinking that City Lord Liang would stand up for him and teach Yang Kai a lesson. But the development of the situation made him tremble in fear. First, Liang Yong addressed this young man as sect master, allowing Danning to vaguely guess his true identity, and then Liang Yong, who he regarded as his pillar of support, was crushed to death. Danning had always regarded High Heaven's sect as his backer, a fox exploiting the tiger's might, but how could he have known that he would inadvertently offend the sect master of this backer? How could he survive now? He saw Kai Yang's gaze sweep over him, but it didn't linger, as if he was completely ignoring his existence. It was as if he wasn't a threat to Kai Yang at all. Heh, I don't know how many of you are related to this matter, but don't be too nervous. Liang Yong is dead, and this sect master doesn't want to kill anymore, so this matter will end here. If you want to live, you should know what to do. Yang Kai looked at the cultivator who had followed Liang Yong. Most of these people were originally cultivators of Heaven Battling Union, but some were later recruited by Liang Yong, all of them origin returning realm masters. Subordinates thank sect master for not killing us. Everyone responded in unison, immediately turning around and glaring at Danning. No! Danning shouted in horror. But it was too late. These people swarmed over and directly drowned Danning, bombarding him with various secret techniques and artifacts, killing him on the spot. Xueqi, take care of this matter and report back to me as soon as possible. Yang Kai looked at Xueqi and ordered. Yes. Where is Blue Wave City's Vice City Lord? Yang Kai looked forward again. Subordinate is here. A wretched-looking old man hurriedly walked out, his legs still shaking as he bowed to Yang Kai. Good. Take me to Blue Wave City's storehouse. Sect master, this way please. The old man did not dare to neglect and quickly led the way. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in Blue Wave City's storehouse, looking at the dazzling array of materials and a large number of saint crystals, clicking his tongue constantly. The so-called wealth of the people was probably referring to these things. Empty the storehouse and hand everything to Xueqi. He should know what to do with it. Yang Kai ordered before turning around and leaving. The old man bowed respectfully behind him. 3 days later, in the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat in a chair, listening to Xueqi's report. Sect master, Liang Yong, Danying's space rings and everything in Blue Wave City's storehouse has been dispersed. Subordinate asked the cultivator in Blue Wave City to report the amount of saint crystals he had paid and after verification, returned everything, informing them that what happened here was not instructed by my High Heaven sect but was instead Danying's own initiative. Everyone who heard this news applauded and praised sect master's great kindness. Enough flattery. Yang Kai shot him a disdainful glance. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at Xueqi, the more he felt this guy was wretched. He couldn't help wondering how Yi Shi-yun had adopted this guy in the first place. Xueqi smiled awkwardly. Liang Yong is dead, so Heaven Battling City is now leaderless. You'll have to work hard for a while and stay there. If you can cultivate a capable and reliable person, you can let him take over the position of City Lord. At that time, you can return to the sect and no longer have to worry about these trivial matters. Yes, that's what I plan to do, Xueqi nodded. What about the other cities under the jurisdiction of Heaven Battling City? Is the situation the same as here? Yang Kai asked again. It's not quite the same. The severity of the situation varies. Some are more serious, some are fine, but the most serious one is Blue Wave City. Good, that's good. In any case, how to deal with it is up to you. Sect Master, don't worry. Little Seven won't do those outrageous things. By the way, Sect Master, I have sent news of your return back to the sect. Great Elder wants to know how you're doing now. Me? I'm doing very well. Tell her I'll be back soon so she doesn't need to worry. Yes, Xueqi nodded. There is one more thing I need to tell Sect Master. Speak. Outside the City Lord's mansion, there are a few people who have been asking to see you, saying they know you. Xueqi looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately knew who wanted to see him, nodded, and said, "Let them in." Xueqi took the order and left. A short while later, an old man led a few young people in. Yang Kai got up and greeted them with a smile. This old man greets Sect Master Yang. The old man quickly saluted. Old sir need not be so polite. Yang Kai chuckled as his eyes swept behind the old man and landed on the green-clothed girl who was staring at him with a pair of big eyes. Her face filled with curiosity. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and salute, show some respect, the old man scolded. Yong Kai waved his hand. No need, this is fine. The old man smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yong, please don't take offense. These young people have not seen much of the world. If they have offended you in any way, please forgive them. This old man came here to thank Sect Master Yong for upholding justice for all the Blue Wave City abbots and avenging the death of my family's fourth brother. I hope Sect Master Yong can accept this old man's bow. Old sir need not be so polite. If we really want to talk about what happened here, my High Heaven Sect also has some responsibility. If it weren't for High Heaven Sect's negligence, you would not have ended up like this. Fortunately, this matter was discovered not too late, so I hope it can be made up for in the future. It is an honor for us to live in Blue Wave City and be governed by High Heaven Sect, the old man said solemnly. Yong Kai gently nodded and grinned at the green-clothed girl. What are you looking at me for? Don't you recognize me? The green-clothed girl blushed and stammered. Are you really High Heaven Sect Master? You're not lying? Chapter 1541. Fair. The old man was taken aback and quickly glared at her. The girl couldn't help pursing her lips. Yong Kai chuckled and nodded. I am High Heaven Sect Master, there's no need to pretend, right? I was just asking. The girl stuck out her tongue and suddenly seemed to make a great decision, biting her red lips and saying, You are High Heaven Sect Master, so your words should be very useful, right? They should be useful. Then can you accept me into High Heaven Sect? As soon as this statement came out, the old man was shocked and quickly apologized. He knew that High Heaven Sect never accepted anyone. A master like Liang Yong was only the city lord of Heaven Battling City, and had not really become a member of High Heaven Sect. His Fei was just a Saint Realm cultivator, so how could she join such a sect? Although he was apologizing in fear, the old man still had some expectations. If Fei could really join High Heaven Sect, her future would be limitless. Currently, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect was the dominant force, and no other sect could compete with it. How could one enter such a sect be lacking? Yong Kai stopped the old man's chatter and looked at the girl calmly. Do you want to join High Heaven Sect? The girl nodded. Why? Yong Kai asked. It's cool under a big tree. The girl replied immediately without thinking. The old man's face twitched as he listened to this. Yong Kai was also stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. If I become a disciple of High Heaven Sect, no one will dare bully my family's disciples in the future, the girl added with a blush. Yong Kai smiled even more happily. Good. Although you have some selfish motives, you are also a straightforward person. Since you want to enter High Heaven Sect so much, this sect master will accept you. The girl's expression froze, seemingly not having expected happiness to come so suddenly. She thought she would definitely be rejected and had mentally prepared herself. Stupid girl, quickly thank Sect Master for his kindness. The old man quickly signaled to the side. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. The several young people who came with her all looked at her enviously. All right, get up. I'll give you 1 day to deal with your family affairs. After 1 day, I'll return to the sect. You'll come with me then. Yong Kai waved his hand. Yes. The young girl bit her red lips. Her face flushed red as she excitedly replied. There was no need for Yong Kai to worry about Blue Wave City, and Heaven Battling City didn't need him to deal with it. A day later, Yong Kai took the green-robed girl through Blue Wave City's space array, directly to Heaven Battling City, and from there, to Demon Blood City. The current Demon Blood City had already been renamed to Firmament City. It was the bridge between High Heaven Sect, which lived in the Lu Yen Desert, and the outside world, and a city directly under High Heaven Sect's jurisdiction. A few years ago, during the trip to the Emperor Garden, Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and the beautiful Temple Master had both died at the hands of Yong Kai. As a result, Demon Blood Temple's internal strife continued, resulting in countless casualties among its elders. After a few years, this sect had nearly collapsed. Seeing this situation, Yi Shi-yun took her people to occupy Demon Blood City, the closest city to the sect, and renamed it Firmament City. Not to mention that Demon Blood Temple was now in decline and did not dare to resist, even when Demon Blood Temple was at its peak, with High Heaven Sect's strength. If they wanted to occupy Demon Blood City, Demon Blood Temple would not have dared to resist. Demon Blood City was so easily obtained and became High Heaven Sect's property. All supplies and cultivator traffic were transferred through Firmament City. Although today's High Heaven Sect was still located inside the Lu Yen Desert, its communication with the outside world was much more convenient. As soon as he appeared on the space array, Yang Kai heard a thunderous roar in his ears. Subordinate welcomes Sect Master back to the sect. The orderly voices frightened Lu Fei, causing the green-robed girl to hurriedly hide behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and found that almost all of High Heaven Sect's elders were here, led by Great Elder Yi Shi-yun. Obviously, they had heard the news and were waiting here. Seeing that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg, Yi Shi-yun could not help breathing a sigh of relief. After the Battle of Ling Terminating Peak, Yang Kai, Qi Tianche, and Feng Peng suddenly disappeared for 3 years. All of High Heaven Sect had been worried about Yang Kai and had been inquiring about him everywhere, but unfortunately, nothing had been found. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from this cultivation star. Now that he had finally returned safely, Yi Shi-yun was naturally happy. At first glance, her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she discovered that Yang Kai's cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Even Yi Shi-yun, who had experienced countless storms and waves, could not help being shocked by this discovery. In just a few years, he had actually taken another step forward in the origin returning realm. Wasn't Sect Master's cultivation speed a bit too exaggerated? Great Elder has worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded to Yi Shi-yun. Everyone has also worked hard. Sect Master, you're being too serious. There's nothing for us to work hard for. Instead, it's the Sect Master who has been tired these past few years. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Shi-yun smiled as her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Fei before shooting a curious glance towards Yang Kai, wondering why he had brought a Saint King Realm girl with him. This girl wanted to join High Heaven Sect, so this Sect Master decided to accept her. Yang Kai explained casually. So that's how it is, Yi Shi-yun nodded. Come, don't hide, greet the elders first. Yang Kai pulled Lu Fei out from behind him. Lu Fei's face flushed red as she swept her eyes over the faces of everyone present, a look of worship and reverence filling her beautiful eyes. These people were the strongest masters from the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. Any one of these people could easily cause Shadowed Star to tremble with a single stomp of their feet. Lu Fei had never seen such a grand spectacle before. After calming her mind, Lu Fei hurriedly bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Since Sect Master has accepted you, you will be a disciple of my High Heaven Sect from now on. Cultivate well in the sect, and if your performance is good enough, you may be able to become a disciple of these people in front of you. Yi Shi-yun looked at her kindly. Yes. Lu Fei nodded excitedly. Let's go back first, Yang Kai gestured. Half a day later, in the conference hall of High Heaven Sect's headquarters, the elders gathered to report to Yang Kai the situation of High Heaven Sect over the past 3 years. The best way to describe it was by leaps and bounds. Without mentioning anything else, with the addition of more than 200 cultivators from Star Emperor Mountain, High Heaven Sect's overall strength had leapt to become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. This was indisputable as no other sect could compare to the current High Heaven Sect. In addition, with Heaven Battling City taking the lead, the various cities under its jurisdiction also received a large amount of income every year. Today, High Heaven Sect no longer needed to worry about cultivation materials. There weren't many people to begin with, but supplies were constantly being transported in from all directions. Now, High Heaven Sect had 3 large warehouses, each of which was filled to the brim, but it still wasn't enough, so Yi Shi-yun planned to open up more. On top of that, Clear Sky Sect and Shadow Moon Hall were allies. These two forces had always had a good relationship with Yang Kai, and in the 3 years that Yang Kai had been missing, both forces had provided great help to the development of High Heaven Sect, so Yi Shi-yun had decided to form an alliance with these two sects. Under such a strong alliance, they could mutually benefit each other. There were countless forces that wanted to ally with High Heaven Sect, but none of them had a way to do so they could only covet the opportunities of Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect. Yang Kai listened for a long time before nodding with satisfaction. Today's High Heaven Sect's development was on the right track. When he founded the sect, he had never imagined that it would reach its current scale. Back then, he had only brought Wu Yi and the others here on a starship to settle down. It could be said that the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain had provided unimaginable help to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect. Without the destruction of these three forces, there would be no High Heaven sect today. They had all become stepping stones to High Heaven City's fame. Half a day later, the elders dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai with Yi Shiyun. Great Elder also knew that Yang Kai must have something else to ask, so before Yang Kai could speak, Great Elder took the initiative to say, if Sect Master wishes to ask about Master's situation, subordinate can only say that everything is the same as before. Everything is the same as before. Yang Kai murmured. Sect Master does not need to worry. Since Master said that he would sleep for 10 or 20 years, we only need to wait patiently. Yang Kai nodded, not asking any more questions. In addition, Sect Master's artifact spirit is now recuperating in the 5th layer's Earth Lung Fire vein. Subordinate has also brought back the green sword and placed it in Sect Master's first heavenly palace. I understand. In fact, there was no need for Yi Shiyun to say anything. As soon as Yang Kai returned to the Lu Yen Desert, he sensed the location of his two great helpers. After all, whether it was the Firebird or the Dragon Bone Sword, they were both connected to his soul. When he was dragged into the mysterious small world by Chi Tianche with the sealed world bead, the verdant Dragon Bone Sword was still outside. Later, during the battle, the Firebird artifact spirit was also banished, leaving only the stone mongoose with Yang Kai. Naturally, Yi Shiyun would bring them back. Back then, what happened? Why did Sect Master suddenly disappear? Is it related to that Emperor artifact? Yi Shiyun pondered for a moment before asking solemnly. She only knew that the sealed world bead was an Emperor artifact, but she did not know what kind of power it possessed. For generations on Star Emperor Mountain, no one had ever been able to refine it, so Yi Shiyun had no clue about its power. I was dragged into a mysterious small world by Chi Tianche, Yang Kai replied. A mysterious small world. Yi Shiyun's eyes shrank. Fortunately, after spending 3 years inside, I was finally able to escape. So Great Elder doesn't need to worry too much. Seeing that he had no intention of talking more, Yi Shiyun naturally did not ask any more questions. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly took out an item and handed it to Yang Kai. Master sent me a message while he was asleep and asked me to give this to you. He said he wanted you to take good care of it. Star Emperor Token. Yang Kai looked at the thing Yi Shiyun handed over and shouted. Reaching out and taking it, Yang Kai gently stroked the Star Emperor token as a dignified look appeared on his face. He now had 4 of these tokens. The first was given to him by Gue Zhu and contained the divine technique of the great emperors. The second was found in the loft on the 6th floor of Lu Yan's sandfield. The third was brought to him by Gu Qi, and the fourth was the one in front of him. Chapter 1542. Yang Yun had said before that the great emperors had produced a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with a divine technique belonging to the great emperors. Now that she wanted him to take good care of them, could there be some kind of secret hidden in these Star Emperor tokens? However, no matter what it was, he would need to collect all 10 of them to reveal it. Of course, collecting 10 was easier said than done. It had been many years since Yang Kai entered Star territory, and through various opportunities and coincidences, he only had 4 Star Emperor tokens. As for the remaining 6, who knew where they were? The only thing Yang Kai knew was that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had a Star Emperor token on Water Moon Star, something he had inadvertently learned while chatting with Xueqi. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it though, and after carefully putting away the 4th Star Emperor token, he asked Yi Shiyun to send a message to Qian Tong, Feiji Tu, and Clear Sky Sect, informing them that the time had come before leaving the hall. 3 years ago, Yang Kai had been planning a voyage. If not for the previous incident, he would likely have already entered Star territory by now. Because of the provocation from Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had no choice but to delay his plans. Now that he had escaped, it was time to set sail and find a way home, where he didn't know where his beloved had fallen in Star territory. On the way to First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with Su Yan's face and his eyes softened. Back on Tongxian realm, more than 20 years had passed. Over the past 20 years, through many ups and downs, Yang Kai's cultivation had climbed from the Saint realm to the Origin Returning realm, more than 100 times stronger than when he had rushed into Star territory without hesitation. However, there was no such thing as a peak in the martial Tao, and the higher his cultivation, the more Yang Kai found his shortcomings. He desperately wanted to become stronger, to climb to the peak of the martial Tao, to stand atop it and overlook all living beings. Suddenly, cheers and shouts rang out in his ears, pulling Kai Yong out of his reverie. Turning his head, he saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what they were doing, but it seemed to be very lively. These people were all disciples of the Haiku family who had left the family with Wu Yi and followed Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were not at the same level back then, over the years, with the help of various cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, all of them had advanced by leaps and bounds. Most of them had already reached the Saint King realm. Yu Feng and Wu Yi were only one step away from breaking through to the origin returning realm. Cultivating in High Heaven's sect, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad, there was no need to worry about breaking through. There were all kinds of pills to assist one's cultivation, the 10,000-year incense from Ascending Dragon Palace to dispel heart demons, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree to help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Every cultivator did not feel any difficulty when they broke through. Everything happened naturally. At this moment, more than 20 people had gathered together and were shouting at the center of the field. There seemed to be two people sparring with each other as the sound of fists and feet colliding could be heard. It was a good thing for disciples to improve their strength and examine their own shortcomings through exchanging pointers. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not intending to join in the fun, but when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the middle of exchanging pointers, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh and quickly walked over. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in the field, so Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm anyone. At the center of the field, there were indeed two people sparring, but unlike what Yang Kai had imagined, they were not competing with secret techniques or artifacts, nor were they competing with Saint Qi. Instead, they were simply competing in terms of strength and reflexes. One of them looked familiar to Yang Kai, but he couldn't name him. He was a burly man with a strong body and bulging muscles. At first glance, it was obvious he was a man who possessed great brute strength. His cultivation was also not bad, a first-order Saint King. What caught Yang Kai's attention was this burly man's opponent. It turned out to be a little girl. She looked to be only 10 years old, but her petite body was as agile as an ape, and her movements were extremely fast as she flew around the burly man. The little girl's hair was still a bit light yellow, and she had tied it up casually with 2 strands of hair that hung over her shoulders. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, giving her a very cute appearance. As she flew about, her hair fluttered just like her. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. While dodging the burly man's attacks, she would often find an opportunity to throw out her small fists and land a few punches on the burly man's body. These seemingly light punches actually contained astonishing power. Even with the burly man's physique, being hit by these punches caused him to tremble violently, causing him to grimace in pain. Yang Kai found that both of the burly man's eyes were bruised, obviously because he had been hit by the little girl. The burly man didn't seem to show the slightest mercy as he threw out punch after punch, the sound of his punches causing Yang Kai to feel a little nervous, fearing that the little girl wouldn't be able to withstand his blows and would be smashed to pieces. However, his worries were superfluous as none of the onlookers showed any concern for this little girl. Instead, everyone was shouting and cheering, some making fun of the burly man's strength while others cheering for the little girl, creating a lively scene. Lin Yun. Yang Kai suddenly recognized the little girl's identity. She was the little girl Yang Kai had brought back from Seaside City. She was the one adopted by Huang Wan. When Yang Kai brought her back, the little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that 3 years had passed, she was about the same age. Yang Kai had long known that Lin Yun's small body could erupt with great strength, but after seeing her today, he realized that he had underestimated her potential. At just 10 years old, she had already surpassed the burly first-order Saint King realm man in terms of pure strength, perhaps even a little, otherwise her opponent wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantage. What kind of freak is this? Yang Kai couldn't help marveling. Just as he was looking at Lin Yun with great interest, the little girl's figure flickered and she suddenly slipped under the burly man's crotch, leapt up high, and delivered a beautiful uppercut to the burly man's chin, sending him flying. Pong. The burly man fell to the ground, his face red, and struggled for a while before getting up. The onlookers burst into laughter, with Yu Feng laughing the most heartily. After defeating her opponent, Lin Yun seemed to be very happy, jumping up and down excitedly, shouting and yelling. Yang Kai stared at her, a pensive look on his face. If it was a real life or death struggle, the little girl would definitely not be the burly man's opponent. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too great, but in terms of physical flexibility and strength, the little girl had an absolute advantage. She was only 10 years old and had infinite potential. If she could be taught according to her aptitude, her future achievements would be limitless. Interesting, really interesting. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Hey, you're that uncle. Lin Yun suddenly discovered Yang Kai and pointed her finger at him. Yang Kai's face went black. Ah, it's Sect Master. Yu Feng turned his head and exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes with his hands, as if he was trying to hide something, his eyes darting around. Yang Kai glanced around and found that most of the people gathered here had dark circles under their eyes and ashamed looks on their faces. They've all been knocked out? Kai Yang asked curiously. Haha. Yu Feng was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was now a third-order Saint King, only one step away from breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm. But in the competition with Lin Yun he had still accidentally taken a punch from her, resulting in his current state. This was the greatest shame of his life. How disgraceful. Yang Kai spat disdainfully before beckoning to Lin Yun come here. The little girl was very obedient and quickly walked over to Yang Kai, thought about it for a moment, then said in a crisp voice, Disciple Lin Yun greets Sect Master. Uncle. Yang Kai nodded, showing a harmless smile. You don't need to say the last two words next time. Yes. The little girl nodded. Yi Shiyun's teachings are quite good. Yang Kai looked at the little girl with satisfaction. After bringing her back, Yang Kai had asked Yi Shiyun to teach her, and now she was so mature. Obviously it was Yi Shiyun's credit. Do you like it here? Yang Kai asked happily. I like it. Lin Yun replied immediately. There's food here. No one bullies Yun Auntie Yi and the other uncles are very good to Yun Good. Yang Kai grinned. Did your Auntie Yi find a master for you? Lin Yun slowly shook her head. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. Although Lin Yun was young, she was obviously a rare genius. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that Star Emperor Mountain's masters would not fight to the death for such a person. Although they were strict about accepting disciples, Lin Yun definitely met the requirements, so no one had accepted her as a disciple. This was a bit strange. Auntie Yi said that they have no one to teach me, Lin Yun replied clearly. Tilting her little head, she said happily. Yun is now cultivating with Auntie Yi, so there's no need for her to worship any other master. Your Auntie Ye's strength is outstanding, so if you cultivate well with her, you'll benefit greatly. Yes. Good, you may continue. Yang Kai waved his hand, turned around, and left. Behind him came a respectful greeting, but Kai Yang fell into deep thought. Yi Shiyun actually said that no one could teach Lin Yun which was a bit strange. Although there were only about 200 cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain, each of them had their own territory they were proficient in, so it should not be a problem to find one of these elites to teach Lin Yun Since Yi Shiyun said so, there was only one possibility. She was very optimistic about Lin Yun and did not want her to act carelessly, so she probably wanted to teach Lin Yun the best. Yang Kai would have to ask Yi Shiyun about this matter. He was really curious as to why this little girl possessed such amazing strength at such a young age. Presumably, Yi Shiyun had been with her for 3 years and should have some understanding of her strength. With his mind drifting, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace. Just as he stepped into the palace, a low and deep dragon roar vaguely sounded from the depths of the palace. Immediately, a green light shot over from that direction. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and grasped the green light in the palm of his hand. When the light dissipated, it was revealed to be a bladeless green sword. Dragon Bone Sword. Verdant. A sense of connection and bloodline fusion arose spontaneously, and the green dragon remnant's soul swimming around the sword seemed to become happier. After 3 years, the aura of the Dragon Bone Sword seemed to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of people and the Dragon Bone Sword had devoured a lot of their flesh and blood essence. 3 years of accumulation had indeed caused some changes. After carefully examining it and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yang Kai happily put away the Dragon Bone Sword. Chapter 1543. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that everything in First Heavenly Palace was the same as before. Although Yang Kai had been missing for 3 years, no one dared to disturb this place as it was the resting place of High Heaven Sect's sect master. Yi Shiyun simply ordered people to clean this place up every day to prevent any dust from reaching it. After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai nodded secretly and was about to take a rest when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Who is it?" Saying so, Yang Kai released his spiritual energy towards a certain spot in the void. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. He did not show the slightest mercy. The void distorted as Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy attack was something even a third-order origin returning realm master could not withstand. However, the distorted space stabilized in the next moment, as if an invisible hand had flattened it. Yang Kai's attack did not have any effect. This discovery made his expression change as his eyes flashed. An inexplicable mass of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, twisting and changing mysteriously. Divine sense manifestation. Yang Kai muttered, feeling shocked but also lowering his vigilance because he felt a sense of familiarity from the spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. As soon as his voice fell, the divine sense force suddenly transformed into a human figure. Although it was somewhat erratic, this figure wore a black robe that almost covered her entire face, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone like stars and a graceful figure. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at this figure, his mood fluctuating. The other party also stared back at him motionlessly, her expression as calm as an ancient well, making it impossible to tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Yang Inflammation? Or one of the great emperors?" This figure formed from Yang Kai's divine sense was exactly the same as Yang Yen. She was clearly the spiritual thought of the person sleeping on the 6th floor of the Lu Yen sand ground. However, Yang Kai was not sure whether she was the Yang Inflammation who had been with him day and night, or the legendary great emperors of the star field. If it was the former, everything would be fine. If it was the latter, Yang Kai would have to be careful. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the figure frowned and said, "Both." "Is that so?" Yang Kai replied faintly. "It seems that you have already begun to fuse." "That's right, but it'll take a few more years for it to be completed." "Then how should I address you?" "Whether it is the person you know or the great emperors you speak of, they are all called Yang Inflammation," the figure replied. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then why aren't you sleeping in the attic? Why did you place your spiritual sense here?" "I sensed that you brought back something interesting, so I came over to take a look." Yang Inflammation smiled faintly. "Something interesting?" Yang Kai's brows furrowed. "This," Yang Inflammation said as she reached out to Yang Kai. Her movement seemed extremely casual, but when she made this move, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if something had been summoned from his body. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to think about resisting. With a flash of light, a bead appeared in Yang Inflammation's hand. Sealed World Bead. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. "That's right, the Sealed World Bead." Yang Inflammation gently nodded and closed her beautiful eyes as if sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes and whispered, "Sure enough, you really can refine it." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space. This was something that Yang Inflammation knew. The most basic requirement for refining the Sealed World Bead was to understand the Tao of Space, so for the past tens of thousands of years on Star Emperor Mountain, no sect master had been able to refine it until Qi Tianche's generation coincidentally discovered the mysteries of the Sealed World Bead. In the end, it was Yang Kai who benefited. "You even managed to open up a 100-kilometer radius space. With your current cultivation, this is truly amazing." Yang Yen seemed to have discovered something that surprised her and couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I know that this bead belongs to you. At that time, I refined it in order to leave this place. If you want to take it back, I won't stop you. But can you lend it to me for a while? I need it to carry some people." "Lend it to you?" Yang Inflammation glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. "Why should I lend it to you? You left your mark on the Sealed World Bead, so it already belongs to you. I won't take it back." Saying so, Yang Inflammation stretched out her hand and tossed the Sealed World Bead back. Yang Kai caught it and looked at her suspiciously. Although he hadn't figured out what grade of artifact the Sealed World Bead was, since it was an Emperor artifact, it was obviously of great use to existences like the great emperors. Yang Kai didn't expect to take the Sealed World Bead for himself. He just wanted to use it to bring his friends and family from Tongxian realm. Without the Sealed World Bead, he really couldn't bring so many people here at once. "You're mistaken about one thing," Yang Inflammation said softly. "What?" "I don't own this Sealed World Bead." Yang Kai was stunned. Strictly speaking, I've never refined this sealed world bead. I'm just keeping it safe. Yang Inflammation's soul avatar floated down from the void and stood in front of Yang Kai like a real person. It actually belongs to a friend of mine. Your friend? Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation's avatar was one of the great emperors of Star Field. So a friend of the great emperors? Didn't that mean he was also in existence on par with the great emperors? A friend of mine, Yang Inflammation nodded. My friend and you share the same surname. Can you guess what it is? Yang Kai fell into contemplation before his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered. He cultivates the Tao of space? Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai approvingly. Like you, he also cultivates the Tao of space, but his mastery of the Tao of space has reached great heights. This sealed world bead was formed by him using his mastery of space principles to refine an interface. Although my strength is not inferior to his, I don't have much attainments in the Tao of space, so the sealed world bead is of little use to me, and I can't fully expand the space inside the sealed world bead. You are different. You have a deep understanding of the Tao of space, so perhaps one day you will have the opportunity to reach his level. Yang Kai's face twitched. It wasn't because of Yang Inflammation's high evaluation of him, but because of the origin of the sealed world bead. It was actually formed by a cultivator on the same level as the great emperors by refining an interface. This was too sensational. Yang Kai had never seen an Origin King Realm Master take action, but according to his estimation, an Origin King definitely did not have such ability. The great emperors really were existences beyond the Origin King realm. Above the Origin King realm, there really was a higher realm. The martial Tao really had no limit. You and Yang Inflammation met before, so we can be considered to have been brought together by fate. Since you have branded the sealed world bead with your life mark, it is now yours. Expand it well. Perhaps one day you will discover something from it. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai's brow rose as his eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning in Yang Inflammation's words. Could it be that there were some mysteries hidden inside the sealed world bead? Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions as he knew that even if he asked now, he probably wouldn't get any answers. After pondering for a moment he said, Your friend. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for more than 100,000 years. Perhaps he is wandering around, becoming one of the many living beings in this world, or perhaps he has already fallen. Who knows? Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space inside the sealed world bead was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Even if Yang Inflammation hadn't spoken today, Yang Kai would not have slacked off. Now that he vaguely knew that there was more to the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would spare no effort. Right, I'll be going on a voyage in a few days. You should be safe sleeping in that loft. I'll have someone look after you carefully. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Yang Inflammation opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually decided against it and simply said lightly, There are many dangers in the star's territory, I hope you have a safe trip. After saying so, her figure suddenly disappeared. Just like how she had suddenly arrived, she had also suddenly left. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place for a while before calming himself down and sitting cross-legged on his bed to meditate. The next day, inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and asked her about Lin Yun-er's situation. After 3 years of getting along, Yi Shiyun had indeed studied Lin Yun-er's body and vaguely learned some things. Yun-er has a special constitution. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded, as if he had already expected this. There were always some special people in this world who were born with advantages that others could only dream of, and these advantages were reflected in their bodies. For example, little senior sister Xia Ning Chong had the sacred spirit medicine body. She was born proficient in alchemy and did not need to study it at all. Alchemy was a form of cultivation, and the more pills she refined, the higher her strength would become. Shan Qing Luo had the poison widow constitution, which was extremely poisonous and could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Xueqi had the dragon marrow phoenix body, which allowed her primordial yin qi to greatly increase one's strength without any hidden dangers. These special constitutions each had their own advantages, but they were extremely rare and rarely seen by ordinary people. For Lin Yun-er to possess such incredible power at such a young age, Yang Kai could only think of one explanation. She had a special constitution. Now the answer he got from Yi Shiyun happened to coincide with his conjecture. Then what kind of constitution does she have? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting nearby, nibbling on a fruit, and hurriedly asked. This queen has read a lot of ancient books about this, and if this queen is not mistaken, she should have the tyrant strength body. Yi Shiyun quickly said. Tyrant strength body. Yang Kai raised his brow. People with this kind of constitution are born with divine strength, and as they grow older and their cultivation increases, their strength will only increase. They are heaven's favored children, and when they grow to a certain extent, they will be able to compete with a cultivator of the same realm with their physical strength alone and gain the absolute upper hand. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of amazement. But Yi Shiyun suddenly frowned as she looked at Lin Yun worriedly. But what? Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. But because the strength of people with this kind of constitution is too great, to the point where they are unable to bear it, they are often unable to exert their full strength in battle. Yun is still young and her cultivation is not high, so this disadvantage is not obvious yet, but when she really grows up, this strength will become a hindrance to her. Chapter 1544. Everything was fair. The Creator had always been fair. Although people with special constitutions had advantages in certain territory, most of them had shortcomings that could not be ignored. Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to perform alchemy easily and enhance her strength in the process. However, she could only use this method to improve her strength. Meditating like an ordinary person was far too inefficient for her. Shan Qing Luo's poison widow body often caused her to lose her loved ones and live a life of loneliness. What's more, this regret was created by her own hands as she cruelly killed her loved ones on their wedding night. This was an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Xueqi's dragon marrow phoenix body was tyrannical, it was nothing more than a wedding dress for others. The same was true for Lin Yun's tyrant strength body. The powerful strength she possessed would eventually become too much for Lin Yun to bear. Once she used more strength than her body could bear, the final result would be her own death. Is there no solution? Yang Kai asked with some concern. There is. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Oh, let's hear it. Since there is a solution, we just need to follow it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yun was still young and had unlimited potential. He did not want such a little girl to worry about her own strength in the future, or even die because of it. It's simple to say, but Yi Shiyun smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of Yun's physique are obvious. As long as we target these drawbacks and temper her body, she will be fine. In other words, as long as her physical strength can support her strength, she will not be in any danger. But if she wants to temper her body, she must have a corresponding physique. Too low a level is not enough. Body tempering? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Yes, although Star Emperor Mountain also has a body tempering method, that kind of thing cannot meet Yun's requirements. I have been inquiring about this kind of thing for the past few years, but I have not gained anything. What I have collected is not even as good as what Star Emperor Mountain originally had. Yi Shiyun said somewhat sadly. Yun has only been in the sect for 3 years, but her strength has already grown to such a terrifying level. I fear that if we let her continue to grow, in less than 10 years, if she needs to temper her body, I have one. Sect Master has such a thing? Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. Yes, Yang Kai said as he took out an ancient book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Shiyun. Take a look at this. Yi Shiyun took it and glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before immersing her consciousness into it and reading it carefully. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her and just sat there playing with Lin Yun. The little girl was still young and had been living with Huang Wan in Seaside City, living in a secluded hut and never seeing the sun. Later, she came to High Heaven Sect. She had never been in contact with the outside world, so she was pure and innocent. Her childish words also made Yang Kai's state of mind calm down. 2 hours later, Yi Shiyun let out a long breath and put down the ancient book, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across her eyes. Great Elder, what do you think? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Yi Shiyun said excitedly. It should be possible for Yun. This book is quite peculiar. In terms of grade alone, it isn't too high, but its success is not determined by the grade of the materials used, but rather by the quality of the materials used. And I think so too. I already have my own 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and the higher the grade of the materials used, the better the body tempering effect. It has nothing to do with the quality of the materials used, Yang Kai grinned. What's even rarer is that the materials needed can be replaced. If one wanted the 5 elements' indestructible sword tempering art, they had to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even the worst of these treasures could not be lower than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to collect all of these at that time. Now that High Heaven Sect's influence had grown, it shouldn't be difficult to collect such supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even if the materials collected were not as good as Yang Kai's son's true essence and divine nullification sand, they should at least be able to collect something of the same grade as profound gold. Once the materials were gathered, he would let Lin Yun use them first. When he found better materials in the future, it would be fine to replace them. This would not have any effect on the person. Yi Shiyun also saw this point, which was why she was so excited. Sect Master can rest assured, I will only let Yun use this book and will not spread it outside, Yi Shiyun said solemnly. It's fine, even if you spread it outside, I'm afraid only a few people can do it, Yang Kai chuckled. The monster core of a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master. So how many people could hunt such an existence? As such, it didn't matter if this book was spread outside. However, it does require a very strong spiritual energy, otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the excruciating pain. Yi Shiyun glanced at Lin Yun sympathetically. The little girl didn't know much about the world and didn't know what had happened to her body. She only knew that she had a lot of strength, but she didn't understand that this strength was like a rope that was slowly tightening around her life. I'll have to trouble Great Elder to cultivate her, Yang Kai smiled. I will arrange for Yun to use her spiritual energy as soon as possible, Yi Shiyun nodded. Let's put Yun matter aside for the time being. Great Elder, I have something else to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at her solemnly. Please speak, Sect Master. I will soon be setting off on a long voyage. I will be taking some of the sect's resources with me, otherwise, the starship will not be able to operate. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yu Rao, these 3 elders had also agreed to leave with me. What about you, Great Elder? Will you come with me? Me? A trace of expectation flashed across Yi Shiyun's face, but she quickly shook her head. Sect Master is being kind, I won't follow. As expected. Yang Kai sighed, seemingly having expected this. Yi Shiyun's strength was extraordinary and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Her had reached the grand accomplishment stage and she had already grasped the threshold of territory, reaching the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm long ago. In this regard alone, no one could compare to her. It could be said that as long as she escaped the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, with Yi Shiyun's cultivation, there was at least an 80% chance she could break through to the Origin King realm. This probability was terrifying. However, the great emperors were still sleeping in her loft, so it was impossible for her to leave without worry. Yang Kai had long guessed this, but he still had to ask. Now that he had received an answer from her, Yang Kai didn't want to persuade her otherwise. In that case, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to take care of everything in the sect, Yang Kai said leisurely. With this queen here, the sect will definitely be safe. Good, with you in charge I can rest assured, Yang Kai nodded. If you have time, remember to help me find someone. Who? Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai puzzledly, wondering who this person was that he couldn't let go of. Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully, if you find him, don't waste any time with him, just kill him directly. Good. Yi Shiyun nodded. Although she didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to find this person, since it was the sect master's request, she naturally wouldn't ask. Yang Kai got up and left to make the final preparations before leaving. He wanted Yi Shiyun to pay attention to Lu Yi because he had a bad premonition in his heart. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this Lu Yi. Without even mentioning the fact that he had repeatedly antagonized Yang Kai, there was no reason for Yang Kai to let him go, but this person's actions were also extremely secretive. Every time Yang Kai saw him, he would have a strange feeling. This feeling made him feel very wary, as if this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Although the success rate of using a starship to travel long distances was very high, it was still necessary to make all the necessary preparations. All kinds of materials had to be prepared, and the allocation of personnel had to be carefully considered. The entire High Heaven sect was mobilized. In just a few days, everything was ready. 5 days later, Qian Tong, who received the news, rushed to High Heaven sect. Fei Ji too did not come. City Lord Fei had narrowly escaped death in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and his cultivation had fallen to the Second Order Origin Returning Realm. Even if he left Shadowed Star with Yongkai, there was no hope for him to break through, so he simply chose to remain in retreat in Heavenly Fate City. Now that he had missed such an opportunity, Qian Tong couldn't help but sigh. Mou came from Clear Sky Sect. More than 3 years ago, Yongkai and Clear Sky Sect had reached an agreement that Clear Sky Sect only needed one spot. Yongkai didn't know what kind of internal discussion they had, but Sect Master Gu Zhan did not come. Instead, Mou, who was more familiar with Yongkai, arrived. All of them were old acquaintances, so it was natural for them to exchange greetings after meeting. High Heaven Sect sent 3 third-order origin returning realm masters, naturally Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yurao. These 5 people would carry the hopes and expectations of countless cultivators on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. But whether they could break through to the Origin King realm would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. Yongkai had simply provided them with an opportunity. Since ancient times, breaking through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King realm had been extremely difficult. Even across the entire territory of Shadowed Star, there were only a few Origin Kings. Any one of these people was a famous existence, a master worshipped by all cultivators on their respective stars. As such, even if these 5 people had the qualifications to break through, it was not certain they would succeed. Perhaps they would all fail. Half a month later, in First Heavenly Palace, Yongkai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slowly, stood up, and walked out. Opening the palace door, Yongkai saw a young woman standing in front of it, waiting quietly. Seeing Yongkai come out, she took a deep breath and clenched her fists because of her excitement and nervousness. Chenyu. On this long voyage, Yongkai certainly would not leave her behind. As someone who came from the same world as Yongkai, she was also looking forward to finding Ice Master Qingya, Su Yan, and the others from Ice Sect. She was more eager than anyone to see the faces of those who had made her dream come true. Is everything ready? Yongkai looked at her. Qianyu nodded. Everything is ready, we're just waiting for you. Then, let's go. Yongkai grinned and strode forward. In his clenched fist, there was a crystal-clear bead that exuded a faint chill. Su Yan's Ice Soul Bead. If the bead existed, the person would exist. If the bead broke, the person would die. As long as he had it, Yongkai was certain that Su Yan was living safely in some corner of Shadowed Star's territory. As long as he had it, Yongkai believed that the two of them would be reunited one day. Half an hour later, the dark starship slowly lifted off as High Heaven Sect's disciples cheered and sent it off. Chapter 1545. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a dark starship flew forward slowly. Although it didn't seem to be moving very fast, in fact, it was as fast as lightning, crossing hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Looking through a transparent window, everyone stared at the huge stars beside the starship and couldn't help marveling. Many people here had never observed Shadowed Star from this perspective before, so it wasn't until now that they realized how magnificent the stars they had raised were. Facing such stars, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of respect. The starship's speed was extremely fast, but it was also very stable. Inside the hull, no one felt the slightest bump or vibration. Around them, a chaotic array of asteroids drifted, lifeless dead stars like cold giants that lay dormant in the starship's territory. Shadowed Star's territory extended 1,000,000 kilometers outside of the starship's territory, forming a safe zone. The great forces on Shadowed Star who owned starships would often send them to this territory to search for ores and minerals. Although the harvest was not great, this did not diminish the enthusiasm of these great forces. Occasionally, they would find some good things from these asteroids and dead stars. These things had never been produced on Shadowed Star before. However, beyond the 1,000,000 kilometer mark was the danger zone. All year round, the starship territory's astral winds could easily destroy starships. Star field storms, both large and small, formed here and were annihilated almost everywhere. Rapidly flying asteroids could smash any living being or moving object to pieces. Dead territory. This was the first barrier that isolated Shadowed Star from the outside world, and it was also the strongest barrier. It was like a protective barrier that surrounded Shadowed Star from 1,000,000 kilometers away, preventing anyone from leaving or entering. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one had ever left Shadowed Star to explore the wider world outside, but no one had ever succeeded and all of them had been stopped outside this dead territory. As the starship sailed into this place, Everyone's palms began to sweat. Yang Kai had strengthened the starship's defenses to the limit, not caring about the consumption of Saint Crystal sources. Violent gales swept over from the territory of the Star Realm. It was as if an invisible beast was using its sharp claws to cut the battleship, attempting to destroy it and drag out the people hiding inside to fill their stomachs. Sharp and ear-piercing sounds of friction could be heard from outside the warship. Creak, 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 creak. Everyone's face turned ugly. The huge meteorites brought by the astral winds crashed into the battleship, causing the entire battleship to shake. Like a canoe in a stormy sea, the battleships dashed left and right in the dead territory, swaying left and right, unable to control the direction at all. They could only go with the flow and let it happen. Alarms and cries of alarm were constantly heard. Yang Kai bellowed as his divine sense left his body to check the situation outside and direct the actions of his subordinates. Yang Xiuzhu and the other Third-Order Origin returning realm masters also rushed into the power room under Yang Kai's instructions, sat on the spirit array, and pushed their Saint Qi into the starship, providing it with a little boost. Everyone was exchanging blows with the Grim Reaper. There was no room for the slightest mistake. Any negligence could lead to the destruction of the starship. In this terrifying place, the strength of a single person was simply too insignificant. In the dead zone outside Shadowed Star, even an Origin King Realm Master would likely die if they tried to force their way in, let alone the people inside the starship. Only by working together could they survive this crisis. The chaotic situation gradually stabilized, and after realizing that although the starship had been ravaged, it was still impregnable, everyone's panic gradually calmed down and they began performing their duties in an orderly manner. The Origin King grade starship refined by Yang Yan provided a safe and reliable guarantee for everyone. After a full month, High Heaven Sect starship suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the dead territory and rushed into the vast territory of the starship. There were no longer strange noises coming from outside, and the starship was no longer shaking. After everyone confirmed that they had successfully left Shadowed Star, loud cheers broke out inside the starship, everyone weeping tears of joy and excitement. Yang Xiuzhu and the others appeared in front of Yang Kai with pale faces, all of them looking like frosted eggplants, their auras extremely weak. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Kai nodded to them. Yang Kai, did you feel something? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly and asked. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had noticed something the moment the starship rushed into the dead territory, but over the past month, he had been in constant danger, his life hanging by a thread, so he had not been able to think about it carefully. Now that he had escaped from the dead territory, he had time to recall that feeling. So you also noticed something? I thought I was mistaken, Qian Tong said solemnly. Emperor pressure. Mou added, that dead territory is filled with emperor pressure, and there is more than one. There are two emperor pressures. Qian Tong gently nodded. One is similar to the aura emitted by the Emperor Garden, while the other is unfamiliar. What's going on? I have a guess, but I'm not sure. Mou showed a contemplative expression. Everyone turned to look at him. Mou's face twitched as his eyes filled with awe. Smacking his lips, he said in a dry tone, if I say it out loud, you'll definitely think I'm crazy. No, Qian Tong shook his head. Old Mou, you can rest assured. Yang Kai also nodded. Let's hear it. Whether it's true or not, everyone can judge for themselves. Mou smiled bitterly. This old master considers himself to be quite knowledgeable, but after entering the dead territory, he realized he was a frog in a well. I'll tell you what I think, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. In any case, don't laugh at this old master. This old master is just speculating. There is no real evidence to prove. Don't be long-winded, just say it. Yang Xiuzhu interrupted him impatiently. The dead zone is filled with two different types of Emperor's auras, and these two Emperor's auras are still entangled with each other, in a constant cycle. I think the aura we are familiar with belongs to the Master of the Emperor Garden, the Great Emperors of Star Field. Although I don't know who the other one belongs to, it should be a character on the same level as the Great Emperors. Mou's expression became dignified. The formation of the dead territory is perhaps a result of the struggle between these two characters. After saying this, Mou fell silent. Qian Tong's jaw dropped as he stared at him incredulously. On the other hand, Yang Kai, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others glanced at each other calmly. Haha, that's impossible, right? This old master also thinks he's wrong. Mou let out a hollow laugh. The great emperors were already a legend, and no one could confirm whether they really existed. Now, There was a powerful master on the same level as them who had fought with them before. Even Mou himself did not believe this speculation. What Senior Mo says should be correct. Yang Kai gently nodded, confirming his guess. Ah! Mou stared at Yang Kai in surprise before his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai, do you know something? Qian Tong turned his head and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai chuckled, I don't know much, but I do know that the great emperors once had an opponent who was no weaker than her. The two of them really did fight. Yang Xiaozhu and the others also knew this, but this was the first time Qian Tong and Mou had heard of it. Both of them were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at Yang Kai. All they could do was gasp for breath. It turns out that the culprit behind Shadowed Star's isolation was actually her. Yang Kai murmured. The situation in the Dead Territory was the best proof of this. There, the two emperor pressures were still entangled, and even after tens of thousands of years had passed, there was still no clear victor. Perhaps Yang Yan and this unknown enemy once fought in the Dead Territory, leading to the formation of this isolated zone around Shadowed Star. The ancient Supreme Profound Sect should also have been one of these battlefields, but it was unknown which one came first, compared to the one in the Dead Territory. Qian Tong and Mou still seemed to want to ask something, but Yang Kai did not give them the opportunity. All of you must be tired from this past month. Go back and rest for the time being. After passing through the Dead Territory, the rest of the journey should be safe. We may not encounter any living beings for the next few years, so all of you should enter retreat. Hearing him say this, Qian Tong and the others did not ask any more questions, simply nodding and returning to their respective rooms. Yang Kai stood in place and cast his eyes towards the deep star field before walking over to the star plate and placing his hand on it, immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Above his knowledge sea, a vast star field that had shrunk countless times appeared, floating quietly like a huge blueprint. This was Yang Kai's star field. If a cultivator on Shadowed Star wanted to leave Shadowed Star and enter the Dead Territory, the first obstacle was the Dead Territory, which no one could pass. And the second obstacle was the direction. There were many dangers in the Dead Territory, so when a starship sailed, it required someone with rich experience to guide it, and this responsibility generally fell to a certain profession called a chart master. A chart master could draw a star field that allowed a cultivator or starship to safely and effectively advance through the Dead Territory while avoiding the dangerous areas of the territory. Without a chart master to draw a star field, a starship was very likely to get lost in the Dead Territory and deviate from its destination. Because Shadowed Star was too isolated, there was no such profession as a chart master, and no one could draw a star field. However, on the other stars in the Dead Territory, chart masters were very popular and their status was not inferior to alchemists or artifact refiners. The star field in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was a kind of inheritance he had obtained from a chart master named Wu Suo. He had obtained it by chance when he first set foot in the Dead Territory. With this star, Yang Kai did not need to learn anything. He was a natural-born chart master. He could see the situation of the entire Dead Territory in his mind one by one, including the star where Tongxian Realm was located. He had taken Qian Yu to see this star, and he himself would often look at it and dream about it. For so many years, he had never had a chance to use the star field to guide his way. Now, it had finally come in handy. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth across the huge star, consuming his spiritual energy at a rapid rate. Soon, he had locked onto a certain territory. This was where Qian Yu had separated from Su Yan and the others. Yang Kai planned to go there first. Chapter 1546. He wanted to see if he could find Su Yan there. Thinking so, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and poured it into the star chart in front of him to draw the starship's navigation route. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this as the starship would sail along the route he drew until it reached its destination. Of course, that was provided it didn't encounter any dangers along the way. Time flew by. The starship had been moving forward smoothly and safely according to the route drawn by Yang Kai without encountering any twists and turns. Occasionally, a few strange-looking star beasts would jump out from nearby dead stars, but they were all killed by the disciples' artifact control crystal cannons. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with a purple origin furnace he obtained from the Emperor Garden in front of him. Around him were various boxes and bottles, a dazzling array of items. Yang Kai skillfully threw herbs into the purple origin furnace and poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into it, condensing the essence of these herbs, carving spirit arrays, and fusing them together, causing them to undergo wonderful transformations. Yang Kai precisely controlled the heat and the timing of each herb he threw in. Yang Kai was meticulous and enjoyed this process. Suddenly, he frowned and quickly increased the power of his conflagrated spiritual energy. The next moment, a burst of sound came from the purple origin furnace, followed by an unpleasant burnt smell. Yang Kai was stunned and his brow furrowed. He had failed again. With a calm expression, Yang Kai opened the lid of the purple origin furnace and poured out the dark stuff inside, piling it up nearby. There were many similar things piled up nearby, all of which were the products of Yang Kai's failed alchemy. Yang Kai didn't continue and instead fell into contemplation. It had been 2 years since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star. During these 2 years, Yang Kai had not wasted his time, cultivating a variety of divine technique, comprehending various secret techniques, and improving his alchemy skills. Yang Kai had lived a very fulfilling life. Since he began studying the alchemic way, Yang Kai rarely failed. His success rate in refining pills was much higher than that of ordinary alchemists, and the quality of the pills he refined was also very high, allowing him to condense the medicinal efficacies of herbs to the greatest extent. Firstly, his talent in alchemy, and secondly, his conflagrated knowledge, a divine tool for alchemy, were 2 reasons why he was able to achieve such an achievement. However, in the past 2 years on the warship, he had experienced failure after failures. He could now refine origin-grade high-rank pills at will, but what he wanted to refine now was an Origin King-grade spirit pill. But until now, even though a lot of Origin King-grade herbs had been consumed, not a single Origin King-grade pill had been produced. This result made him a little depressed. It was extremely difficult to reach the peak of any profession, and in Star Territory, the Origin King realm was the peak. There were not many Origin King realm masters, and countless third-order Origin returning realm cultivators were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further until they died of old age, unable to pry into the true essence of the martial Tao. By the same token, Origin King-grade alchemists and artifact refiners were also extremely rare, much rarer than Origin Kings. Yang Kai's alchemy skills were currently stuck at this bottleneck, unable to improve any further. He had comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he had obtained from the Emperor Garden, but he could not obtain the answer he wanted. Yang Kai felt that his technique and control of the flames were not bad, but he still could not refine an Origin King-grade pill. Only when a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill. There was such a sentence in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that Yang Kai was extremely concerned about. As for how to make a pill have a spirit, Yang Kai was at a loss. Although Yang Kai had collected a lot of Origin King-grade herbs, he still couldn't withstand such consumption. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai put away the remaining herbs. Before he could fully comprehend this sentence, he felt that no matter how hard he tried, it would all be in vain. He needed to think about it carefully. Taking out the sun's true essence and the other supreme treasures of the 5 elements, Yang Kai began cultivating his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art while comprehending this sentence in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Half a year later, Yang Kai, who was sitting in his room, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the starship come to a stop. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, as if something had happened. Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and opened the door. The next moment, Chen Yu's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. "We're here!" Chen Yu shouted excitedly. "We're here!" Yang Kai raised his brow, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Chen Yu. Reaching out and wrapping his arm around her waist, Yang Kai's figure flickered again as the space force fluctuations became more obvious. Chen Yu only saw a flash of light before she and Yang Kai appeared outside the starship. Surrounded by the cold and vast Star Territory, large and small dead stars appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, Chen Yu felt a sense of familiarity. She had recalled this place countless times in her mind, recalling the scene when she was separated from Ice Master Qing Ya and the others. There was no way she would remember it incorrectly. "It's here!" Chen Yu shouted excitedly. "It's here! There is a void corridor nearby. We only separated after entering this void corridor." Chen Yu didn't know what had happened to the void corridor, but after entering it, she was directly teleported to Shadowed Star while Ice Master Qing Ya and Su Yan were nowhere to be seen. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, Chen Yu didn't dare imagine what her fate would have been like today. Only after entering star territory did she realize how insignificant her strength was. A void corridor. Yang Kai murmured, closing his eyes as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards to investigate this place carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes slowly and took Chen Yu in a certain direction. The High Heaven sect disciples who received his message also hurriedly piloted their starship. After a while, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the void and stared forward solemnly. In front of him, there was indeed a very obvious space force fluctuation, and when one's divine sense probed it, it was immediately swallowed up. This void corridor had completely collapsed and could no longer be used. It wouldn't be long before it disappeared from this world. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the Tao of space, it wouldn't have been easy to find it. Yang Kai began searching carefully while Chen Yu waited nervously, not daring to disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai sighed. "How is it?" Chen Yu asked hurriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. Based on this void corridor alone, it's impossible to speculate where Su Yan and the others went. Chen Yu's beautiful eyes, which had been filled with hope, instantly dimmed. However, this void corridor isn't too powerful, so even if it can connect two places, it shouldn't be too far apart. You being able to appear on Shadowed Star is probably a stroke of luck. As for Su Yan and the others, they should be somewhere nearby. Wait a moment. Let me see where the nearest cultivation star is. Let's go there and look around. Saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate the star. After a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and returned to the starship with Chen Yu, ordering the disciples to adjust the direction of the starship and head towards a certain cultivation star. A few days later, a light blue star appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking down from the star field, this star was far smaller than Shadowed Star, only a quarter of its size. However, it was extremely beautiful and the world energy aura seemed to be extremely rich. There was no doubt that this was a rich cultivation star. The starship slowly sailed towards it until it left the atmosphere before Yang Kai stored it in the sealed world bead. Although he didn't know much about the situation on star territory, he at least knew that an Origin King-grade starship was too eye-catching. It was likely that even the financially powerful Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had a few. If he really drove the starship to this star, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai had come here to find someone and didn't want to cause any trouble. The weaker disciples had also entered the sealed world bead. With such an emperor artifact, Yang Kai's actions were much more convenient. Qian Tong, the 5 Third Order Origin returning realm masters, and Chen Yu followed Yang Kai on their star shuttles and flew towards the stars. Half a day later, a group of 7 people set foot on this beautiful stars. The world energy here was similar to that of Shadowed Star, so it was impossible to say which was better, but Qian Tong and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly as they stood in place, their expressions constantly changing, as if they were silently perceiving something. Suddenly, Qian Tong laughed loudly, his smile extremely carefree. "There's no suppression, no restriction. I feel like the shackles that have been binding me have suddenly disappeared." Mou also looked excited. Yang Xiuzhu and the others were also the same, exchanging a glance with each other and seeing the joy in each other's eyes. "Congratulations to all of you." Kai Yang naturally knew what they were talking about, so he grinned and offered his congratulations. This cultivation star did not have the powerful suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, which meant that the shackles that had been restraining them from comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao had disappeared. They now had a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Everyone was extremely excited. "Yang Kai, this old master won't say anything else, but this old master will remember your kindness." Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai seriously. Mou came to his senses and quickly expressed his gratitude. If Yang Kai hadn't taken them away from Shadowed Star, they would have died of old age, unable to touch the threshold of the Origin King realm. This opportunity was given to them by Yang Kai. "Elder Chen is too serious. And let's find a place to settle down first. Perhaps we should stay here for a while." Yang Kai looked towards a city in the distance and said. "And, although there is no world principle suppression here, whether this place is suitable for breaking through or not still needs to be investigated first." Qian Tong nodded in agreement. Everyone reached a consensus and immediately set off towards the city in the distance. Greenwater City, in a tea house, Yang Kai and the others sat around a table. A young waiter served a pot of spirit tea and was about to withdraw when Qian Tong called out to him. "What instructions does Senior have?" The waiter bowed to Qian Tong for a while with a smile on his face. There were many people coming and going in the tea house, so the waiter had long ago developed a pair of discerning eyes. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of Qian Tong and the others, he knew that they were masters, so he didn't dare show any neglect. Chapter 1547. Qian Tong smiled kindly. "Young man, don't be nervous. This old master stopped you just to ask you a few questions. And if you answer them well, these things will be yours." Saying so, Qian Tong took out a few pieces of high-rank Saint crystal and threw them on the table. The waiter's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was only able to earn 2 or 3 low-rank Saint crystals a month by serving tea here, but the few high-rank Saint crystals on the table were a shocking fortune for him. If he saved some money, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Quickly nodding and bowing, he said, "Senior, please ask. This little one will tell you everything he knows." Although this little one is just an ordinary person who has never cultivated, he is still a native of this place. If Senior wants to know something, this little one will not disappoint. Good. Qian Tong nodded, satisfied with the waiter's response. Without further ado, he asked directly, "This old master wants to ask you, do you have any Origin King Realm masters here?" Origin King Realm? The waiter's face became solemn as he looked around at Yang Kai and the others in surprise, a look of understanding soon appearing on his face as he chuckled. "Several seniors shouldn't be cultivators of my Green Mountain Star, right? You're quite smart." Qian Tong didn't try to deny it. After all, if this waiter was a star, he should know something about this kind of thing. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak-level existence on any cultivation star, so if this waiter was really a cultivator of Green Mountain Star, he would definitely have heard of them. The waiter laughed dryly. "Senior is too polite. This little one was just speaking casually. However, since several seniors have come to Green Mountain Star at this time, how could you not have inquired about these things?" "What should we inquire about?" Qian Tong coldly snorted. The waiter didn't panic and said slowly, "Since several seniors have come here, you must have come to participate in the grand event. Although it is a bit early, it doesn't matter. Just wait 2 years. There are other seniors who have come earlier. And, as for whether there are any Origin Kings, haha. When has Green Mountain Star ever lacked masters of this level?" He had a contented look on his face, as if Origin Kings were everywhere on Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and the others looked at each other. They were all interested and motioned for the waiter to continue. To be honest, with several seniors, there are now 2 or 3 Origin Kings on Green Mountain Star. At its peak, there were more than a dozen, 2 of which were peak 3rd Order Origin Kings. 3rd Order Origin King? The 2 of you? Qian Tong and the others were trembling and staring blankly. They were shocked beyond words by the waiter's words. "Is that true?" Mo asked in a deep voice. "I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Everyone knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. So your Green Mountain Star is quite suitable for a breakthrough." Qian Tong's eyes flashed with excitement. Although after coming here, Yang Kai did not feel the same oppressive world principles as he did on Shadowed Star. Whether or not he should stay here to cultivate and break through would require some careful investigation. Now that he had obtained such information from the waiter, he was naturally overjoyed. "Of course." The waiter shook his head proudly. "Didn't several seniors come here for this?" "You can tell?" Qian Tong was surprised. Senior must be joking. Although this junior is an ordinary person, news of this once-in-a-thousand-years event has already spread throughout Green Mountain Star. Even a 3-year-old child has heard about it. So how could this junior not know? The waiter replied. "Wait, what once-in-a-thousand-years event?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The waiter had already mentioned it once, but Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it. Every cultivation star had its own style and customs. For example, Shadowed Star's Lu Yen Sand Field only opened once every few hundred years. Green Mountain Star also had such a thing. However, listening to the meaning of the waiter's words, this event seemed to be related to the breakthroughs of Qian Tong and the others. So Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hearing this question, the waiter was immediately stunned and scratched his head. "What's wrong? Several seniors didn't come here to participate in the blood prison trial?" "Blood prison trial?" Qian Tong and the others looked at each other blankly. "Tell me in detail, what is this blood prison trial for?" Yang Kai threw a few more pieces of high-rank Saint crystal onto the table and said lightly. The waiter gulped and his face filled with joy, knowing that he had run into a nobleman today, so how could he dare neglect? Quickly clearing his throat, he said, "This blood prison trial is prepared for masters like several seniors." "What do you mean?" Qian Tong raised his brow. "Because those who participate in the blood prison trial are all top masters at the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. It is said that in there, they can break through to the Origin King Realm." The waiter's words were shocking. "Really?" Qian Tong stood up with a look of excitement. The waiter was taken aback and quickly nodded. "This lowly one does not dare deceive you. The blood prison trial is indeed like this, but this lowly one does not know the specific details. Senior should also be able to see that this lowly one is just an ordinary person who has never even cultivated before, so he does not know the details of the blood prison trial." "Then what do you know?" Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong to calm down and asked the waiter. "This lowly one knows that the Origin King Realm Master on Green Mountain Star all participated in the blood prison trial in the past. Not only them, but there are many other Origin King Realm Masters in the territory of this star who also participated in the blood prison trial. There are cultivators from other cultivation stars who came here." Qian Tong frowned. As early as a few years ago, some people arrived on Green Mountain Star, but there weren't many of them. However, as time passed, more and more people came here, which is why this lowly one thought several seniors. The waiter looked at Qian Tong and the others anxiously. "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded. "Good. Tell us about the blood prison trial. Tell us what you know. If you don't, we won't blame you." Qian Tong and the others nodded in agreement, all of them directing encouraging looks towards the waiter. The waiter calmed down and after a moment of contemplation, began explaining. The blood prison trial was the biggest event on Green Mountain Star, one that only opened once every 1,000 years. Every time it opened, it would attract a large number of Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator to participate. The entire trial process was extremely bloody, and a large number of cultivators would fall. But with great danger. The harvest was also amazing. Often, Origin King Realm Masters would be born. Sometimes there was even more than one. As such, even if it was dangerous, all Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters would rush to participate. This trial could be said to be like an army of thousands crossing a single log bridge. Throughout the entire star territory, there were countless Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, but Origin Kings were extremely rare. Even if there were many opportunities in the blood prison trial, it was extremely difficult to break through. Most of the Third Order Origin Realm Masters who rushed into the blood prison trial might fall, and perhaps none of them would be able to break through until the trial ended. But this still did not diminish the determination of these masters to pursue greater strength. The reason why the blood prison trial had such a magical effect was because of the existence of a territory. That place was filled with the power of a territory, and a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator could absorb it. If they could comprehend the true essence of this territory, there was hope for them to break through. Why is this place called the blood prison so filled with the power of a territory, and why is it so incomplete? Qian Tong was very curious about this. It all started from a great war. The waiter had the potential to be a storyteller. When he talked about things, it was easy for people to understand. According to his description, the blood prison was once a battlefield, a place where more than 20 Origin Kings and a large number of their disciples fought. Many years ago, Green Mountain Star had two top masters at the Third Order Origin King Realm. Even when looking at the entire star territory, these two masters were considered to be among the best. Each of them led a great force and were enemies with each other, resulting in many frictions and conflicts between them. This grievance lasted hundreds of years, and as a result, it became more and more intense, eventually leading to the involvement of these two masters themselves. Not only that, but these two masters also invited their friends to come and help them. The friends of these two Origin Kings were naturally of this level as well. As a result, a great battle that was powerful enough to destroy the entire star broke out somewhere on Green Mountain Star. Not only were there more than 20 Origin Kings involved in that battle, but there were also the disciples of the two masters who led them. There were no casualties. No one knew the final result, only that after the battle, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Of the more than 20 Origin Kings, none seemed to have survived, all of them having fallen. From then on, that place was called the Blood Prison by the people of Green Mountain Star. It was said that even now, the earth was still red, as if it had been drenched in blood. Traces of the great battle could be seen everywhere, and even the flowing time great emperor could not erase them. The Blood Prison was thus born. Inside the Blood Prison, There were all kinds of territory fragments that were extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Those below the third-order origin returning realm would not be able to withstand them at all. Only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator could break into the blood prison at certain times to comprehend and benefit from these fragments. If one was lucky, they might even break through to the origin king realm. If it was just this point alone, it might not have been enough to attract so many third-order origin returning realm masters. It was rumored that the blood prison still contained artifacts used by those origin kings. Each of these artifacts was origin king grade and difficult to find in the outside world. There also seemed to be the inheritances of those two top masters hidden here. If someone could obtain these inheritances, they would undoubtedly be able to break through to the origin king realm in the future, perhaps even reaching the heights of those two masters. All kinds of temptations and benefits made the blood prison a highly sought-after piece of meat that everyone coveted. Whenever the blood prison trial opened, all the third-order origin returning realm masters in the star territory who heard the news would rush here. At this time, Green Mountain's star was also at its busiest. There were only 2 to 3 years until the next blood prison trial opened, which was why the waiter had such a misunderstanding after listening to Qian Tong's question. He thought that Qian Tong and the others had heard the news and rushed here to participate in the blood prison trial. Chapter 1548. Inside the tea house, a group of 7 people sat around, the atmosphere quiet. Qian Tong and the others all looked excited and were unable to calm down for a long time. The news they heard from the waiter had greatly excited them. Originally, as long as they could escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, they would have been satisfied. But now that they had arrived on Green Mountain Star, they would encounter such a good thing. For these people who had spent their entire lives struggling on Shadowed Star in pursuit of a higher martial Dao, there was nothing more exciting than this news. There was no need for discussion as everyone could see the desire in each other's eyes. They obviously wanted to participate. You don't need to worry, if what the waiter said is true, there is still some time before the blood prison trial opens. If you are interested in participating, you can stay here and inquire about it before taking action. Yang Kai glanced over at them. That waiter is just an ordinary person. Although the blood prison trial is a once-in-a-thousand-year event, I'm afraid he doesn't know much about it. This kind of thing really needs to be investigated and confirmed. Yang Xiaozhu gently nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. Since that's the case, let's stay here. It's still early anyway. If this place is really that good, we won't leave for the time being, Qian Tong proposed. No problem. Mou nodded. After coming to an agreement, everyone hurriedly found a good inn in Greenwater City and booked a few rooms to stay. Yang Kai did not stay. After entrusting Qian Yu to the care of Qian Tong and the others, he left Greenwater City on his star shuttle alone. He needed to find traces of Su Yan on Green Mountain Star. With the connection between him and Su Yan, if Su Yan really did end up on the star, it would not be difficult to find her. As long as the two of them were within a certain range, they would naturally sense each other. What's more, Su Yan's ice soul bead was still in Yang Kai's hands, so it would definitely react to Su Yan. Yang Kai moved like the wind as he stood atop his star shuttle and began to wander around Green Mountain Star with a look of expectation. Passing through towering mountains and lofty ridges, crossing rivers and rivers, Yang Kai left large tracts of land behind him. As time passed, he gradually became disappointed. Green Mountain Star was the closest star to where Qian Yu, Su Yan, and the others had been separated, so it was very likely that she had ended up here. The rising star, which was a little further away, was at least a few months away from here. Yang Kai felt that Su Yan shouldn't have gone too far. However, even after searching for a while, he couldn't find the slightest trace of Su Yan, nor did the ice soul bead react in the slightest, a result that surprised him greatly. Su Yan was not here. During these 6 months, Yang Kai ran almost all over Green Mountain Star without stopping for a moment, but the final result disappointed him. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the scenery in the distance with a lonely expression. Not being able to find Su Yan, his mood was not very good. In the forest, there was a pair of wild eyes staring at him. Using the cover of the forest, they quietly approached him. This was the territory of a powerful monster beast. Without its master's permission, no living creature was allowed to enter. Any living being that dared to violate this rule had already become food for this demonic beast. The monster beast had its own intuition, so it quietly stared at Yang Kai. Realizing that this person's strength wasn't too strong, it prepared to slaughter him and let Yang Kai know the consequences of trespassing on its territory. With the help of the wind, it completely eliminated its scent and approached Yang Kai step by step, looking for the best place and opportunity to attack. Suddenly, it saw Yang Kai turn around and glance at the place where it was hiding. "Consider yourself unlucky," Yang Kai muttered, grinning fiercely. This grin caused the approaching monster beast to feel a chill run down its spine, and an extremely uneasy feeling suddenly spread from the depths of its heart. Before it could do anything, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned his 3 helpers. The stone mongoose carried the heaven-shaking pillar and suddenly turned into a stone giant. The artifact spirit let out a cry and turned into a fiery red bird. The dragon bone sword released an astonishing pressure, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and a giant green dragon more than 100 feet long appeared. The monster beast's eyes revealed an anthropomorphic look of horror. It turned around and fled. At this moment, it knew that it had chosen the wrong target. "Kill it!" Yang Kai grinned fiercely. The earth immediately trembled. The stone mongoose strode forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step. The fiery bird turned into a red light and quickly approached the monster beast, burning all the trees in its path and turning them to ashes in the blink of an eye. The giant green dragon followed closely behind. Yang Kai exhaled softly, as if he wanted to release the knot in his heart. Only then did he follow unhurriedly. Right now he was in a bad mood, and the monster beast dared to covet him. It was simply courting death. He needed to do something. The monster beast's angry roar and the stone mongoose's low growl could be heard, mixed with the cries of the fiery bird and the roar of the dragon bone sword. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth intertwined with each other, and in the forest, a massacre was taking place. Although the monster beast's level was not low, being at the peak of the 9th rank and only 1 step away from the 10th rank, it was no match for the stone mongoose's fiery bird and the dragon bone sword. Even if it wanted to escape, it had no chance. There was no suspense in the battle. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the monster beast that had coveted him just now was already lying on the ground, lifeless. Its waist was broken, and white bone stubble poked out of its body. It seemed to have been smashed by the stone mongoose with the heaven-shaking pillar. Its fur was charred black, obviously caused by the artifact spirit. The giant green dragon hovered above its corpse, seemingly wanting to devour its flesh and blood essence. Yang Kai stopped it and quickly rushed to the monster beast's corpse. He calmly shot a golden blood thread into its body. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the golden blood thread swam like a fish through the monster beast's corpse. A bizarre scene appeared. The monster beast's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the energy contained in its body was being devoured by something. Yang Kai looked at this scene with a calm expression, as if he had already expected this. Not long after, the monster beast's corpse was completely dried up, and even its monster core had disappeared. Yang Kai raised his hand and a golden and red thread flew out of the corpse, moving back and forth between Yang Kai's fingers as if it was alive. Looking at it quietly, Yang Kai's eyes filled with surprise and joy, his previous disappointment easing slightly. With a thought, the golden blood thread in his hand suddenly twisted and squirmed, transforming into the appearance of a monster beast. It looked no different from the monster beast lying on the ground, and even its size was similar. However, this monster beast transformed from the golden blood thread was gold and red, and its eyes moved about as if it had intelligence. The golden blood thread's transformation. This was recorded in the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had long since thoroughly comprehended it, but he had never had the opportunity to do so. The transformation of the golden blood thread was not only manifested by the fusion of different numbers of golden blood threads, but also by the fusion of different killing techniques. It could also allow the golden blood thread to devour the flesh and soul of the monster beast, giving it new transformations. This was a new form of the golden blood thread, the crystallization of the wisdom of the senior who created the secret technique. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had fought with the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple and had seen her 2 demon blood threads transform into 2 blood snakes. At that time, he had been very curious about how the beautiful temple master had accomplished this. Later, after comprehending the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique, Yang Kai understood its mysteries. The golden blood thread was condensed from Yang Kai's golden blood, so it could devour the flesh and blood essence of the monster beast and absorb the energy from its monster core, allowing it to transform into a blood beast. The 2 blood snakes of Demon Blood Temple's temple master were the blood beasts transformed from her demon blood threads. The blood beasts could inherit the abilities of the monster beast when it was alive, and because they were transformed from Xueqi's golden blood, they were connected to his soul, allowing him to command them as he wished. Previously, on Shadowed Star, Xueqi had not had time to find a suitable monster beast, so he had not been able to learn the blood beast technique. Now that he had encountered a suitable one here, naturally he would not let it go. With the help of the stone mongoose, this was an easy task. Releasing his divine sense and probing this blood beast, Xueqi gently nodded in satisfaction. In terms of aura alone, this blood beast transformed from his golden blood thread should not be weaker than a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Perhaps there was some difference in strength between it and when it was alive, but it was not by much. The most important thing was that Xueqi had more than one golden blood thread. As long as there were enough monster beast, all of Xueqi's golden blood threads could be transformed into blood beasts. When the time came, hundreds of blood beasts could be released together. Even if he faced an origin king, Xueqi would not necessarily be powerless. However, it was not easy to find a suitable monster beast, so this matter would have to be done slowly. Thinking so, Xueqi willed himself and stretched out his hand to touch the blood beast. The blood beast immediately shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a pigeon egg. Leaping up, it landed on Xueqi's palm. Xueqi smiled lightly and was about to put it away when he suddenly thought of something and stared carefully at the blood beast in his palm, a look of contemplation flashing across his face. Sinking into contemplation, Xueqi seemed to be comprehending something. After a long time, Xueqi's body shook and his eyes flashed as he muttered, "Pills can only be called spirit pills when they have spirit. So that's how it is." At this moment, Xueqi somewhat understood the meaning behind the words in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that had confused him for a long time. Although it was just a guess, it was worth a try. If he succeeded, he could successfully refine an Origin King grade spirit pill and be promoted to an Origin King grade alchemist. "Spread out and cover for me. Don't let anything disturb me," Xueqi ordered. His three great helpers immediately dispersed and stood guard nearby. Xueqi sat down cross-legged and with a wave of his hand took out the purple origin furnace and some boxes containing herbs from his space ring. Flicking his finger, Xueqi sent a few strands of Saint Qi into the purple origin furnace before picking up a jade box, opening it, and taking out an Origin King grade herb from it, placing it directly into the purple origin furnace. Conflagrated knowledge C burst out and Xueqi began to control the temperature of the condensed medicinal liquid. He was familiar with this process. Chapter 1549. Inside the starship, Xueqi had repeated this process countless times, so he was well aware of every step. Xueqi was confident that his grasp of the heat and the timing of the herbs was flawless, but for some reason, he was unable to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. But now he had a bold conjecture. Whether this idea could be realized or not had yet to be verified, so Xueqi was extremely cautious, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Origin King grade herbs were thrown into the purple origin furnace one after another, and under the tempering of Xueqi's conflagrated knowledge C and the assistance of various spirit arrays, these herbs were transformed into medicinal liquids that fused with each other, causing some magical and mysterious changes to occur. Xueqi's demeanor became more and more focused, and his movements became more and more careful as he threw in the herbs. One by one, the spirit arrays were drawn by his conflagrated knowledge C, and imprinted into the purple origin furnace to assist in the refinement of the herbs. Everything was in order, and no mistakes were made. Time passed little by little, and Xueqi's forehead began to ooze fine sweat. Refining an Origin King grade pill was also a great test for Xueqi. Not only did it require him to control his spiritual energy, but there were also various psychological burdens. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain. A faint fragrance began to fill the air from the purple origin furnace as the medicinal liquids began to fuse perfectly. However, Xueqi did not relax because of this. During the 2 years aboard the starship, Xueqi had smelled the medicinal fragrance coming from the purple origin furnace countless times, but he had never succeeded in refining a spirit pill. Every time he tried, it would end in failure. Now, he had reached the most critical moment of alchemy. Xueqi's nose twitched gently as he sensed the changes in the medicinal fragrance, looking for the right opportunity. The fragrance gradually became stronger, and soon, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius seemed to be filled with this unique medicinal fragrance, making one feel refreshed. At a certain moment, When this fragrance reached its peak, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed. Now was the time. He stretched out his hand and lifted it in the air. A ball of gold and red light appeared on his palm. Inside the ball of light, there was a shadow of a beast that had shrunk countless times. It was bouncing inside the ball of light. Blood Beast. It was none other than the blood beast that Yang Kai had just refined with his golden blood thread. Lifting the lid of the purple origin cauldron, Yang Kai threw the blood fiend into it. Silently, under the tremendous power of his conflagrated spiritual energy, the blood fiend instantly disappeared and merged into the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron. There was a faint smell of blood mixed with the medicinal fragrance. Not only did it not feel abrupt, but because of the smell of blood, the medicinal fragrance became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, faintly feeling that he had grasped the key point. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai hurriedly urged his conflagrated spiritual energy to continue refining the medicinal liquid. All of the insights he obtained from comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture were used by Yang Kai at this moment. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. The blood beast condensed from the golden blood threads and the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood completely dissolved, becoming a part of the medicinal liquid. The purple origin cauldron suddenly shook, as if some unknown change was occurring inside. Yang Kai's expression brightened as he hurriedly suppressed it with his conflagrated spiritual energy. A sizzling sound rang out as if some kind of living creature was struggling inside the purple origin cauldron, slamming into its walls in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai remained unmoved. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the movement inside the cauldron gradually subsided. Yang Kai took back his conflagrated spiritual energy, took a deep breath, and stared at the purple origin cauldron solemnly and hesitantly. Whether he succeeded or failed would depend on the result. Yang Kai did not know whether his alchemy this time was successful or not, but at least there was no burning smell like before, which was a good start. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards the purple origin cauldron. If he stuck his head out, he would be cut in half, so he might as well be straightforward about it. The lid of the purple origin cauldron was lifted by Yang Kai, and at that moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron, circled around, and tried to escape into the distance. Where do you think you're going? Yang Kai shouted as he stretched out his hand towards the stream of light. His movements as fast as lightning, and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai could feel the resistance and struggle coming from it, but it soon subsided, as if the thing in his hand had accepted its fate. Yang Kai let go of his hand and examined it carefully. A pale silver pill about the size of a longan fruit appeared in front of his eyes. The fragrance it gave off was not as strong as when it was being refined, so even when Yang Kai leaned in, he could only smell a faint fragrance, but the feeling it gave off was completely different from before. It made him feel even more relaxed and happy. An Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that the medicinal efficacies coming from the spirit pill were indeed that of an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. Although it was only a low-rank pill, its quality was extremely high. Yang Kai showed a look of joy as he observed it carefully, only letting out a laugh after a long time. He finally understood what it meant to say that only pills with spirit could be called spirit pills. The Origin King Grade Spirit Pill in front of him was the best proof of this. His golden blood threads were rich in spirituality, and so were the blood beasts transformed from them. Using the blood beast as a guide to refine an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill, Yang Kai was not disappointed. If this was just a guess before the refinement, it had now been confirmed. Pills did not possess spirituality for no reason. Even the highest grade Origin King Grade herbs did not possess spirituality, unless they were world spirit treasures that had developed some form of sentience. Since that was the case, Yang Kai had to use something with spirituality to refine this pill. Pill spirit. As long as he had a pill spirit, Yang Kai could refine an Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. The blood beast was the pill spirit of the spirit pill in his hand. Yang Kai had suddenly realized this when he saw the blood beast's spirituality, and after trying it out, it really worked. Yang Kai did not know how other Origin King Grade alchemists refined Origin King Grade pills, but there was absolutely no problem with the method he had comprehended. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture had not clearly pointed out this path to him, so this method was entirely his own creation. If 1,000 alchemists meditated with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, they might gain 1,000 insights. Yang Kai saw his own alchemic Tao from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The pill in his hand was just a 3 spirits pure pill that could increase one's cultivation. It was not a very high-grade Origin King-grade pill, and although its value was high, it was not heaven-defying. At the very least, using a blood beast refined from a single golden blood thread as a pill spirit was a bit of a waste. Although this method was feasible, if he really used this method to perform alchemy in the future, it would not be long before Xueqi's golden blood threads were exhausted. This kind of consumption was not something Xueqi could afford. How could he improve on this? Xueqi was not satisfied with this and instead fell into contemplation. Soon he had a new idea. The blood beast had a high spirituality and could indeed be used as a pill spirit. A pure golden blood thread or even his own golden blood should also be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Perhaps, the soul of the monster beast could also be used. Thinking of this, Xueqi immediately put aside his many distracting thoughts and began to verify his ideas. Half a day later, another 3 spirits pure pill was born in Xueqi's hands. This spirit pill was refined using Xueqi's golden blood as a catalyst. Comparing the 2 spirit pills together, Xueqi was surprised to find that the efficacy of the first refinement of the 3 spirits pure pill seemed to be slightly higher than the second refinement. Perceiving this, Xueqi had a plan in his heart. Not continuing, Xueqi began to search for a suitable monster beast in the jungle. A month later, Xueqi held a jade bottle in his hand. This bottle was filled with Origin King-grade pills, each of them a light silver color. In order to refine this bottle of 3 spirits pure pill, Xueqi had spent a lot of effort, killing several dozen monster beast 8th order and above. After some experiments, Xueqi determined that his previous idea was feasible. In order to refine an Origin King-grade spirit pill, it was not necessary to use one's own golden blood as a catalyst. Any existence that had a spirit that did not conflict with the spirit of the herbs could be used as a catalyst. For example, the soul of the monster beast. Xueqi had the demon eye of annihilation, which had fused with the power of the colored glass divine light, so it was not a problem for him to restrain the soul of a monster beast. If he could restrain the monster beast's soul from its body and integrate it into the herbs, the pill would gain a spirit. However, the requirements for Origin King-grade spirit pills were not low. The soul of a 7th order monster beast was not enough, the soul of an 8th order monster beast was acceptable, and the 9th order monster beast was the best choice. If he could obtain the soul of a 10th order monster beast, Xueqi felt that he could refine a spirit pill with pill veins. In addition to the soul of a monster beast, those world spirit treasures that had gained sentience could also play the role of a pill spirit. The grade of the pill spirit was directly related to the success rate of pill refinement. After many failures, Xueqi concluded that his harvest was huge. After a month of hard work, he had produced a bottle of Origin King-grade spirit pills, consuming countless materials. This also marked his promotion to Origin King-grade alchemist, standing at the peak of the alchemic Tao within the star territory. This method was his own creation, and only he could implement it. It was very difficult for others to restrain the soul of a dead monster beast and integrate it into herbs. So, even if someone spied on Xueqi's alchemy method, they would not be able to replicate it unless they used a similar secret technique. The sublimation of his alchemy skills had allowed him to deepen his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Although his cultivation realm had not changed much, his grasp of his own strength had become much better than before. Now that his alchemy level had reached the Origin King grade, Xueqi's next step was to study alchemy techniques. He had always thought that a single set of herbs could only refine a single pill. For so many years he had done so. However, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had put forward a different and innovative idea. In fact, a single set of herbs could refine more than one pill. If one's luck was bad, it would not be a problem to refine 35 pills, but if one's luck was good, it would be possible to refine 78 pills. This idea had opened Xueqi's eyes to another vast world of alchemy. However, if one wanted to achieve this incredible achievement, they had to use a special method to refine a pill before it was formed. This required a lot of experience, and not every alchemist could do it. Chapter 1550. This kind of alchemy technique filled Xueqi's heart with excitement. In the past, the grade of the pills he refined was not high, and the materials were easy to find. Refining one pill per set of materials was not a problem. With High Heaven's sect as his backing, Xueqi did not need to worry about the source of materials. But now that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, The materials he needed to refine pills were not only precious but also difficult to find. Even with High Heaven Sect's support, he could not find too many materials. If he could refine more than one spirit pill per set of materials, it would be a huge profit for him. However, this matter was not urgent. Yang Kai had just become an Origin King grade alchemist and still needed to accumulate a lot of experience. Only when he had accumulated a certain amount of experience in refining Origin King grade spirit pills would he be able to delve deeper. Half a month later, Yang Kai returned to Green Water City. Not being able to find Su Yan on this trip, Yang Kai was not prepared to stay on this origin star any longer. He needed to return to Tongxian Realm as soon as possible and transfer his family and friends to Shadowed Star to provide them with a better environment and resources. Arriving at the inn where Qian Tong and the others were staying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help feeling stunned. Qian Tong and the others were not here. This unexpected discovery made Yang Kai's heart jump as he wondered if Qian Tong and the others had encountered some kind of accident. After all, before he left, he had made an appointment with them to meet here. Where could they have gone? Yang Kai frowned, took out his communication artifact, and poured his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact lit up and a burst of spiritual energy pulsed from it. Yang Kai quickly sank his divine sense to investigate. After spying on the message Qian Tong sent to him, Yang Kai was extremely surprised. They had not encountered any accidents. On the contrary, they were now living well and had even become Green Water City's honored elders. This result greatly surprised Yang Kai. Putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai rushed out of the inn and walked towards a building in the center of Green Water City. When he got there, Qian Tong and the others were already welcoming him with smiles on their faces. They hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few months, so they didn't ask him what he was doing. They warmly welcomed Yang Kai into the building and asked someone to serve him tea. Then they started to explain to Yang Kai. It turned out that not long after Yang Kai left, the City Lord of Green Water City personally came to visit Qian Tong and the others. After all, a lineup of 5 third-order origin returning realm masters was not something anyone on Green Mountain Star could ignore. What's more, Green Water City was just a small city. Besides the City Lord and Vice City Lord, who were both cultivators, there were no other third-order masters in the city. The sudden arrival of Qian Tong and the others had caused the mayor of Green Water City to feel apprehensive. He did not know what they were up to, so he decided to inquire about the intentions of Qian Tong and the others. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were not cultivators from Green Mountain Star and had only come to participate in the Blood Prison trial, Green Water City's City Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he invited Qian Tong and the others to serve as elders of Green Water City. Qian Tong and the others didn't want to agree at first. For them, Green Mountain Star was just a place to break through and eventually return to Shadowed Star, so there was no need for them to serve as elders of a city here. Agreeing rashly would be irresponsible. But after Greenwater City's City Lord explained the stakes and informed Qian Tong and the others that he would also participate in the Blood Prison trial and that everyone could help each other, Qian Tong and the others thought about it for a while before agreeing. However, they did not agree to the position of elder and instead only agreed to be idle honored guests. They had also informed Greenwater City's City Lord that they would leave after the Blood Prison trial. Greenwater City's City Lord readily agreed. That was why they did not live in an inn and instead settled in a place arranged for them by Greenwater City's City Lord. After all, we are outsiders, so this City Lord is wary of us, so it is natural for him to want to win us over. However, since he is a native cultivator of Green Mountain Star, he should know much more about the Blood Prison trial than we do. So joining forces with him can be considered a win-win situation, Qian Tong said leisurely. Yang Kai nodded. That's also good. With a local snake taking care of us, at least we won't have to worry about inquiring about information. Several seniors can do as they see fit, but several seniors should still be careful not to fall for Greenwater City's City Lord schemes. After all, it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. Qian Tong and the others laughed. Mou said, Sect Master Yang can rest assured, although Greenwater City's City Lord is a shrewd person, according to my contact with him, his heart is not bad and he shouldn't act rashly. What's more, even if he wants to scheme against us, he is alone, so we have nothing to fear. Then Junior is worrying too much. Yang Kai nodded. Good, since several seniors are safe here, I can leave with peace of mind. How long will it take you to come back? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly. I don't know, at least 1 or 2 years, at most 3 or 4 years. Perhaps I'll be able to return before the blood prison trial and see what's inside. Yang Kai grinned. That would be for the best. With you accompanying us, I believe the trial will be much safer. Qian Tong's spirit shook, obviously very confident in Yang Kai's strength. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai in high spirits, seemingly eager for him to return as soon as possible. Yang Kai smiled before turning to Qian Yu and asking, "Do you want to return to Tongxian realm with me or stay here?" "Me." Qian Yu showed a look of hesitation. She really didn't know what to choose. Tongxian realm was her and Yang Kai's homeland. It would be a lie to say she didn't miss it. She had been forced to leave all those years ago, and now that she had a chance to return, she naturally wanted to see the land she grew up in. But the scenery was still the same, but the people of that land had long since changed. Everything related to Ice Sect should no longer exist. Perhaps the people there didn't even know that Ice Sect once stood in this vast ice field. "I'll stay." Qian Yu's confused and beautiful eyes gradually became firm as she made a choice. Those who are related to me should all be in Tongxian territory. If I go back, it will only add to my sadness. If I stay here, I can continue to inquire about information. Perhaps I can use this time to inquire about some information. Yang Kai nodded slowly, not trying to persuade her. It was reasonable for her to make such a choice. "Then I'll leave Qian Yu in your care." Yang Kai turned to Qian Tong and the others. "You can rest assured, with these old masters here, no one will dare do anything to her." "Heh, Origin Kings are rare everywhere," Qian Tong chuckled. Below the Origin King realm, they were the strongest, and with the 5 of them working together, it was likely that few would dare to cause trouble. "This MO won't say anything more." "Sect Master Yang, I wish you a safe journey. Return early." MOU said solemnly. "Sect Master, be careful." Yang Xiuzhu also looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai did not stay in Green Water City for long. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were safe, he set off the next day and embarked on a journey back to his homeland. Flying out of Green Mountain Star on his star shuttle, Yang Kai released the starship from the sealed world bead, and after everything was ready, the starship quickly sailed into Starfield. Back then, Yang Kai had rushed into Green Mountain Star's territory with just a Saint Realm cultivation and had been separated from his old friends for several dozen years. Yang Kai did not know how they had fared during these past few decades, or if anything had happened to them. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. The more time passed, the more obvious this feeling became. Letting the starship return along the path he had taken in the past, Yang Kai felt the changes in his state of mind, allowing the joys and sorrows in his heart to condense and settle. His state of mind had unconsciously become more solid. Looking back, Yang Kai was no longer the brat of the past. Today, he had a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivation, an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. Leading High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star, he was second only to one and above all. Yang Kai's back was straight, like a javelin, his expression proud and cold. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Yang Kai turned his head in a certain direction and released his divine sense at the same time. A beautiful scene was imprinted in his vision. Massive stars, each containing a different type of energy, surrounded a certain part of the star field. At the center of these stars, in the void, something seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense it. The chaotic abyss. He had actually arrived here. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses and discovered that he had been silently flowing through the river of time, completely forgetting the passage of time. This was the first place Yang Kai had stopped when he first entered Green Mountain Star's territory. This was the most dangerous and unpredictable place in Green Mountain Star's territory. In this seemingly calm and beautiful location, there was an irresistible danger. The chaotic storms were countless times more terrifying than the storms in Green Mountain Star's territory, and could even swallow starships. Yang Kai was swallowed up by the chaotic storms here and ended up on the floating continent, where he met masters like Gue Zhu and learned about the wonders of Green Mountain Star's territory. Back then, Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this place, but now that his strength had improved and his vision had broadened, he began to understand the mysteries of this place. The gathering of energy that caused one's heart to palpitate could compress space, making it impossible to find, and the eruption of the chaotic storms was the key to opening the door to this space. At the center of the chaotic abyss was a small world. That was the floating continent. When Yang Kai left the floating continent with Gue Zhu and the others, He had left behind a thread of his divine sense in the center of the floating continent. There was an extremely large mass of energy there that Yang Kai suspected was the source of the floating continent. At that time, his strength was too low and he did not dare act rashly. Now that he was passing by this place, the thread of his divine sense immediately formed a connection with him, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai did not respond. Although his current strength was completely different from before, Yang Kai was not arrogant enough to try refining this mass of energy. If the source of star was so easy to refine, Guizhou would not have been trapped inside for 2,000 years. Yang Kai still needed to wait for his own strength to become stronger before he could attempt this. The starship did not slow down and soon left the chaotic abyss behind and flew straight towards Tongxian realm. Chapter 1551. The sun in the warship was as calm as water in an ancient well, extremely calm. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai comprehended the various secret techniques and cultivated. One day, a disciple knocked on the door and reported, "Sect Master, we've arrived." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing across them as his figure flickered, leaving the room and arriving in the hall. At this time, the starship was quietly suspended 1,000,000 kilometers away from a certain cultivation star, no longer moving forward. Many disciples responsible for controlling the starship saw Yang Kai appear and turned to him, waiting for his orders. Without Yang Kai's order, they did not dare to act rashly. However, was this cultivation star the sect master's homeland? Why did it seem like it was on the decline? When the disciples looked towards Tongxian realm, all of them were puzzled. When Yang Kai's eyes landed on Tongxian realm, his face also sank slightly. In the past, his vision was not high enough and he had not seen the other wonders of the star territory, so he did not know what was wrong with Tongxian realm. On the contrary, he used to think that Tongxian realm was extremely rich, or at least that the central capital could not compare to it. But now, after returning from the star territory and experiencing several dozen years of hard work and tempering, he saw the problem with Tongxian realm at a glance. It was old. It was past its prime, and a bleak and sorrowful aura lingered around this cultivation star. Its gray color was like old age spots, highlighting the weakness of this cultivation star. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He did not know that his homeland would be like this before, or rather, he had never realized this problem before. It seemed that on Tongxian realm, the Saint realm was the highest realm and was not without foundation. It was different from Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant, but it was suppressed by an invisible world principle, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Tongxian realm did not have this kind of world principle suppression, but the world energy was too thin to meet the needs of a cultivator to break through to a higher realm. The Saint realm was the limit. At this moment, Yang Kai understood the root of Tongxian realm's problems. "Sect Master, The disciple next to him turned to look at him and respectfully asked for his opinion. "Go down," Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. The disciple obeyed, controlled the starship, and flew down. The starship passed through the gray area, passing through the atmosphere of Tongxian realm, and finally landed on this backward Martial Dao continent. Yang Kai used by Yang Kai by Yang by Yang by Yang by Yang Kai to determine his current location. The spiritual energy was thin, but it was filled with demonic energy. Tongxian realm was divided into 3 major territories: the human territory, the demon land, and the monster territory. Of these 3 territories, the human territory was the largest, occupying almost 70% of Tongxian realm, followed by the demon land and the monster territory. Unexpectedly, after returning to Tongxian realm, he had come directly to the demon land, a result that surprised Yang Kai a little. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and stared off in a certain direction. As he probed with his divine sense, several life auras suddenly broke into his perception. One of them was a second-order saint who gave Yang Kai a faint sense of familiarity, but as for who it was, he couldn't remember. There were only a few people in the entire demon land who could reach the second-order saint realm, so it should be one of the demon general. The demon race had 4 demon general, all of them saint realm cultivators. The other party had obviously discovered traces of the starship sailing here and hurried over to investigate. It was a good opportunity to inquire about some information, Yang Kai thought to himself, faintly saying, Wait here, I'm going to see someone. Saying so, his figure flickered and he arrived outside the starship, waiting quietly. For the current Yang Kai, a distance of 100 kilometers could be traversed in an instant. Having cultivated the Tao of space, he could now freely swim through void cracks, ignoring the barriers of space. However, for a second-order Saint Demon General who did not have a suitable flight-type artifact, even if he did his best, it would still take the time it would take to brew a cup of tea to reach the starship. After a cup of tea's worth of time, a large expanse of black chi appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This black chi was filled with a violent and bloody aura, and several figures were hidden inside it. The black chi tumbled and soon came to a stop 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. These figures finally revealed themselves. The one leading them was a burly man with a ferocious expression, holding a spear-like artifact in his hand, giving him a very majestic appearance. At this moment, this man was staring towards Yang Kai in shock, his pair of red eyes filled with shock. He did not see Yang Kai, but the starship behind Yang Kai was extremely familiar. As a demon general, he naturally knew that there was a similar existence deep underground in the demon capital. It was a flight-type artifact that the bone race had used to travel to Tongxian realm many years ago. Unfortunately, this starship was eventually destroyed by Great Demon God, leaving behind only a pile of scrap metal. It had been kept as a top secret and was sealed several tens of thousands of meters beneath the demon capital. Could it be that someone from the outer star had come to Tongxian realm again? Thinking of this, the demon general was taken aback. The last time something like this happened, Great Demon God had sacrificed himself to save Tongxian realm, a feat that had always been the pride of the demon race. But now, who could turn the tide and save Tongxian realm from this calamity? Perhaps that human race cultivator from back then had such ability. After all, when the bone race stirred up trouble again, Tongxian realm's 3 clans joined forces under his leadership to defeat them. However, it was said that more than 30 years ago, that human race cultivator had left Tongxian realm and there had been no news of him since. Many distracting thoughts flashed across this demon general's mind, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Understanding the aggressive nature of the demon race, he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. The next moment, he showed a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, his jaw dropping as he pointed at Yang Kai. You, he couldn't seem to believe his eyes. Demon General Meng Ge, haha, long time no see. Has Brother Meng been well? Yang Kai grinned at him. You're Yang Shangzhu? Meng Ji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never imagined that the person who had come here on this starship was actually the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, the human race youth who had disappeared more than 30 years ago. When the bone race revived and the 3 clans joined forces, Meng Gu and Yang Kai had fought side by side. So naturally, he remembered his appearance. Now that he heard Yang Kai's voice, he immediately recognized him. This person turned out to be that young man. This was too incredible. This young man had disappeared for more than 30 years, but as soon as he appeared, he owned a starship. Where had he been all these years? Meng Gu had heard that he had left Tongxian realm to explore the scattered star territory. Had he succeeded? Thinking so, Meng Gu couldn't help trembling in shock as his eyes glazed over. It's this Yang. Brother Meng. Don't tell me you don't recognize me? Yang Kai chuckled. How could that be? Meng Gu shook his big head. Although I haven't seen you for many years, this general will never forget Yang Shangzhu's heroic bearing. How has Zhang Yuan been in recent years? Yang Kai asked again. You're asking about the demon commander's master? Meng Gu frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander of the demon race, a top master in Tongxian realm. Even if Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he was the master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, in the end, he was still in existence on the same level as the demon commander's master. Whether it was out of courtesy or otherwise, Meng Gu shouldn't call him by his name. This brat's tone was quite arrogant, acting like an elder asking about a junior, so Meng Gu was naturally a little annoyed. In a lukewarm tone, Meng Gu replied, Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's concern. Senior has been well and has been in retreat in the demon capital in recent years. Saying so, Meng Gu released his divine sense and swept Yang Kai. He wanted to know to what extent this human race youth's cultivation had grown after so many years. If Meng Gu remembered correctly, this young man should have been a first-order saint when he left, so after a few dozen years with his aptitude, he should have reached the third-order saint realm. After a single sweep, Meng Ji's face changed greatly. he suddenly discovered that he couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. When his divine sense swept over him, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Meng Ji's expression immediately became complicated as his eyes bulged. He was a second-order saint, so even if Yang Kai had really broken through to the third-order saint realm, he couldn't hide from his divine sense. Even the legendary Saint King realm that great demon god had once reached was impossible. Could it be, this little brat has already reached this realm, or even higher? Thinking so, Meng Ji's feet began to cramp as his eyes filled with shock. Pursing his lips he asked dryly, Yangsheng, what realm is he in now? What realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. He was naturally aware of Meng Ji's little movements, but he didn't blame him. The people of the demon race were all like this, each and every one of them was unruly. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said, I can't tell you what realm I'm in right now, but you'll find out when you have the chance. Right, go to the demon capital and ask Zhang Yuan to come see me in Nine Heavens Holy Land. I just returned, but I'll be heading to Nine Heavens Holy Land soon. Meng Gu swallowed hard, the unruly expression on his face gradually converging, like a tamed beast that had submitted to Yang Kai. This time, he was very tactful and didn't pay attention to Kai Yang's arrogance. He faintly guessed that Kai Yang had reached a height that he could never hope to reach. This guess made him both shocked and frightened, but at the same time, he was inexplicably excited. Yang Shengzhu may rest assured, this one will immediately head to the demon capital to inform Senior of this news, Meng Gu quickly said. Good, there's one more thing, Yang Kai touched his nose. Which direction is Nine Heavens Holy Land? Meng Gu was stunned and pointed. Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered and disappeared. A moment later, the dark starship trembled slightly and mysteriously disappeared from Meng Ji's vision. Master, who is that human brat? How dare he act so arrogantly, not putting you in his eyes at all? One of the people from the demon race who had followed Meng Gu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chapter 1552. Although the relationship between the three clans had become much more harmonious after the Bone Race's resurgence and the three clans had joined forces to resist the enemy, that did not mean there were no more disputes, especially when it came to competition for cultivation resources. It was just that there was no longer an atmosphere of life and death enmity between them. The human race did not dare to trespass into the demon land at will. But now, a young human race man had suddenly appeared here, not only not putting Master Meng Gu in his eyes, but also daring to call out the demon commander by his name. This made the people from the demon race very dissatisfied. If it weren't for Meng Gu being here, they would likely have immediately rushed up and made this young human race man pay the price. Shut up! Meng Gu shouted, that person. You can't afford to provoke him, this general can't afford to provoke him, and even Senior. I'm afraid you can't afford to provoke him. Don't talk about him behind his back. What? Senior can't afford to provoke him? The people from the demon race were shocked, their eyes trembling. What kind of background does he have? His name, you may have heard it before, Meng Gu frowned. He is the master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai. The expressions of the people from the demon race immediately changed as they fell silent. Today, in Tongxian Realm, Nine Heavens Holy Land was the dominant force, standing above the three clans. There were countless Saint Realm Masters in the Holy Land and no other force could compare. However, although Nine Heavens Holy Land had been in the limelight for many years, there had been no news of their Holy Master. None of them had expected that the young man just now was actually the master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. The world is about to change, Mungo muttered as he looked at the dusky sky. Soon after, he turned around and hurriedly rushed in the direction of Modu. He had to pass the news of Yang Kai's return to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan as soon as possible. Nine Heavens Holy Land, a natural spirit array formed by the convergence of 9 peaks. In Tongxian Realm, Nine Heavens Holy Land enjoyed a supreme reputation. The Holy Land had countless masters, and although it had not recruited any new disciples these years, its population was still thriving and it did not lack wealth. The reason for this was not only because Nine Heavens Holy Land had a strong influence and close relationship with the other great forces of the human race, but also because of the alchemy techniques here. There were several top alchemy grandmasters guarding this place all year round. When a cultivator came here with materials for alchemy, there was basically no chance of failure. As long as they paid enough for the materials and waited for a few days, they would be able to get a satisfactory elixir. With this income alone, Nine Heavens Holy Land didn't need to worry about a source of cultivation materials. Outside the Holy Land's 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. At least 1,000 cultivators with different cultivations were waiting for the alchemists of Nine Heavens Holy Land to perform alchemy for them. From time to time, a new cultivator would join the queue. Although there were many people, there was no chaos. Everyone was doing their part. The latecomers consciously lined up at the back of the line. They did not dare to cut the line just because they were stronger than the others. Anyone who dared to do so had already been taught a lesson. Of the cultivator waiting in line, the earliest one had already been waiting here for a month, but no one showed any signs of impatience, all of them standing there expectantly, waiting for the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land to call them over to hand over their materials. In their boredom, these cultivators were whispering to each other, exchanging information, or talking about interesting stories. Time flew by quickly. On this day, a young man suddenly strolled in from outside the 9 peaks. He had a heroic figure and bright eyes. He looked like a country bumpkin. His eyes rolled around as he looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. His eyes seemed to be drifting as if he was reminiscing about something. After seeing the long line, this nostalgia became even more obvious. It's still like this. Xueqi grinned as he walked forward, looking at the cultivator who came to ask for alchemy with great interest. When he was still in Nine Heavens Holy Land, the scene outside the Holy Land was also like this. Unexpectedly, after a few dozen years, not much had changed here. The only change was that there were more people coming to ask for alchemy. "Hey, little brat, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an angry shout came from the crowd. Xueqi turned his head and saw a big man glaring at him. Where did this little brat come from? Is he trying to cut the line? Young man, if you want to live, go to the back and wait obediently. Don't think you're so great. Everyone who comes here has to abide by the rules. Humph, if he dares to cut the line, I'll twist his head off. Little brat, go to the back obediently. If you don't abide by the rules and get caught by the people from Nine Heavens Holy Land, you'll only be taught a lesson, but if you annoy these people, your end will be very ugly. Before Kai Yang had time to say anything, the crowd began to shout at him, trying to dissuade him from his actions. There were even more people who cast looks of contempt and pity at him. It seemed that Xueqi's end would be very ugly. I'm not here to ask for alchemy. Xueqi touched his nose. That's what every person who wants to cut the line says. Little brat, it looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you want me to teach you a lesson? The big man who had shouted at Xueqi before coldly snorted, clenching his fists and banging them against his chest as he glared at Xueqi. I'm really not here to ask for alchemy. Xueqi said helplessly. Then what are you here to do? The big man didn't give up, his eyes aggressive, as if Xueqi wouldn't give up until he gave an explanation. I'm going home. I'm from Nine Heavens Holy Land. Xueqi sniffed. You. The big man looked Xueqi up and down, a look of disbelief on his face, suddenly beckoning to the side and shouting, Brother, I'll have to trouble you to come here. There was a cultivator who seemed to be patrolling nearby, but when he heard the shout, he immediately rushed over, glanced around and frowned. What's wrong? Is someone trying to break the rules again? Haha, brother, look at this guy, he says he's from your holy land. From what I can see, he's trying to cut the line. Brother, take a look and see if he's from your holy land. The big man pointed to Xueqi and said to the Nine Heavens Holy Land disciple. The disciple heard this and turned his eyes to Xueqi, carefully sizing him up for a moment before shaking his head. I've never seen this person before. On top of that, our Holy Land's disciples have the Holy Land's logo on their clothes. Saying so, he gestured to his chest. Sure enough, this little brat is just spouting nonsense. The big man looked at Xueqi gloatingly, pretending to be a Holy Land disciple. You're dead. You don't know me? Xueqi looked at the disciple and asked. Should I know you? The other party didn't answer. Xueqi gently nodded. You don't look very old. Probably just joined the Holy Land not long ago. Who is the elder on duty here today? Hearing this question, the disciple's expression immediately became suspicious, not knowing whether Xueqi was just spouting nonsense or if he really had some kind of relationship with the Holy Land. Although he grew up in the Holy Land since childhood, he was still only 25 to 26 years old. When Xueqi was in the Holy Land, He hadn't even been born yet, so naturally he had never seen Yang Kai's face before. Although surprised, the disciple didn't dare neglect and quickly said, "It's Elder Shi who is in charge." "Elder Shi?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a figure appeared from the depths of his memory, smiling lightly. "Is it Xueqi?" The disciple was shocked, really not understanding where Yang Kai came from, actually daring to call Elder Shi by his name, and listening to his tone, it seemed he was quite familiar with the elder. "Take me to him, he'll recognize me," Yang Kai said casually, but soon changed his mind. "Forget it, I'll go by myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The group of people stared with wide eyes, their faces full of horror. "Where is he? Where did that guy run off to?" The burly man from before looked around, but couldn't see Yang Kai's figure, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He thought he had seen a ghost. The others also had the same expression, and for a moment, a chill ran down their spines. Not far away, in a pavilion, Xueqi was sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Xueqi quickly opened his eyes and shouted, "How dare you!" At this moment, he noticed that someone had broken into the pavilion. As an elder of the Holy Land, he was in charge of maintaining order here, and the disciples were not allowed to disturb him without permission. He didn't expect that someone would be so blind as to come here while he was comprehending a secret technique. Xueqi was naturally furious. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical moment, otherwise, it was very likely he would have been disturbed and turned into the demon race. With a shout, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the commotion. At a glance, Xueqi's jaw dropped, and he stood there in a daze. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "After not seeing you for so many years, Elder Shi's temper seems to have grown." Holy Master?" Xueqi exclaimed. He never expected that the person who came to disturb him would be the Holy Master of the Holy Land, Yang Kai, who had disappeared for several decades. At first sight, Xueqi could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard, and when he looked again, he found that the person standing in front of him was indeed the Holy Master. Although they hadn't seen each other for several decades, the Holy Master still looked as young as when he left. The flowing time Great Emperor didn't seem to have left any trace on him. Xueqi's body suddenly trembled with excitement. "Not bad, not bad. You've also reached the Second Order Saint realm. It seems you haven't been idle these past few years." Yang Kai gently nodded, seeing through Xueqi's realm at a glance. Subordinate Xueqi greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master back to the sect. Xueqi hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and called out in a low voice, his tone filled with excitement. "Get up!" Yang Kai waved his hand. Xueqi got up and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if he was dreaming, pursing his lips and hesitating for a moment before asking, "Holy Master, you've really returned?" "I've returned. How is the Holy Land now?" "Everything is fine. Holy Master doesn't need to worry," Xueqi replied quickly. Because of the ups and downs in his mood, his blood was rushing to his head, causing his face to flush red. "That's good. Holy Master, you should hurry back to the Holy Land. Since you left, Great Elder and the others have been worried about you day and night. Now that they know you've returned safely, they will be very happy," Xueqi rubbed his hands and said. And Yang Kai nodded, "Come with me." Saying so, he stretched out his hand and wrapped Xueqi in his Saint Qi. The next moment, the two disappeared from the pavilion. When Xueqi's vision was restored, he found that he and Yang Kai had arrived at the inner peak and were greeted by the sight of the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Chapter 1553. Good. Nothing seems to have changed. Yang Kai stood mid-air, sweeping the entire Holy Land with his divine sense before nodding with satisfaction. Xueqi was in a daze, not knowing how he had arrived at the inner peak, but he quickly realized that Yang Kai was the one who had done this. What kind of method was this? It was so bizarre that Xueqi couldn't help feeling both respect and awe. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the 9 peaks, "Holy Master, return to the sect." His shouts reverberated throughout the 9 peaks without end. The entire movement of the 9 peaks seemed to be drowned out by this echo, and a strange quiet atmosphere appeared in the Holy Land. There was no sound at all. However, a moment later, the 9 peaks were suddenly thrown into chaos. Every peak was in a state of chaos as a large number of rays of light flew out from the various peaks and rapidly rushed over. Inside the alchemy room, Saint-grade alchemist Du Wan was refining a furnace of clear snow pills, a Saint-grade low-rank pill. The person who had come to request this pill was waiting outside the 9 peaks at this moment, so his status was not low, so Du Wan had to personally take action. After spending more than a day, Du Wan was about to complete his task. The alchemy room was now filled with a special cold fragrance. At this moment, Du Wan was carefully controlling the heat as he stared at the pill furnace expectantly, preparing for the final pill condensing process. To the side, Chong Bao sat with a big belly, fat piled up on his face as he stared forward with narrowed eyes, seemingly trying to learn something from Du Wan's refining technique. The expressions of the 2 Saint-grade alchemists were both solemn and excited. One of them was the manager of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild while the other was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild. Their identities were both highly respected, but because they had learned a great deal of alchemy knowledge in Nine Heavens Holy Land and had become Saint-grade alchemists, they had resigned from their positions in the Alchemist Guild and joined Nine Heavens Holy Land. In addition to these two, there was also Hong Fong, He Feng, and Kong Ruoyu, all of whom were now Saint-grade alchemists. Tong Xian Realm's alchemy level had experienced a rapid development after Yang Kai left. All of this was due to the generous teachings of the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Ruei, and the inspiration of Xiaoning Chong. In the past, Li Ruei was the only Saint-grade alchemist in Tong Xian Realm. As the alchemy process reached a critical juncture, Chong Bao's small eyes narrowed even more, a light flashing across them as if he was worried about Du Wanj. Even they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate when refining Saint-grade pills, so the fact that Du Wan's batch of pills had gone so smoothly was a combination of his skill and luck. The more critical the moment was, the more they couldn't afford to be careless. This was the most important moment. But at that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the outside. Even the alchemy room's barrier was unable to stop this shout as it directly entered the ears of the 2 Saint-grade alchemists. Du Wan's old hand trembled, and his yuan qi also became chaotic. Immediately after, a light puffing sound came from the pill furnace in front of him. A burnt smell wafted out from the furnace. Du Wan froze in place, his expression extremely ugly. Chong Bao also furrowed his brow. All his efforts had been for naught. That idiot Xueqi is done for. Du Wan would definitely put the blame for the failure of this batch of pills on him. Chong Bao couldn't help gloating in his heart. Old Chong, what was that little brat Xueqi shouting just now? To Chong Bao's surprise, Du Wan didn't immediately become angry and instead asked him this question with a strange look on his face. I didn't hear him clearly. Chong Bao shook his head. Although they had heard what Xueqi had shouted just now, because all of his attention had been focused on the alchemy, Chong Bao hadn't paid much attention to the content of his words. Why did I hear him shout, Holy Master? Du Wan frowned. Holy Master? Chong Bao was stunned, but soon seemed to remember something and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fat body suddenly became light and nimble as he jumped up from the ground. You mean Holy Master? Nine Heavens Holy Land had only ever had one Holy Master, and that was Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai's departure, the position of Holy Master had been vacant. In the mind of every cultivator in Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai was the Holy Master. I think I just heard Xueqi shout for Holy Master to return to the sect. Du Wan scratched his head. Are you sure? Chong Bao asked. And I'm not sure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, then suddenly rushed out together. Just as they opened the door to the pill room, they saw He Feng, Hong Fong, and Kong Ruoyu also running out of their respective pill rooms as if their buttocks were on fire. Their speed was not inferior to that of a strong young man. Old fogies, wait for this old master. Chong Bao shouted from behind as he moved his fat body. No one paid him any attention as they all rushed out. On another peak of the 9 peaks, inside a secluded room, the demonic qi was extremely rich. Inside this secluded room, 2 beautiful women were meditating with their eyes closed, one dignified and elegant while the other cold and arrogant, their temperaments completely different. The former was a peak 3rd order saint while the latter was a 2nd order saint. Both of them were wrapped in a thick black demonic qi, giving them a shocking appearance. At this moment, the 2 women seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. When the voice reached them, the 2 women opened their eyes involuntarily, the dignified beauty turning to look at the other woman and frowning slightly. Han Fei, did Xueqi just say, Holy Master returned to the sect? The cold beauty heard this and her tender body trembled, thinking back carefully before gently nodding. 4 pairs of eyes met and the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance. No longer in the mood to cultivate any kind of secret technique, the 2 tender bodies wrapped in black demonic chi rushed out of the secluded room and flew out. A similar scene played out across the 9 peaks. The entire 9 peaks, for several dozen years, had never been so lively. These existences, who were usually worshipped by countless people of Tongxian realm, seemed to have lost all sense of propriety at this moment and transformed into reckless youths. The Holy Land's great elder Xueqi, while rushing out, directly smashed through the palace he lived in, knocking down several walls and nearly collapsing it. When Elder Yuying was rushing out, she knocked over several of her favorite vases. Saintess and Ling, even rushed out of the bathroom while taking a bath and hurriedly put on some clothes, not even drying her hair. All of this was because of a single sentence that echoed throughout the 9 peaks. The Holy Master had returned to the sect. Everyone wanted to know whether this news was true or not. Everyone wanted to see the face they had not seen for several dozen years. So they all rushed out of their respective places and rushed towards the source of the voice. A stream of light quickly flew over and gathered in front of Yang Kai. Everyone revealed themselves, and after seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, all of them showed looks of pleasant surprise, some of them even crying tears of joy, unable to restrain themselves. The Holy Land's great elders, Du Wan, Chong Bao, and the other alchemy grandmasters, as well as the great commanders of the ancient demon clan, had all gathered together. There were nearly 10 Saint Realm masters present. This was a force strong enough to sweep across all of Tongxian realm, an existence no one dared to underestimate. It was precisely because of their existence that 9 Heavens Holy Land's supreme prestige in Tongxian realm had been created. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces one by one, his heart filled with warmth as a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. After several dozen years, his old friends were still the same. There was nothing better than this news. It's really Holy Master. Holy Master is back. He's really back. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone was beaming with joy, and their eyes were shining with excitement. Subordinate Xueqi, together with the Holy Land's elders, greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master's return to the sect. Xueqi was an old and prudent man, so although he was extremely excited, he didn't mess up his etiquette and quickly calming himself down as he called out. The several Holy Land elders quickly saluted. You don't need to be so polite, I'm simply returning home. Yang Kai waved his hand and an invisible force lifted everyone up. Master. On the other side, Great Commander Li Rong of the ancient demon clan called out in a choked voice. Another great commander, Han Fei, stood next to her, her eyes also red. Yang Kai had inherited the mantle of Great Demon God, so for the ancient demon clan who had served Great Demon God for generations, Yang Kai was their great master. Even the current demon commander Zhang Yuan couldn't compare to him in this regard. So even if Yang Kai was not in 9 Heavens Holy Land, they had still been waiting here. In fact, for the ancient demon clan, the demon land was the most suitable place for them to live, but for the sake of Yang Kai, Li Rong had resolutely allowed the ancient demon clan to settle in 9 Heavens Holy Land. Looking at Yang Kai's face, Li Rong's heart trembled. When Yang Kai left, she had asked to follow him, vowing to protect him with her life. But at that time, Yang Kai didn't even know what his future held, so how could he dare take Li Rong with him? As such, she had been left behind. But over the past several dozen years, Li Rong had been worried about Yang Kai day and night. Every time she thought about how Yang Kai was out there, she couldn't sleep or eat in peace, hating herself for not insisting on her master to wander alone. Her heart was filled with self-blame as she had been tormented over the years. Now, seeing Yang Kai return safely, she wept tears of joy. Don't cry, cheer up, I'm back. Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. Yes. Li Rong pursed her red lips and nodded. She would unconditionally satisfy all of Yang Kai's requests. Little brat, you really came back? At that moment, a surprised cry suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Meng Wuya. After not seeing him for several dozen years, Meng Wuya still looked the same, wearing an extremely plain outfit. If he were to blend into a crowd, those who didn't know him would probably think he was an old man with one foot in the grave, never thinking he was actually a third-order saint. Treasurer Meng, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled. Good, good, little brat seems to be living quite comfortably. This old master can rest assured. Meng Wuya nodded heavily, a gratified smile appearing on his face. It could be said that Meng Wuya had watched Yang Kai grow up. In the past, he had hidden his identity and stayed in High Heaven Pavilion as a contribution hall treasurer. He and Yang Kai were the first to meet, and because of Xiaoning Cheng, the two of them had a close relationship. So after seeing Yang Kai return after several dozen years, Meng Wuya felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. His concern for Yang Kai was not inferior to anyone else's. Chapter 1554. Yang Kai glanced around and Meng Wuya seemed to know what he was looking for, chuckling meaningfully and taking the initiative to speak. Ning Chong is currently at a critical juncture in her retreat, so it's not convenient for her to see you, just wait for her to come out. And, as for your grandmaster, he doesn't live in Nine Heaven's Holy Land. He lives with your Yang family and the people from the central capital in War Spirit Temple, 1,000 kilometers away. Understood. I'll visit them myself later. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his mood slightly. When he brought his family and friends from the central capital to Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai didn't have enough space in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, so he settled them in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace 1,000 kilometers away. These two forces had once been enemies with Yang Kai, but in the end, they were both destroyed by Yang Kai, leaving behind their sects and foundations, allowing the people from the central capital to take advantage of them. Over the past several dozen years, the people from the central capital had been able to develop steadily there, and with the protection of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, it had become a paradise. Old acquaintances met again, creating a lively atmosphere. The Holy Master returning to the sect was a joyous occasion for Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Everyone welcomed Yang Kai back to the main peak and Great Elder Xueqi ordered a grand banquet to be held to welcome Yang Kai back. All of the Holy Land's leading figures were present. No one asked where Yang Kai had been or what he had done over the past several dozen years. All they knew was that Yang Kai had returned safely and was sitting in front of them. That was enough. The atmosphere of the banquet was noisy as everyone toasted and toasted each other. Even women like Li Rong and Han Fei were intoxicated from the wine. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The banquet began at sunset and lasted until early morning. Most of the people present had already climbed down. Only Xueqi remained sober. Yang Kai called him out. What is Holy Master's command? Xueqi asked respectfully. How have the Hu sisters been these years? Looking at the sunrise of Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai asked casually. Reporting to Holy Master, the Hu sisters have been safe and sound these past few years and have been cultivating diligently in Twin Spirit Pavilion. With the careful guidance of Wu Fei and Wu Tian, their growth has been extremely fast. In recent years, the two sisters have both broken through to the Saint Realm and become the rising stars of Tongxian Realm. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from the central capital were basically all placed in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. Only the Hu sisters, because they had cultivated the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art and inherited the legacy of the founder of Twin Spirit Pavilion, were brought to Twin Spirit Pavilion by the two current pavilion masters. Given the talent of the two sisters and the miraculous divine technique of the spirit and branches connected by spirit, it was only natural that they would enter the Saint Realm after a few decades. This was only because Tongxian Realm's world energy was thin. If they were placed on Shadowed Star, their achievements would likely be far greater. They were definitely characters who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Changfeng and Feng Tianzhong. Send a message to Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and tell them to come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Yang Kai ordered. Yes. Xueqi responded quickly, but immediately wore a strange expression as he said, if they learn that Holy Master has returned to the sect, I'm afraid there is no need for an invitation, they will rush over. Yang Kai glanced over at him while Xueqi laughed dryly. Also send a message to the several great seniors of the monster race and tell them to come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land as well. Tell them I have something to discuss with them. Yes, subordinate will do so immediately. Does Holy Master have any other orders? No, you may withdraw. Xueqi bowed and left, not asking any more questions, simply doing his best to complete his task. Glancing back at the messy palace, Yang Kai grinned before his figure flickered and he arrived somewhere in the Nine Peaks. This was a secluded room where little senior sister Xiaoning Chang was in retreat. Standing outside the room, Yang Kai could almost smell Xiaoning Chang's fragrance and felt relaxed. He didn't know what Xiaoning Chang was doing in retreat, but he didn't disturb her and instead just released his divine sense to investigate. With Yang Kai's current tyrannical cultivation, this kind of silent investigation was impossible for Xiaoning Chang to detect. Yang Kai's original intention was to see if little senior sister was doing well, but when his divine sense swept the place where Xiaoning Chang was, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as a look of shock appeared on his face. Xiaoning Chang's cultivation was actually a second-order Saint King. How is that possible? Yang Kai almost thought his divine sense had made a mistake. He hurriedly and carefully investigated again, but no matter how hard he tried, he found that his previous investigation was not wrong at all. Little senior sister Xiaoning Chang is really a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Although he was now a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a full great realm higher than little senior sister, he had been wandering the star territory for several dozen years, nourished by the abundant world energy, allowing him to reach his current cultivation. Even if little senior sister had heaven-defying talent, in a place like Tongxian realm where the world energy was thin, it was absolutely impossible for her to break through to the second-order Saint King realm. The world energy here couldn't meet her needs for a breakthrough. It could be said that such a cultivation was already far ahead of the rest of Tongxian realm. If she wanted to, she could sweep through the entire world alone. Even Great Demon God was only a first-order Saint King, but little senior sister was actually a minor realm higher than Great Demon God. How did she do it? Yang Kai was surprised. Sometimes, such an accident wasn't a good thing. He began to examine Xiaoning Chang's state more carefully. But at that moment, the Saint Qi in Xiaoning Chang's body seemed to become chaotic, showing signs of losing control. Her Saint Qi rampaged through her meridians, causing little senior sister to involuntarily groan, her pretty face filled with pain. Obviously, she was in great pain. A misfire will become the demon race. Yang Kai's face sank as his figure flickered and he appeared beside Xiaoning Chang. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai enveloped her as a massive surge of Saint Qi burst out. A misfire to become the demon race was a very dangerous situation. If it were another cultivator in the same realm who became the demon race, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to help at all. Under the influence of external forces, the situation would only become more and more serious. When a misfire to become the demon race, one could only rely on their own perseverance to defeat their heart demons. But now, he was an entire great realm higher than Xiaoning Chang, so there was no problem for him to help. Under his guidance, the Saint Qi in Xiaoning Chang's body gradually stabilized, and the pain on her pretty face gradually subsided. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With the chaotic Saint Qi in her body smoothed out, Xiaoning Chang seemed to feel that someone was helping her. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before her beautiful eyes opened slightly. The next moment, a look of joy and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she stretched out her jade-white hand and touched Yang Kai's cheek, murmuring softly, "I can only meet you in my dreams. I only hope I can never wake up from this long dream and accompany you forever." She obviously thought she was dreaming. Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if he was being grabbed by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai was speechless. Back then, he had left Tongxian realm in the heat of the moment. Although it was to find Su Yan, for Xiaoning Chang, it was still a kind of pain. She did not stop him, nor did she try to persuade him to stay, instead supporting Yang Kai's approach. She showed great generosity and allowed Yang Kai to find Su Yan. After more than 30 years, Su Yan's whereabouts were still unknown, but Yang Kai had allowed his senior sister to live for more than 30 years. He had let down this reasonable, gentle and naive woman, and his heart was filled with self-blame. "Sleep, you'll be fine when you wake up." Yang Kai hugged Xiaoning Chang and gently poured his Saint Qi into her body, urging her to sleep. Xiaoning Chang's eyes opened and closed, her beautiful eyes filled with nostalgia, as if she was unwilling to fall asleep, as if she wanted to open her eyes again and take a closer look at the man in front of her. But in the end, she was unable to resist Yang Kai's methods and closed her eyes heavily, breathing steadily. Yang Kai looked at her, the gentleness in his eyes almost enough to melt a boulder. Gently laying her down, he released his divine sense and locked onto a certain position on Xiaoning Chang's body. In the next moment, his face suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, "Get out here!" As soon as his words fell, his big hand slammed towards Xiaoning Chang's abdomen and a majestic Saint Qi sputtered out. Grasping and withdrawing, Yang Kai suddenly pulled a gray aura from Xiaoning Chang's body. As soon as this gray aura left Xiaoning Chang's body, it let out a shrill cry, as if it had its own sentience and struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Yang Kai's face sank and he quickly increased the output of his Saint Qi. At the same time, several dozen golden blood threads shot out and merged into a dazzling mass of golden light. After the golden light dissipated, the several dozen golden blood threads had intertwined into a large net that wrapped around the gray aura. Yang Kai stared at this gray aura coldly as he constantly scanned it with his divine sense. He really wanted to know what this thing was. Just now, when he was combing Xiaoning Chang's meridians and Saint Qi, he inadvertently discovered this gray aura hidden in Xiaoning Chang's body. Yang Kai did not take action immediately, and instead waited for his little senior sister to fall asleep before suddenly making a move. He did not know if this gray aura was related to Xiaoning Chang's inner Qi and becoming the demon race. But this gray aura was definitely not something Xiaoning Chang had created himself. It was some kind of foreign object that had somehow attached itself to his little senior sister's body. It was not like a soul because Xiaoning Chang showed no signs of being possessed. Then what is it? Yang Kai frowned. Even with his knowledge and experience, he could not figure out what this gray aura was. With a loud hissing sound, the gray aura moved back and forth, like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. He felt Xiaoning Chang's life and soul brand from this gray aura. In other words, Xiaoning Chang knew of its existence and had refined it. However, Yang Kai still felt that this gray aura was not a good thing. It seemed to have some kind of inexplicable connection with his little senior sister, and this connection caused his little senior sister to become just like this gray aura. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart sink. If his judgment was not wrong, then this gray aura and his little senior sister should have an intertwined relationship. If he rashly destroyed it, his little senior sister would most likely die. Chapter 1555. The gray Qi gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was an old man with one foot in the grave, past his prime and without much lifespan left. Xiaoning Chang had reached a symbiotic relationship with it, so how could her future be any better? Yang Kai's face sank. Although he really wanted to help his little senior sister solve this problem, Yang Kai had no idea where to start before he could figure out the nature of this gray Qi. Moreover, he vaguely felt a trace of unfathomable mystery from this mass of gray Qi. This mystery was indescribable, but when Kai Yang probed into it, he suddenly gained some insights. After a careful examination, he found nothing. It seemed to reject Yang Kai's divine sense. Xiaoning Chang being able to break through to the Saint King realm in a place like Tongxian realm should have something to do with this strange gray Qi. This thing gave her an opportunity to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao at a deeper level, and gave her the abundant world energy she needed to break through, but it was also closely related to her. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one could say for sure. Just as Yang Kai was at his wit's end, the gray Qi that was bound by the golden chains once again began to struggle violently. This time, it didn't struggle as futilely as before. Instead, it directly burst apart, turning into tiny strands of gray Qi that penetrated through the gaps in the golden chains. Yang Kai couldn't stop it in time and the gray Qi escaped. Immediately, it fell down at an extremely fast speed, and as soon as it touched the ground, it disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai's divine sense followed closely behind, but he still couldn't sense its existence. It just disappeared. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned with a dignified expression. It seemed that he would have to wait for his little senior sister to wake up before he could get an answer from her. He had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. Looking at the sleeping Xiaoning Chang, Yang Kai picked her up by the waist and placed her down, leaning over to kiss her forehead and gently combing her hair before leaving the secret room. After a few breaths of time, at the ruins of the Hall of Heroic Souls 1,000 miles away, Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Many familiar traces of life were seen clearly under his investigation. They were like jumping notes, imprinted in his sea of consciousness, and painted a moving movement. He grinned as he felt a warmth in his heart that he had never felt in decades. He used his divine thoughts to inform all his friends and family that he had returned. Just like yesterday, 9 Heaven's Holy Land. The ruins of the Hall of Heroic Spirits immediately became chaotic. Rays of light rose from their respective positions and rushed towards the place where Xueqi was. Everyone was extremely excited. Encountering each other halfway, they all asked each other for news, confirming whether or not Kai Yang had returned. After arriving at the place and seeing Xueqi standing there, everyone dared to confirm the authenticity of this news. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao Yi Ying Jiu. These blood warriors who had fought side by side with Xueqi in the Inheritance War were the first to arrive, each of them trembling with excitement as they called out their young master's name and kowtowed. The Yang family's eldest brother Yang Wei, second brother Yang Zhao, third brother Yang Tai, fourth brother Yang Kong. All of his brothers gathered together and hugged Xueqi fiercely, pouring out their hearts and minds. "Haha, you bastard. You've been gone for so many years, I've missed you so much." The Hua family's current patriarch, Huaxing, also appeared and laughed. After not seeing him for several decades, the once handsome central capital wolf had now become a middle-aged man, but the flowing time great emperor had not aged him, instead giving him a sense of maturity. This kind of temperament combined with his cynicism made him even more attractive. Next to Huaxing was Xueqi Meng, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she bit her red lip, staring at Xueqi with some disbelief, not daring to say anything, as if she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would break this dream. "Brother Hua, Lady Qiu." Xueqi gently nodded to the two of them, his expression calm. Huaxing smiled and glanced over at Xueqi Meng, sighing in his heart. From the way Xueqi addressed Xueqi Meng, he could tell something was up. Dong Qing Han and Dong Qing Yen also came, calling out to each other as their cousins, making the atmosphere even livelier. Xueqi's eyes suddenly turned to the 3 streaks of light that were rapidly approaching and quickly stepped forward to meet them. The 3 streaks of light soon disappeared, revealing 3 figures. The one leading them was a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong while the woman was petite and dainty. Xueqi stood in front of them, bowed deeply and softly called out, "Grand Master." Ling Tai Su nodded repeatedly and laughed happily. Good, you're finally back. Father, mother." Xueqi then turned to the 2 people standing behind Ling Tai Su. Fourth Master Yang, a man of iron, at this moment opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, quietly wiping the corners of his eyes and nodding. "I missed you very much." It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but upon hearing this, Dong Suju burst into tears, like a child who had been wronged. She stepped forward and hugged Xueqi tightly, constantly patting Xueqi's back with her jade hands, unable to say anything. Seeing her like this, Xueqi smiled. Several dozen years had passed, but his mother was still like a child and hadn't changed at all, allowing him to finally feel relieved. "You little brat, what's your cultivation now? Why can't I see anything?" Huaxing walked up casually and circled around Xueqi, exclaiming in amazement. Everyone was stunned for a moment before releasing their divine senses to scan Xueqi. However, they found nothing. Everyone's divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. This discovery surprised everyone, and they subconsciously felt that Xueqi's current cultivation had far surpassed the level of Tongxian realm, causing shock to fill their eyes. Origin Returning Realm. Xueqi let go of Dong Suju and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, not knowing how to explain to everyone what the Origin Returning Realm was, so after pondering for a moment, he simply said, It's an existence 2 great realms above the Saint Realm." A series of gasps rang out. The Saint Realm was the peak of Tongxian Realm, and above that was the Saint King Realm. Since ancient times, only the great demon god had ever reached this realm. But now, Xueqi had surpassed this legendary realm and reached the next level. Xueqi Meng's beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed as her heart filled with bitterness. She suddenly found that there seemed to be 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers between her and Xueqi. He stood high above the clouds while she could only stand on the ground, looking up, unable to touch him. Xinghua pursed his dry lips and let out a hollow laugh, glancing over at Xueqi Meng, not knowing how to comfort her. Although the Qiu family's first young lady's aptitude was extraordinary and she didn't have to worry about resources after coming to Tongxian Realm, she was still only a 3rd-order transcendent, far from reaching the level of Yuan Chief. The gap was too big. There are many unimaginable wonders in the outside world. I'll tell you about them some other time. Let's head back first, Xueqi chuckled. Head back. Fourth Master Yang reacted and quickly shouted. A group of people gathered around and rushed towards the War Spirit Temple ruins. Inside the main hall, Everyone sat together, all of them staring towards Yang Kai, listening to him talk about the various bizarre and wonderful places in the star territory. Boy, you said that there are countless bright stars in the vast star territory? Ling Tai Su asked with a look of disbelief. I've been to 6 or 7 bright stars myself. In addition, there are also some or stars and medicine stars that are suitable for mining minerals and cultivating herbs. Yang Kai nodded gently. That's incredible. Xinghua's mouth dropped so wide it could almost fit a fist. In the star territory, is a Saint Realm Master very weak? Dong Qinghan asked timidly. After not seeing him for several dozen years, this guy was as fat as ever, even fatter than before. Very weak. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In the star territory, most cultivator can reach the Saint Realm, and those with good aptitude can even reach this realm in their 20s or 30s. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with guilt. Of the people sitting here, only one was a Saint Realm Master. High Heaven Pavilion's Pavilion Master Ling Tai Su. The others, such as Xueqi Meng, who had the best aptitude, was only a third-order transcendent. As for Dong Qinghan and Xinghua, they had just broken through to the transcendent realm. All of them were nearly 50 years old and had been complacent about their achievements before, but now that they heard Yang Kai talk about the situation in the star territory, all of them couldn't help feeling ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. A frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it were the size of a well. Ling Tai Su sighed deeply. Grandmaster doesn't need to belittle himself so much. The only reason a cultivator in the star territory can achieve such achievements is because the world energy aura there is extremely rich. Tongxian realm is really not suitable for cultivators. If there were similar conditions, I think all of you here would have no problem breaking through to the Saint Realm, Yang Kai said seriously. That being said, how difficult is it to enter the star territory? Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, I won't hide it from you, Grandmaster 10 years ago, joined forces with Meng Wuya to enter the star territory. But the two of us only managed to travel 100,000 kilometers from Tongxian realm before we were forced to return. There seems to be a mysterious force in the star territory that squeezes in from all directions. If one's physical strength does not meet the requirements, it is impossible to walk through it. The power of the star field. Yang Kai gently nodded, suddenly grinning. But Grandmaster doesn't need to worry. I came back this time to take all of you to the star territory, to a better star. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became excited as they all looked towards Yang Kai in surprise. Really? How? There are so many of us. Can you take all of us? Everyone began asking questions, obviously interested in Yang Kai's story. They all wanted to leave this backward world as soon as possible and go to a place where the world energy aura was richer, just like Yang Kai, to see a wider world and fascinating wonders. Chapter 1556. Although they were excited, everyone knew that leaving Tongxian realm and entering star territory was not a simple matter. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya had both failed to succeed, so the difficulty of this task could be imagined. Now that they heard Yang Kai daring to make such a promise, all of them were extremely excited. Don't be so noisy. Ling Tai Su stretched out his hand and waved. Since little Yang Kai has said so, he should have a foolproof plan, right? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Grandmaster, taking you into star territory is indeed not troublesome. And let's put it this way, not only all of you here, but also your clansmen, even the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land, I can take them with me, but it will take some time. Take them all? Ling Tai Su was shocked. Not to mention War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace, the central capital had sent 3,000 to 4,000 people while Nine Heavens Holy Land had sent more than 2,000. In total, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people. With such a huge number, how could Yang Kai take them all with him? The power of the star field was extremely powerful. Even if Yang Kai had reached the origin returning realm, he would not be able to protect so many people. I have my ways. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry, Yang Kai grinned. The key is whether you are willing to go or not. We're willing, of course we're willing. Hua Xing immediately shouted, eagerly asking, when do we leave? Haha, Brother Hua doesn't need to worry. Although you are the patriarch of your family, this kind of thing still needs to be discussed with your clansmen. Perhaps there are some who don't want to leave here. Those who are willing to go can come with me. Those who don't can stay behind. The Chiu family, Yang family, and Dong family are the same. Young Lady Chiu, big brother, cousin, you are now the patriarchs of your respective families, so you can handle this matter yourselves and discuss it carefully with your respective elders. We understand. Yang Wei and Dong Qinghan nodded. Chiu Yimeng also chimed in, her previously dim eyes seemingly regaining some luster because of this news. If she could enter the star territory, she might be able to reach a higher level. She didn't want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Kai. She just wanted to get closer to him. Maybe one day she would be able to touch him. She saw a little bit of hope, which made her suddenly look radiant. If that's the case, I don't have to be separated from you for so long anymore? Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Yang Kai was her only son, but since her son entered High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, she and Yang Kai had spent more time apart than time together. Before, it was better. Although she couldn't see Yang Kai, at least she knew he was living well in High Heaven Pavilion. Later, during the Inheritance War, Yang Kai was only 100 kilometers away from her. However, since Yang Kai left Tongxian Realm and entered the Star Territory, for more than 30 years, not only had she not seen Yang Kai, but she hadn't even heard a word from him. If it weren't for Fourth Master Yang's painstaking efforts to adjust her body and mood over the years, Dong Suju would have collapsed long ago. Today, learning that she could go to the Star Territory with her son, Dong Suju was extremely happy. Yang Kai looked at her and gently nodded. Dong Suju smiled kindly, a smile that came from the depths of her heart. There's no time to lose. I'll go find those old fogies to discuss this matter. Hua Xing didn't want to delay and quickly got up and left, seemingly ready to fight if anyone dared to disagree. I'll go too. Yang Wei got up and left. Chiu Yimeng followed closely behind. None of them were willing to delay. Their yearning for a higher level of martial Dao made them yearn for the wonders of the Star Territory. Soon, only Ling Tai Su, Fourth Master Yang and his wife remained in the hall. The family was finally reunited. There were endless words to say and endless thoughts to share. After learning that Yang Kai still couldn't find Su Yan's whereabouts, Dong Suju sighed and comforted him. She really liked her daughter-in-law Su Yan. Boy, I have no problem with you thinking about Su Yan, but have you ever thought about how to deal with the people here? Fourth Master Yang suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked pointedly. Little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled. I've already seen her, but there seems to be something wrong with little senior sister. When she wakes up, I'll have to ask her. Don't play dumb. Fourth Master Yang glared at him. Xia Ning Chong isn't the only one here. There are several others. How could there be so many? Yang Kai shouted, looking wronged. Humph, War Spirit Temple has 1, and Twin Spirit Pavilion has 2. Do you think I don't know anything? Fourth Master Yang sneered and proudly said, although I don't say anything, I know better than anyone else. Yang Kai's face turned red. Dong Suju giggled to the side and quietly gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. Fourth Master Yang had loved her all his life, and her life was happy, but she hoped that her son could have more beautiful companions. It would be best if he could give her 7 or 8 or 10 grandchildren, so her and the Fourth Master's life wouldn't be so boring. Even if Yang Kai wasn't there, they could still raise their grandchildren. All right, don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Yang Kai isn't an unreasonable person, he won't make this little girl sad. Ling Tai Su interjected. Hearing his Grandmaster's words, Fourth Master Yang immediately shrank his head and nodded repeatedly. The entire War Spirit Temple and shattering mystical palace ruins were mobilized. The several great families that had followed Yang Kai to this world had been holding frequent elder conferences these past few days, each of them seemingly discussing something important. Everyone learned that Yang Kai had returned and that he was going to Star Territory. There was no coercion. Everyone was willing. 9 Heavens Holy Land also received a message from Yang Kai and gave the same orders as War Spirit Temple. In addition, Yang Kai also sent a message to Soaring Heaven Sect. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to 9 Heavens Holy Land. He went directly to the secluded room where Xia Ning Chong was in retreat. His little senior sister was still asleep. She seemed to be quite tired after becoming the demon race last time and had yet to wake up. Yang Kai came to her side, held her jade-white hand, and gently poured some Saint Qi into her. A moment later, Xia Ning Chang's long eyelashes fluttered. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, facing her sideways, waiting with a smile. After a while, Xiaoning Chong opened her beautiful eyes and saw Yang Kai's face. Her eyes immediately froze as she stared at him in a daze. Four eyes met, just like when they had met in Nine Mountain Valley. Her heart raced and she felt a bit flustered. Xiaoning Chong suddenly pursed her lips and giggled. "What are you giggling about?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked with a smile. "This dream is so long." Xiaoning Chong held Yang Kai's big hand tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. Yang Kai also grinned, leaned down, and kissed her ruby-red lips affectionately. His little senior sister was almost unable to breathe. Their lips parted, her tender body temperature rose, and her beautiful eyes became blurred. "In a dream, would you do this with me?" Yang Kai asked evilly. Xiaoning Chang's pretty face immediately blushed and she buried her head under Yang Kai's clothes, as if she didn't dare to see him again. Yang Kai got the answer and laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xiaoning Chang's tender body trembled and she hurriedly sat up, stunned. Her beautiful eyes focused on Yang Kai's face, a mixture of suspicion and surprise flashing across them. "Junior brother, you?" Xiaoning Chong opened her mouth, her beautiful brows wrinkled, as if she was still a bit confused. "I'm back," Yang Kai said softly. His little senior sister immediately covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling, like mist filling them. Tears fell down her cheeks, and her eyes instantly turned red. She finally reacted, everything was real, and she wasn't dreaming. The man that she had yearned for day and night was sitting by her bed, alive and well, looking at her affectionately, almost melting her into his tender gaze. She didn't dare to believe it. "I'm really back." Kai Yang stretched out his hands and hugged her tightly in his arms, fiercely squeezing, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his body. Xiaoning Chang's mouth made a sound, and she also hugged Yang Kai tightly, choking sobs coming from her throat. Her sobs made Yang Kai's heart ache. Straightening her body, Yang Kai domineeringly blocked her sobs. Clothes were scattered all over the room. At this moment, all the lovesickness and deep feelings had settled and fermented, and Xiaoning Chong was almost dizzy with happiness. The feelings between men and women had always been like this. 2 hours later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room in high spirits. Behind him, Xiaoning Chong followed with her head lowered, wearing a veil, and was extremely shy. Her delicate earlobes and neck were still pink, making one's heart flutter like a monkey and gallop like a horse. Like a withered grass that had been moistened by rain and dew, Xiaoning Chong at this moment bloomed with unimaginable charm, enough to turn thousands of living beings upside down and make any man go crazy. Their hands were tightly linked, just like their hearts. Not far away, a streak of light came, seemingly looking for Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, it immediately turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Master," Xiaoning Chong said, wishing she could immediately find a hole to hide in. She saw that the person in the streak of light was Meng Wuya. Yang Kai grinned foolishly, while Xiaoning Chong bit her red lips and angrily stomped her feet. Forget it, forget it. Treasurer Meng definitely didn't have anything important, otherwise he wouldn't have left, Yang Kai comforted. "And little senior sister, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Xiaoning Chong timidly looked up at him, but when she met Yang Kai's gaze, she quickly looked away. This shy look made Yang Kai want to turn around and return to the secret room. Circulating his Saint Qi, Yang Kai suppressed the urge in his heart and said with a serious expression, "When I was helping you clean your meridians in Saint Qi, I found a mass of gray qi in your body. What is it?" "That thing." Xiaoning Chong heard this and frowned. "Actually, I don't know what it is." "You don't know?" Yang Kai was surprised. It followed me of its own accord." "Hey, where did it go?" Xiaoning Chong suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mysterious energy that had always existed in her body had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 1557. After carefully asking Xiaoning Chong, Yang Kai learned that she had obtained that mass of gray qi by pure coincidence. When Yang Kai left Tongxian realm, Xiaoning Chong was extremely lonely. In order to pass the time, she could only sit in Nine Heavens Holy Land and refine pills for others every day. She had the sacred spirit medicine body, so all she needed to do was refine pills. While a large number of pills were being refined, Xia Ning Chang's own cultivation also increased at a terrifying speed, without any bottlenecks. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Saint Realm, catching up to the realm Yang Kai was at when he left. Later one day, she was bored and secretly went out to travel alone. As a result, she obtained that mass of grey qi in a hidden underground cave. From then on, her cultivation skyrocketed, crossing the Saint Realm and breaking through to the Saint King Realm in 10 years, and then reaching the second-order Saint King Realm in another 10 years. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying speed was something that even the great sects and great forces on Shadowed Star might not necessarily be able to achieve. But in this barren Tongxian realm, little senior sister had accomplished such a feat. The reason why Xia Ning Chang could achieve what she did today was really related to that mass of grey qi. After you obtained it, did you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai asked seriously. Not too much discomfort. Xia Ning Chang thought about it carefully. It's just that sometimes I suddenly feel a little tired, and sometimes I become very lazy, not even wanting to think. Haha, it's like I'm getting old. Yang Kai gently nodded. Junior brother, is there something wrong with it? Xia Ning Chang asked. I'm not sure whether it's a blessing or a curse. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a little worried. Then what is it? I don't know, but I have a guess. If this guess is true, then this is little senior sister's opportunity. Yang Kai looked at Xia Ning Chang with burning eyes, his expression slightly excited. That vague conjecture made his blood boil. Right. Do you remember where you obtained it? Xia Ning Chang nodded. Take me to see it, Yang Kai said, reaching out and grabbing Xia Ning Chang's slender waist, summoning his star shuttle, and transforming into a streak of light as they disappeared from Nine Heaven's holy land. Following the route little senior sister had shown them, Yang Kai and her flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. After a day, Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chang, Yang Kai had arrived at a mountain range. Xia Ning Chang's memory was very good. Even after more than 20 years, she still clearly remembered the place where she had found the grey qi. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain valley. Yang Kai disembarked his star shuttle and walked towards a certain place with Xia Ning Chang. Not long after, a deep and dark cave appeared in front of them. Xia Ning Chang pointed to the cave and said, Junior brother, I went in from here and then went to the lowest level where I obtained that thing. Let's go in and have a look. Yang Kai grinned. Since he was bold, he wasn't afraid. Pulling Xia Ning Chang's hand, he entered the cave. The cave was extremely dark and the air was clear. It wasn't humid and was instead extremely dry. As soon as they entered the cave, Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt a rich world energy aura from this cave. Of course, this kind of richness was only relative to other places in Tongxian realm. It couldn't be compared to Shadowed Star or other famous stars in Tongxian territory. However, this was still very rare. Moreover, the deeper they went, the richer the world energy aura became. Yang Kai's expression became excited as he suddenly realized that his guess was not far from the truth. This kind of abnormal world energy aura was a reflection of his guess. Sure enough, this was an opportunity that belonged to little senior sister. If that grey qi was handled well enough, it could definitely bring unimaginable benefits to Xia Ning Chang, allowing her to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. Hand in hand, the two continued to descend step by step. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and hurriedly stopped. At the same time, little senior sister cheered. It's here, I feel it. It's coming. A mysterious energy was approaching them from the front at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the fluctuations of this energy were exactly the same as the one he had extracted from little senior sister a few days ago. The grey qi escaped into the ground and returned to its original position. Now that it felt Xia Ning Chang's aura, it couldn't wait to meet her. In a flash, the grey qi was already in front of them. It didn't dare to rush directly at Xia Ning Chang, but stopped about 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. It felt a threat from Yang Kai. Junior brother. Xia Ning Chang looked at him and asked for his opinion. Take it, I didn't want to scare it away that day, I just wanted to see what it was. Yang Kai stepped aside and made way. Xia Ning Chang immediately called out with her mind. The grey qi sensed Xia Ning Chang's summons and flickered slightly, passing by Yang Kai and pouncing directly at Xia Ning Chang, entering her body and disappearing. Xia Ning Chang's delicate body trembled as she let out a cry. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly bloomed with golden light as a long and majestic golden pupil appeared and stared intently at Xia Ning Chang. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under his gaze, after little senior sister took in the gray chi, a gray aura that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared around her body. This kind of aura was generally only possessed by old people who didn't have much longer to live. Once this kind of aura appeared, it meant that this person didn't have much time left. Little senior sister was in her prime, so there could only be one reason why she was enveloped by this aura, and that was because of the gray chi. Xueqi wasn't surprised, as if he had already expected this and wasn't in a hurry, simply beckoning to little senior sister and saying, "Come with me." Xia Ningqiang gently nodded and followed behind Xueqi step by step. The two continued to descend, and after an unknown amount of time and distance, Xueqi felt that the world energy around them was getting denser and denser. However, this rich world energy didn't give Xueqi any sense of comfort. Instead it gave him a sad feeling. When the world energy aura was almost comparable to that of Shadowed Star, Xueqi and Xia Ningqiang suddenly arrived at a huge underground cavern. In front of them, deeper underground, there was a faint glow that seemed to be transmitting some kind of message, impacting the two's knowledge seas and summoning them to move forward. Being summoned, Xia Ningqiang's beautiful eyes became blank and her body moved forward uncontrollably, like a moth drawn to a flame, without any hesitation. Xueqi's face sank and he let out a low shout, pouring his divine sense into Xia Ningqiang's knowledge sea like a tide. Little senior sister's tender body trembled and her face turned slightly pale. After she recovered, the blank look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with infinite shock. Junior brother Xia Ningqiang was a little overwhelmed. She didn't know what had happened to her just now, but she had been dominated by some kind of mysterious force and couldn't think for herself at all. Look over there. Xueqi pointed in a certain direction. Xia Ningqiang looked over and her beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. Densely packed corpses sat there. Every single one of them was extremely withered, and some had even been reduced to ashes by the wind. However, from the traces on some of the corpses, it wasn't difficult to discern that they seemed to have been instantly drained of their life essence by some sort of force and perished here. Who are these people? How did they all die here? Xia Ningqiang leaned towards Xueqi, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. If I'm not wrong, these people are like you. Like me? Xia Ningqiang frowned. She was also a smart woman, so after thinking about it for a moment, she understood. You mean they also obtained that gray chi? Probably, Xueqi chuckled. Then how did they? Xia Ningqiang only felt a chill all over, and the thrilling scene just now reappeared in her mind again. If Xueqi hadn't woken her up in time, her fate would have been bleak, and she would probably have ended up like these people. Because the gray chi's main body wants to replenish its energy, so it chose you, trained you, and made you stronger. The stronger you are, the better it will be for it. Why would it do that? Xia Ningqiang looked puzzled. It's about to die. Xueqi replied, then suddenly shrugged. These are all my guesses. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and see. Saying so, Xueqi took Xia Ningqiang's hand and walked forward step by step. Stepping on the white bones under their feet, there was a creaking sound that made one's hair stand on end and shudder. Xueqi's eyes narrowed, looking at the faint light in front of them. Not long after, the two came to the place where the light came from. This was the edge of the underground abyss, and it was unknown how deep it was, but when they looked down, they were surprised to find that there was a mass of gray light at the bottom of the abyss, burning like a huge lamp. The light was extremely dim, and the color was exactly the same as the gray chi Xia Ningqiang obtained. Sure enough, Xueqi took a deep breath, and after seeing this huge dim light, he immediately confirmed his previous guesses. Junior brother, what is this? Xia Ningqiang looked at the gray fire suspiciously, faintly feeling that the gray chi in his body was closely related to it, as if it had been separated from the gray fire, and the two were one. The origin of the stars, Xueqi shouted, his expression suddenly becoming very excited. The origin of the stars? Xia Ningqiang was extremely confused. Any star will have its own origin. It is the manifestation of the life of a star. It is the key to the survival of this star, just like our heart. Xueqi patted his chest and explained. It is because of the origin of the stars that this star has vitality. Without it, this star will become a dead star. There are countless stars like this in the territory of star. Perhaps they once gave birth to life, but as time passed, the origin of these stars perished, and that vitality no longer existed. A person dying is like a lamp going out, and stars are the same. If this origin in front of us goes out, Tongxian realm will be gone, and it will become a dead star. Chapter 1558. Xianing Chong looked aghast as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. She had never thought that stars could also live, grow old, get sick, and die, so Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly given her a big shock. But since it came from her junior brother's mouth, she believed it without a doubt. When she thought about how all of Tongxian realm's vitality had declined, Xianing Chang's tender body couldn't help shuddering. She couldn't imagine how many lives would have suffered if Tongxian realm had really ended up like this. How many lives would have been lost? She suddenly felt very distressed. Junior brother, can you reignite its light? Xianing Chong suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and gently nodded. How? Junior brother, teach me. Xianing Chong bit her red lips and said anxiously. The key lies with you. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although the star sources have their own lives, they do not have consciousness. It is a magical combination of various things. It chose you, although its original purpose was to absorb your vitality to supplement itself and delay its own death. But if it is handled well enough, not only can Tongxian realm regain its vitality, it can also give you great benefits. Xianing Chong was shocked. Yang Kai turned his head and clicked his tongue as he looked at the huge gray fire below with great interest. Star sources. Since he entered the territory of the Star Alliance, he had often heard about this, but he had never witnessed the star sources of any of the stars. Whether or not the mass of energy inside the floating continent was a true star source had yet to be verified. It could be said that the huge gray fire in front of him was the first star source he had ever seen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The strength of a star source was extremely terrifying, and anyone who wanted to approach it would have to take a huge risk. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not dare to approach the star sources of any of the stars casually. Refining this star source was also very difficult, and if one was not careful, they would suffer a backlash from the star source and die on the spot. Since ancient times, many Origin King Realm Masters had been born in the territory of the Star Alliance, but many of these masters had fallen in the process of refining the star sources of the stars. Today, there were countless stars in the territory of the Star Alliance, but those who could refine the star source of a certain star and become a star master could be counted on one hand. No Origin King Realm Master dared to casually play around with their life. They would rather suffer than attempt to refine the star source of the star. But now, there was such an opportunity in front of her. Compared. The star source is a star, the star source, star source. It was precisely because of this that Xianing Chong, who was possessed by a strand of origin energy, would occasionally feel tired, to the point where she was too lazy to even think, giving birth to the feeling of aging for no reason. It wasn't that she was aging, but rather that the star source was aging and heading towards destruction step by step. This star source chose Xianing Chong and gave her the qualifications to refine it. Although Xianing Chong was only a second-order Saint King and her cultivation wasn't high enough, if she had enough perseverance and courage, she may have a chance to refine this star source. Even Yang Kai was a little envious of her opportunity. Although it was somewhat dangerous, the arrow on the bow had no choice but to shoot. The star source was closely connected to Xianing Chong, and if it perished, Xianing Chong would inevitably be buried with it. Only by refining it could she win a chance at survival. In the future, as Xianing Chong grew stronger, this huge gray fire would have a chance to reignite and reinvigorate Tongxian realm. Of course, the premise was that Xianing Chong was strong enough. After explaining the principles and the pros and cons, Xianing Chong nodded without hesitation. I'm willing to refine it. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he smiled and nodded. Good. In fact, little senior sister, you don't have to worry. Since it chose you, there must be a reason for it. You only need to work hard to make it accept you and integrate with it. Once you succeed, you will no longer be separated from it. You will become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the ruler of this place. The rise and fall of this place will be in your hands. Xianing Chong nodded heavily. She wasn't dazzled by the beautiful prospects described by Yang Kai and instead asked seriously, but what exactly should I do to refine it? Come, I'll teach you a set of techniques that are specifically for refining star sources. Yang Kai smiled and pulled Xianing Chong to sit down. After asking her to release the defenses of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai sent his soul avatar into her knowledge sea and began to impart to her a mysterious secret art. Star refining art. This was something Yang Kai obtained from the Emperor Garden. He had thought that he would need to wait until he could refine the star sources of the stars one day before using it. But now, he had unexpectedly allowed Xiaoning Chong to benefit from it ahead of time. This set of techniques was hidden inside a stone tablet. That day in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo encountered Xueqi, and after a fierce battle, the stone tablet was destroyed. From the fragments of the stone tablet, a stone tablet with 3 ancient characters on it jumped out. Xueqi seemed to value this stone tablet very much and begged Yang Kai to give it to her. Kai Yang nearly did as he was told. In the end, however, because the Emperor Garden closed, Xueqi missed the opportunity to obtain this stone tablet. After returning to High Heaven's sect, Yang Kai carefully studied it and learned that the stone tablet contained a technique called the star refining art. The 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet were its name. This technique had no other use than to refine the star sources of the stars. It was passed down from the great emperors of Starfield and was a profound and mysterious technique. If Xiaoning Chong used it to refine the star sources of the stars, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The process of teaching was very fast, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai had engraved the entire star refining art into Xiaoning Chang's mind, including his own insights into it. Withdrawing his soul avatar from her knowledge sea, Yang Kai waited quietly. Xiaoning Chang needed to comprehend this star refining art. She needed time. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared while the cave remained silent. After a full month, Xiaoning Chang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and exhaled softly. Her pretty face seemed a little tired, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. "Junior brother, I'm ready. Then let's begin." Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. Xiaoning Chang nodded gently, got up, and walked towards the bottom of the abyss. Arriving at the edge of the abyss, she stared down at the huge gray flames leaping about below and opened her mouth, seemingly talking to herself, but also seemingly communicating with the star source. "If I can give up my life so that you can see the light again, so that the entire world will not be dead, then I am willing to do so. But if not, please accept me, merge with me, and let us fight side by side. I will work hard to become stronger as soon as possible so that you can regain your vitality." The huge gray flames below remained motionless, showing no reaction. But soon, with a sizzling sound, the gray flames began to sway left and right. As they swayed, the huge gray flames slowly blossomed like a flower bud, as if they were opening their arms to Xiaoning Chang. Xiaoning Chang showed a smile on her face and softly said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This result was completely beyond his expectations. He had not expected his little senior sister to be so resolute. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop her, it was already too late. Rushing to the edge of the abyss, Yang Kai looked down and saw that the huge gray flames had already closed, completely submerging his little senior sister. An unimaginable force erupted from below and sent Yang Kai flying, slamming him into a rock wall. Even if it was the star source, Yang Kai could not approach it. It obviously did not want Yang Kai to interfere with the entire process. Yang Kai climbed up from the ground, his expression uncertain. Fortunately, he could feel his little senior sister's aura floating in the depths below. He waited with apprehension. Now that he could not interfere with anything, he could only wait for the result to appear. Suddenly, a mysterious aura spread out from the depths of the abyss, calming Yang Kai's agitated mood. He frowned and silently sensed this mysterious aura. He seemed to have seen something. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully examined it. The vast star territory was dark and boundless, without the slightest light. This seemed to be an era without light, without life. This was an extremely ancient era, an era that could not be traced back. Yang Kai looked around but could not see anything. He could not even perceive his own existence. Time passed little by little in this desolate and lonely place. After who knows how many tens of thousands of years, in the dark and boundless star territory, a light suddenly burst out. The light was very small at first, but soon spread out like a star. The entire star territory was shaken by the impact of this huge energy. Meteorites of various sizes were colliding in all directions. Then, they gathered together and fused together under a mysterious force, becoming a single entity. Sand gathered to form a tower. Gradually, Stars appeared in the star territory. This was a newly born star. There were no energy fluctuations, and the surroundings were still dark. It drifted with the waves like a helpless child, wandering in the boundless star field. There was no destination, and it had forgotten where it came from. After 1,000,000 years, it suddenly came to a bright world. There was a huge sun in this world, and it was constantly emitting a warm light. It stopped and began to revolve around the sun star. Gradually, all living things began to recover. On its land, some dark green plants grew, and some flowers and grass grew. After millions of years of evolution, finally, some sentient beings began to appear on these stars. They were the oldest living beings, the oldest race. They eagerly learned, grew, and became stronger in their daily lives. They branched out and different races were born. The human race, the demon race, and even many other races of strange shapes. No longer satisfied with a simple life, they began to fight for all kinds of resources. They found a way to become stronger. They began. Some races perished, while others became stronger. Chapter 1559. As time passed, and as the races evolved, the stars gradually became more colorful and filled with energy. The great races prospered, and the entire star prospered. All living beings were drawing energy from the star wantonly, obtaining all kinds of benefits for themselves without restraint. At some point, it had suddenly become old. It no longer had so much energy for those living beings to absorb, and it no longer had excess energy to nurture a large number of precious and rare materials. It began to become barren, and even though it wanted to, it was powerless. Looking at the countless creatures living on its land, it was unable to help. The ancient prosperity gradually faded, and the world energy became thinner and thinner day by day. The cultivation of the cultivator also became lower and lower as time passed. No one could reach a higher level of the heavenly way or martial Tao. It was truly old. It was like a benevolent father and a loving mother. It had painstakingly raised its children and raised them, allowing them to do whatever they wanted without any complaints. But it was no longer able to provide any more help to its children. It had once possessed youth and vitality, but now, it could only linger on and wait for the day of its demise. Its children called it Tongxian realm. Xueqi woke up from that mysterious state, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. He had witnessed the birth of a star, its prosperity, its decline, and its gradual demise. Just like this star, he had spent hundreds of millions of years as the flowing time great emperor. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling welled up within him. Xueqi's state of mind improved at a crazy speed, and at this moment, he understood many things. Like a wise man who had lived for countless years, his eyes flashing with a wise and far-sighted light. He felt that if he were to break through to the origin king realm now, there would be no flaws in his state of mind. His comprehension of the martial Tao and the heavenly way had far surpassed his own cultivation. The improvement of one's state of mind required the accumulation of time, witnessing the evolution and development of things around oneself, which coincided with what Xueqi had just experienced. The cultivation of the state of mind was unclear, but it truly existed. Only Xueqi himself could clearly feel it. He had not expected that his little senior sister's refinement of the star's origin would actually benefit him as well. He really wanted to immerse himself in that wonderful atmosphere again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter the spiritual world of the entire continent. This made him sigh with regret. Suddenly, Xueqi seemed to have noticed something. His face darkening, he quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards the abyss. The voice of the little senior sister seemed to come from below. That voice was filled with pain and hardship. Arriving at the edge, Xueqi could only see the huge gray fire flickering. His little senior sister was nowhere to be seen, but he could feel that Xiaoning Chong was wrapped in the gray fire, floating up and down. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was madly gathering towards the underground abyss. Not only did it cover a radius of several hundred miles, it even spread to further places. It seemed that the world energy of all of Shadowed Star had become somewhat chaotic. The little senior sister's cultivation was rising at a terrifying rate. Originally, she was only a second-order Saint King, but now, she had reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. After a while, she would directly break through to the third-order Saint King realm. Her cultivation did not stop and was still climbing. The peak of the third-order Saint King realm. It was obvious that she had touched the threshold of the origin returning realm. Yang Kai's eyes filled with amazement. Such an unrestrained increase in cultivation placed a great burden on a cultivator's body, but with the aptitude of the little senior sister, she should be able to endure it. However, what worried Yang Kai was not this, but rather the surrounding world energy, which no longer seemed to be flowing towards this place. The world energy that had previously gathered here had been consumed by Xianing Chong when she broke through to the Third Order Saint King realm and the origin returning realm. The huge gray flames contained Xianing Chang's aura, which meant that her integration with the star source was going smoothly. But it was precisely because of this success that the little senior sister was caught in a dilemma. There was no more world energy for her to break through to the origin returning realm, nor was there enough world energy for her to undergo a world energy baptism. This was a breakthrough to a great realm, and there was no room for carelessness. If she failed, Xianing Chang's current state of integration with the star source would not be good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. If there was not enough world energy, he could use Saint Crystals to replace it. He had not used Saint Crystals when he broke through before because Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant and could fully satisfy his needs. Now that the world energy of Tongxian realm could not satisfy the needs of the little senior sister, Saint Crystals could be used as a supplement. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stroked his ring, releasing a large number of flashing white Saint Crystals that poured down like a silver river. Before these Saint Crystals reached the bottom of the abyss, they all turned into dust and released a burst of energy that could not be ignored, gathering towards the location of Xianing Chang and the huge gray flames. Xianing Chang's hardships disappeared and the chaotic aura down below also showed signs of stabilizing. Even the flickering gray flames stabilized significantly. Yang Kai smiled happily and poured more Saint Crystals down below. For this long voyage, he had brought a lot of Saint Crystals, including the Saint Crystals he had plundered from Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters and a portion of High Heaven Sect's reserves. At this moment, these hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals were all thrown down by Yang Kai. The world energy aura gradually became richer and the huge gray flames became more vigorous. The little senior sister's aura also stabilized, indicating that everything was developing in a good direction. Yang Kai felt that Xianing Chang's aura was rapidly rising and soon broke through the shackles of the Third Order Saint King realm. A world energy baptism soon followed. The world energy from the Saint Crystals gathered into a fierce torrent that rushed towards the little senior sister like an ancient dragon. A pair of small hands shuttled back and forth through the gray flames, forming a series of mysterious seals as they guided this world energy into her body, allowing her to receive the physical baptism and spiritual sublimation that came with breaking through to a new great realm. The whole process was magnificent, but it was more frightening than dangerous. After the surging world energy calmed down, the huge gray flames at the bottom of the abyss suddenly disappeared. The world returned to darkness. However, the little senior sister's tender body exuded a faint fluorescent light, as if a goddess had descended to the world, dignified and inviolable. Yang Kai stood above the abyss and looked at her quietly, dazzled. Today's little senior sister was a genuine origin returning realm master. Although she was only a First Order origin realm master, with Tongxian realm star source and the sacred spirit medicine body, she definitely had infinite potential. This kind of terrifying potential was something even Yang Kai could only look up to. He didn't feel any sense of inferiority, he just felt that he would have to work even harder in the future. Otherwise, if one day his own woman overtook him, it would be a great blow to his self-esteem. The little senior sister didn't move, just standing in the void with her eyes closed, a mysterious look on her pretty face, as if she was silently comprehending something. After a long time, Xianing Chang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a look of joy filling them as she flew up happily. Yang Kai smiled, reached out, and pulled her to his side. "Junior brother, I seem to have surpassed the Saint King realm," Xianing Chang said excitedly. "And you have indeed surpassed it," Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this realm called?" "It feels wonderful." "Origin returning realm. I am also in this realm now. When one reaches this realm, they need to condense their sure. I'll explain it to you when we have time." "Good. Let's go out first. I don't know how much time has passed, but I'm afraid the people from the Holy Land should be waiting anxiously," Yang Kai proposed. Saying so, he pulled Xianing Chang and walked out. "Let me do it." Xianing Chang stopped him with an eager expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly understood, gently nodding. Xianing Chang then stretched out her finger and gently pointed forward. This beautiful and pure woman's finger did not seem to carry the slightest trace of anger. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in front of them. Xia Ningchang pulled Yang Kai into it. When the two appeared again, Yang Kai found himself standing in front of the secret room where Xia Ningchang had been in retreat before. With a single step, he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. Even Yang Kai, who had comprehended the Tao of space, could not accomplish this. Junior brother, you're right. After fusing with the source of the stars, I feel as if I have become the master of this world. With a single thought, I can go anywhere in the world and even mobilize the energy of the entire continent, Xia Ningchang explained softly. This is the power of a star master. Yang Kai smiled softly. That's why those origin kings want to refine the source of the stars, because they can obtain unimaginable benefits and insights from it. Little senior sister, Tongxian realm is now inseparable from you. You are the first person to refine the source of the stars as a Saint King realm cultivator. In the future, the glory and disgrace of this world will be closely related to your cultivation. Whether or not you can restore the vitality of our homeland will depend on your efforts. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt a mountainous pressure. It was as if the future of the hundreds of millions of living beings in this world rested on her shoulders. But soon, Xia Ningchang recovered and nodded. I will work hard to make sure it doesn't fall into disuse again. Let's go, many people are waiting for us. Yang Kai smiled lightly before pulling Xia Ningchang in a certain direction. In his perception, there were countless familiar life auras waiting for his arrival. In a certain hall of 9 Heavens Holy Land, it was almost overcrowded. Here, the human, monster, and demon clans had gathered. Almost all the masters of Tongxian realm had gathered here. This was an extremely terrifying force. Although there were many people present, the scene was extremely quiet. Only from time to time, someone would cast their eyes towards the outside of the hall, as if waiting for someone to arrive. There was only one person on Tongxian realm who could make the masters of the human, monster, and demon clans gather here and wait for so long. The Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Chapter 1560. This is outrageous. Meng Wuya grit his teeth, his heart filled with hatred as he angrily slapped the armrest of his chair. He thought that Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were so engrossed in their love that they had forgotten the time. It had already been more than a month, yet the two of them still hadn't appeared, causing the masters of the 3 clans to wait here in boredom. Meng Wuya felt ashamed to face these guests. He had guarded Xia Ningchang for so many years, teaching her with all his heart, and was Xia Ningchang's only family. But now, as soon as Yang Kai returned, he had snatched his precious disciple away from him. Meng Wuya knew that this time he had truly snatched her away. In the future, in Xia Ningchang's mind, he would likely have to take a back seat, causing him to feel a little sour. Amidst this sourness, there was also a hint of sweetness. His disciple had waited alone for 30 years, but she had not waited in vain. That little bastard Yang Kai had finally returned. This feeling was quite wonderful. Meng Wuya shook his head, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Down below, the several monster race great seniors and the demon general of the demon race stared at each other from a distance. The masters of the 2 races sat on opposite sides, their gazes clashing with each other, creating a subtle atmosphere that seemed to fill the air. Although the 3 clans had joined forces once 30 years ago, in order to compete for cultivation resources, there had been a lot of friction between the 3 clans. Among them, the friction between the monster race and the demon race was the most serious. Fortunately, the monster race great seniors and the demon general knew how to restrain themselves and did not take action personally. Otherwise, the conflict would have definitely escalated. It was just the little brats below fighting, so it didn't really matter. However, not being able to see each other for so long was one thing, but now that they had come to 9 Heavens Holy Land together and had been waiting for more than a month in boredom, Meng Wuya felt that he was faintly unable to suppress the hostility between the masters of the 2 races. If it weren't for him, Ling Tai Su, and Chu Ling Xiao, the 3 top human race Saint Realm masters, guarding this place, these wild fellows would likely have already started fighting. What a headache! That little bastard has fallen into the land of tenderness and doesn't care about the suffering of these old men. At this moment, Meng Wuya was cursing Yang Kai in his heart. What they feared had come true. It was unknown which great sage of the Yao clan or which devil general of the demon clan had lost their minds, but the people below were actually in an uproar. At first, there were only 2 people arguing, but the situation became more and more intense. All the great sages and devil generals spoke up to help their own peoples. The situation was a little chaotic. In the end, even Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan were dragged into this mess. Thunder Dragon, this senior has been in retreat these past few years, but has not been able to find a suitable opportunity to verify these results. Today, why don't we use this precious place to exchange pointers? Zhang Yuan looked at Thunder Dragon Great Senior with a smile, his eyes filled with aggressive fighting intent. Good, it just so happens that this king has had some gains these past few years and was worried about not being able to find an opponent. I have long heard that Brother Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal is unparalleled, and even Senior Meng suffered a loss against it. This king would like to experience it, Thunder Dragon smiled lightly, not showing any fear. Don't drag this old master into this. Meng Wuya suddenly became unhappy. After being hit by Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal, most of his cultivation had been sealed, forcing him to flee to the central capital to avoid disaster. This matter was the greatest shame of his life. Although Zhang Yuan had used the assistance of the spirit array at that time to defeat him, Meng Wuya was most unwilling to hear others mention this matter. Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan had already begun fighting. The two of them didn't make any big movements, simply releasing their divine senses and silently colliding with one another. However, the danger of this kind of battle was far greater than that of a normal battle. If one wasn't careful, both sides would suffer heavy losses or even have their souls destroyed. Everyone in the hall wore dignified expressions as the previous noise gradually subsided. No one dared to disturb them anymore, all of them staring nervously at the masters of their respective races, lest some kind of accident occur. The divine senses of third-order saints swept across the entire hall, and any master who sensed this collision couldn't help showing a look of shock. The battle soon reached a white-hot level. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both went all out, but the result was still a draw, with only a slight difference in strength. However, the faces of the two masters gradually turned pale and fine sweat began oozing from their foreheads as their divine senses collided with one another, creating an extremely dangerous situation. Meng Wuya and the others wore dignified and ugly expressions. They couldn't intervene even if they wanted to and could only quietly wait for the result of the battle between Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan, but judging from the current situation, the best result would be for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Once this happened, the conflict between the two sides would likely escalate, which was not something the human race masters wanted to see. Where did Yang Kai go? Ling Tai Su asked anxiously. Meng Wuya shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He had gone to Xianing Chang's secluded retreat a few days ago but had not found any trace of Yang Kai or his disciple. No one knew where they had gone. The situation isn't good. Soaring Heaven Sect Master Chu Ling Xiao frowned. Things developing like this was somewhat beyond his expectations. At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from outside the door. It's quite lively here. How come you've already started fighting? As soon as this voice fell, everyone saw a figure flash outside the door as Yang Kai and the black-veiled Xianing Chang appeared together. Everyone's attention was attracted by this voice, and when they looked up, their spirits couldn't help shaking. Many people had heard that Yang Kai had returned but hadn't believed it until they saw him in person. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, looked at Xianing Chang suspiciously, suddenly having a very strange feeling. After not seeing him for more than a month, his disciple seemed to have changed a little, to the point where he felt like he was looking up at a towering mountain. Little martial nephew. A tender cry rang out as a beautiful figure flew out of the hall and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. She grinned as she looked him up and down, clicking her tongue as she spoke. After a while, she gently nodded and said, After not seeing you for several dozen years, you've become more and more manly. Even Martial Ant's heart is rippling. Yang Kai's face went black as he subconsciously glanced over at Xianing Chang, awkwardly saying, Martial Ant, can't you act a little more dignified? Feiyu Martial Ant heard this and immediately rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, a flirtatious expression on her face. She had come here with Chu Ling Xiao. When she heard the news from Nine Heavens Holy Land that Yang Kai had returned, Chu Ling Xiao had immediately rushed over with the sect's 4 great elders. Now, as soon as they met, Feiyu Martial Ant was already acting like a playboy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm. When he lived with his martial aunt Feiyu on Soaring Heaven Sect's Qixio Peak, his martial aunt had always been like this, often lying on the ground after getting drunk, her clothes in disarray, revealing her naked body, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding Yang Kai. Feeling his martial arts enthusiasm again after several dozen years, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had been cut off from his previous life. Martial ant is still in her prime. I won't grow old. Fei Yu snorted before smiling. Zhongyan, Rimaru, and Fei Jian are all here, as well as martial ancestor. Saying so, she turned her gaze towards the main hall. Yang Kai gently nodded and stepped forward, first exchanging a few words with his Zhongyan martial ant before arriving in front of Chu Ling Xiao and solemnly saying, Disciple Yang Kai greets martial ancestor. Sorry for making martial ancestor wait. Good, no need to be so polite. Chu Ling Xiao nodded happily, releasing his divine sense to sweep Yang Kai and discovering that, as Ling Tai Su and the others had said, Yang Kai's current cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Perceiving this, Chu Ling Xiao showed an even more amiable smile. You're good, very good. Sure enough, you've carved out a new world for yourself. This old master is proud of you, and in the future, I'm afraid the important task of revitalizing the sect will be handed over to you. Martial ancestor is too kind. Disciple still has many shortcomings and still needs martial ancestor and Grand Master's guidance. Good boy, Chu Ling Xiao laughed happily, exchanging a glance with Ling Tai Su, both of them greatly relieved. Martial ancestor, please wait a moment, these two friends are a bit grumpy. Disciple will help them put out the fire first. Yang Kai grinned before turning to look at Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, who were still fighting with their divine senses. Be careful, don't hurt them, Ling Tai Su quickly exhorted. Don't worry, Grandmaster, I won't hurt them, Yang Kai said proudly, his divine sense bursting out and pouring into the void. A divine sense battle between two third-order saints. No one in the hall dared to interfere. But to Yang Kai, this thrilling divine sense battle was no different from a child's play. There seemed to be a hissing sound coming from the void as Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both trembled, feeling their entangled divine senses being forcibly separated by a pair of invisible hands. This kind of strength made them feel a sense of powerlessness, unable to resist at all. Kong. A halo of light burst out in all directions as Lei Tong and Zhang Yuan both retreated a few steps, taking a deep breath as they stared towards Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with amazement. He had actually easily separated them from their opponents. Two friends, it's my fault for making you wait so long. I did encounter an accident which delayed me for so long, but there's no need for you to be so hostile as soon as you meet. Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, seemingly still unable to calm his mood, hesitating for a moment before cupping his fists and bowing, forgive my rudeness. Zhang Yuan was not a petty person, so when he heard Thunder Dragon say so, he immediately chuckled. Many thanks, Yang Xingzhu, if we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. That's right, we all live under the same blue sky. There's no need to fight as soon as we meet. Yang Kai gently nodded, very satisfied with the attitude of these two. Seeing many people standing in place and staring at him strangely, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured. Sit down, there's no need to be polite. Today, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you. Haha, after learning that Yang Shengzhu had returned, this senior traveled day and night from the demon capital to the Holy Land. But I don't know why Yang Shengzhu has summoned us here today. The masters of the three clans have all gathered here. So presumably what Yang Shengzhu has to discuss is no trivial matter, right? Zhang Yuan asked casually, but his eyes revealed a deep sense of dread. When Yang Kai separated him from Thunder Dragon just now, although he did not feel much, Zhang Yuan knew that the current Yang Kai was not someone he could compare with. Chapter 1561. Did this little brat want to unify the entire Tongxian realm? Did he want the demon race and monster race to bow their heads? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's expression became even more dignified. It wasn't that he was narrow-minded. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan was a very heroic person. Most of the masters from the demon race and monster race were like this, but as the demon commander, he had no choice but to consider this aspect. Thunder Dragon also thought so. If this really was the case, even if the demon race and monster race joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist and could only resign themselves to fate. Hearing this question, Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and chuckled. Demon Commander doesn't need to think too much. I won't be staying here for long this time. I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon. Leaving soon? Zhang Yuan was stunned, exchanging a glance with Thunder Dragon, both of them extremely surprised. Yang Kai actually didn't have any ambition. Yes, the wonderful things in the Tongxian realm's territory made me forget to return, so I'm not going to stay here for long, Yongkai chuckled. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, is there something wonderful in the Tongxian realm's territory? If possible, can Yang Shengzhu tell us more about it? The other masters from the three clans also craned their necks and looked towards Yongkai, listening attentively. Tell me, this old master is also very curious, Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. Although he had heard a lot about the star field from Ling Tai Su after coming here, most of this information was from Yongkai and Ling Tai Su. Since Ling Tai Su had never seen it with his own eyes, there was always something missing. Now that Yongkai was here in person, he naturally wanted to investigate. Since martial ancestor has given the order, disciple naturally won't disobey. Yongkai chuckled and pondered for a moment before continuing. There are indeed many wonderful things in the Tongxian realm's territory, many things we have never thought of before. Inside the hall, everyone listened attentively. Time passed slowly, but everyone listened with great interest. Their expressions gradually became more and more excited. The vastness of Star's territory amazed all of them, and the enchanting scenery and abundant cultivation resources in Star's territory made them yearn for it. Above the Saint Realm were the Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and Origin King Realm existences that made them blush with shame. They deeply understood the meaning of the phrase, frogs at the bottom of a well. According to Yongkai, most of the cultivation stars in the star territory had extremely rich world energy auras, so saints weren't anything special there. Only those who had reached the Origin Returning Realm could barely be considered masters, and only those who had reached the Origin King Realm could truly become master. Everyone's blood was burning and boiling. Their eyes flickered with a look of longing. They longed to have such a cultivation environment and abundant cultivation materials. They longed to advance further on their martial Dao and reach the legendary Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, or even the Origin King Realm. Yongkai didn't embellish his story, and instead calmly explained his understanding of Star's territory and what he had seen and heard over the years. But this was enough. After he finished, everyone's mood fluctuated and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Yongkai had seen all kinds of wonderful and magical things, but all of them were back on Tongxian Realm, fighting for some of the resources that the cultivator in Star's territory didn't even want to enter their eyes, some even considered garbage. This discovery made everyone feel depressed, ashamed, and even deeply ashamed. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon, who had been opposing each other tit for tat before, glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, suddenly feeling that their previous struggle had been very childish, very childish. And, the star territory is so wonderful, this old master can't wait to see it. If this old master can experience this kind of wonder in his lifetime, this old master can die without regrets. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, no words came out. The hall was silent for a long time before Zhang Yuan sighed and asked with some interest, "May I ask why Yang Shengzhu has gathered all the masters from the three clans here this time?" Hearing this question, Thunder Dragon also quickly turned his eyes to Yongkai curiously. Yongkai responded with a smile. "I'm taking you to Star's territory." A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing everyone's body to shake violently as they stared towards Yongkai with dull and excited eyes, none of them having expected him to say such a thing. It was undeniable that Yongkai's previous descriptions had aroused everyone's yearning and curiosity towards Star's territory. They all wanted to see what Star's territory was like. But, how could Star's territory be so easy to enter? They didn't have the ability to break into Star's territory, so they could only stare blankly, envying Yongkai's opportunities and admiring Yongkai's courage and strength. But now, Yongkai had thrown an olive branch to them. Everyone was stunned. "Of course I won't force you. This is just a proposal. After a few days, I'll be leaving. Those who are willing to come with me, those who aren't will stay. I came back this time for this matter," Yongkai added. "Is that true?" Zhang Yuan stood up and stared at Yongkai with scorching eyes. "Yang Shengzhu isn't joking?" Thunder Dragon also asked incredulously. Although they didn't know what kind of price they would have to pay to bring people into Star's territory, it certainly wouldn't be easy. If Yongkai had the ability to do so, he would definitely prioritize his friends and family in the human race, but now he was actually offering this favor to the monster race and demon race. Both Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. "I'm not joking," Yongkai replied seriously. Hearing his affirmation, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both froze. After a long time, Zhang Yuan asked solemnly, Dare I ask Yang Shengzhu, what kind of price do we need to pay? Submit to you? Pledge our loyalty? Haha. Yang Kai grinned, a look of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, why would I need you to submit to me? And to put it bluntly, the current me can flatten all of Tongxian realm with a single finger. If I wanted you to submit to me, there would be no need for me to waste so much time talking nonsense with you. I would simply use force to suppress you. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon instantly began sweating profusely. They didn't think that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. They had already learned from Yang Kai's previous explanation that his territory had reached a higher level of tyranny, something they really couldn't resist. This young man had already surpassed the legendary figure of his generation, the great demon god who was regarded as the supreme existence of the demon race. He had walked further and stood taller. Even if the great demon god was resurrected, he would only be able to look up to him. Then why did Yang Shengzhu? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. We're all old friends. If I can help, I'll help. I have no other intentions, Yang Kai said lightly. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both wore looks of shame, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan cupped his fist solemnly and said, Yang Shengzhu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This Zhang Yuan has been a bit too narrow-minded. If this Zhang Yuan has offended you in any way, I hope Yang Shengzhu can forgive us. Thunder Dragon also quickly expressed his apologies. His face filled with sincerity. It's fine, you are both leaders of your respective clans. It's only right for you to consider the bigger picture. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't care. If he were in their shoes, he would also consider things this way. The expressions of the two masters relaxed slightly. Although there are many wonderful things in the Star Territory, there should also be many dangers. If Yang Shengzhu takes so many people into the Star Territory, can he protect the safety of his clansmen? Thunder Dragon asked with some concern. There will definitely be dangers, so whether you want to follow me or not is entirely up to you. Of course, you can also choose to stay. Perhaps Tongxian Realm will one day regain its vitality and become like the other cultivation stars in the Star Territory. At that time, you will be able to sense a deeper level of the Heavenly Way and Martial Tao. But when that time comes, it's hard to say. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he looked towards Xianing Chong meaningfully. Since refining the star source of the Star, becoming its Star Master, and breaking through to the origin returning realm, Xianing Chang's aura had significantly improved, and the layer of gray that had always shrouded her body seemed to have lightened significantly. As long as she could continue to break through at this speed, one day she would be able to stand at the peak of the Star Territory. At that time, the entire Tongxian realm would benefit. This matter is of great importance. I ask Yang Shengzhu to allow me to wait a few days. I need to discuss this matter carefully with them. Zhang Yuan frowned and said. Naturally, Yang Kai gently nodded. Immediately, Yang Kai ordered his subordinates to take the monster race and demon race masters away to rest so they could discuss this matter. There was no need to discuss the human race. 9 Heavens Holy Land, their friends and family in the central capital, and even Soaring Heavens sect had all decided to follow Yang Kai into the Star Territory. Of course, there were also some disciples who were unwilling to leave their homeland and wanted to stay behind in their sects, so the human race masters had no choice but to comply. Not everyone had a fearless adventurous spirit and was willing to gamble their life for an illusory dream. This required great courage and a yearning for higher levels of the martial Tao. However, overall, there weren't many people like this, with each sect accounting for about 30% of the total population. Everyone dispersed as there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. Soon, the hall emptied and Yang Kai walked towards a pair of beautiful twin sisters with a smile on his face. As Yang Kai approached, the breathing of the two women seemed to become slightly faster, as if they were very excited. Jiao Mei long time no see. Yang Kai greeted them with a smile. There had been too many people just now, so he hadn't had time to catch up with the Hu sisters, but now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to talk to them. Moreover, they seemed to have been waiting for him here. The two women opposite him smiled lightly and said in unison, "Long time no see, how have you been?" Good. Yang Kai nodded, his brow wrinkling slightly, a little confused. His eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two women, but he couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao and which one was Hu Mei. This discovery made him scratch his head. After cultivating the twin chi shared spirit divine art, not only did their slightly different appearances become exactly the same, even their temperaments and life auras were the same. Just standing there, It was as if they were the same person. Moreover, their cultivations had actually reached the second-order saint realm. Not the new saint realm Great Elder Xueqi had reported at the beginning. This kind of cultivation speed was a bit terrifying. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. Chapter 1562. Although little senior sister had already broken through to the origin returning realm and her cultivation was much higher than the Hu sisters, she had obtained a great opportunity to refine a star source, allowing her to achieve this. The Hu sisters definitely didn't have such a heaven-defying opportunity, but in this barren land with thin world energy, they were able to reach this level with their own efforts. It was obvious that their aptitude was extraordinary. Seeing the suspicion on Yang Kai's face, the woman on the left pursed her lips and smiled. I am Zhao. I am Mei. The woman on the right added. Her voice was soft and extremely pleasant to listen to. The temperament and demeanor of the two seemed to be very different from before, a fusion of the boldness of the older sister and the shyness of the younger sister. Now they were of one mind, which made them appear even more alike. If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't have noticed. Yang Kai scratched his head. This somewhat childish action made the two women laugh. Very few people can tell who Zhao pursed her lips and smiled. Even father often confuses us. Yang Kai nodded gently. Even Hu Man couldn't tell his two daughters apart, so it wasn't strange that he couldn't recognize them. By the way, you heard what happened just now. Do you want to stay, or we'll go with you? Before Yang Kai could finish, the two women answered in unison, as if they were telepathic and didn't need to discuss anything. In that case you should also prepare. I don't plan to wait too long. I'll set off in half a month. Okay, we'll go see father first and send a message to master, Hu Zhao said and immediately left with Hu Mei without delay. However, they seemed a little reluctant to part. After not seeing each other for so many years, they really wanted to talk more with Yang Kai. But when they thought about how they could often see each other in the future, they weren't in a hurry. When they passed by Xianing Chong, the two women gently nodded, their beautiful eyes bursting with envy. Xianing Chong could naturally accompany Yang Kai, but they couldn't. Senior sister, let me teach you something in this half a month. After everyone left the hall, Yang Kai quickly walked towards Xianing Chong and pulled her towards the secret chamber. What Yang Kai wanted to impart to Xianing Chong was naturally the trick of condensing one's own potential and the things to pay attention to. Yang Kai had condensed his share with the help of the emperor pressure emitted by the emperor garden, which was a cheap trick. Although the effect was amazing, it was not suitable for Xianing Chong. However, this kind of understanding, comprehension, and experience was universal. Moreover, he had learned a lot of valuable experience from Qian Tong and the others. Now, he had also taught them to Xianing Chong. In addition to this, Yang Kai also passed on the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Little senior sister had a special constitution like the sacred spirit medicine body, so she naturally knew how to refine pills and didn't need anyone to teach her. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture was profound and mysterious, so Xianing Chong could draw useful information from it to improve her alchemy skills. Half a month was neither long nor short. Yang Kai and Xianing Chong never left the secret chamber. Naturally, during this period, there were some romantic moments, heavenly thunders, earth fire, rain, and clouds. Since Yang Kai set foot on star territory, he had never been close to a woman. Now that he was reunited with such a beautiful woman, he was like a ferocious beast that had just broken free from its cage. Xianing Chang's complexion was getting better and better, and even her skin gradually became more translucent, as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. After all, beautiful flowers needed to be watered by rain and dew. Half a month later, Yang Kai and Xianing Chong came out of seclusion together. In just half a month's time, Xianing Chong was naturally unable to condense her own shi, but after obtaining the experience from Kai Yang, she was able to understand what shi was. Furthermore, she already had a small understanding of this mysterious power. Now all that was left was herself. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture was effortless for her, and the various techniques and spirit arrays recorded in it often made her eyes light up. 9 Heavens Holy Land was now crowded with nearly 10,000 people from the human, monster, and demon clans. Among these 10,000 people, there were 2,000 from the Holy Land, 3,000 to 4,000 from the central capital, 1,000 from the monster race, and 2,000 from the demon race. With such a huge number of people gathered here, the scene was extremely quiet. No one was making any noise. Not even whispering. Everyone was just quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. They all wanted to know what method Yang Kai would use to bring so many people into Star's territory at once. With a flash of light, Yang Kai appeared, attracting the attention of over 10,000 people. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai gently nodded. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Yang Kai, what do you need us to do? Just give us the order. Thunder Dragon shouted from below. We will cooperate fully. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. It's nothing. Just relax and don't resist. Yang Kai smiled lightly, opened his mouth, and spat out a seemingly inconspicuous bead. This bead floated in front of him, attracting everyone's attention. They didn't know what mysteries this bead contained, nor did they know what Yang Kai wanted to do by taking it out at this time. The answer was soon revealed. Yang Kai stretched out his hand, pointed at the bead, and flicked his finger, sending it flying out like an arrow, directly arriving above the place where the 10,000 people had gathered. With a soft pop, the sound of something exploding came from inside the bead and a mysterious force swept out. Everyone who felt this force felt as if they were being restrained. Out of their trust in Yang Kai, none of them circulated their Saint Qi to resist. Their vision blurred, and when they came back to their senses, they found that they had come to a completely unfamiliar place. This was not Nine Heavens' holy land, but the scenery here was beautiful. Moreover, the world energy aura here seemed to be extremely rich, at least 100 times higher than Tongxian realms. This discovery shook everyone's spirits. Hey, what's that? A man from the demon race seemed to have discovered a new world and shouted as he looked towards a certain direction. Following his gaze, everyone immediately discovered a long pitch-black shuttle-shaped object that was more than 100 feet long was quietly suspended in mid-air. A starship. Demon Commander Zhang Yuan muttered, a look of horror flashing across his face. Although he had heard from Demon General Meng Gu that Yang Kai had an intact starship, he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. Now that this starship had appeared in front of him, he immediately understood that the news was true. Under the demon capital, there was a similar starship, but that starship was in tatters. And in terms of grade, it wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of the one in front of him. Zhang Yuan had some insight and could tell at a glance that this intact starship was extraordinary. What surprised him even more was that there were actually some people standing below the battleship. When these people looked at him and the others, their eyes were filled with surprise as they pointed at them curiously. Zhang Yuan habitually released his divine sense and swept these cultivators' bodies, his face changing dramatically. He found that the cultivation of each of these people far exceeded his own. Although they didn't give him the same sense of oppression as Yang Kai, they were definitely the legendary Saint King realm. Have we arrived at Star territory? Are these people the cultivator of Star's territory? A trace of suspicion flashed across Zhang Yuan's heart. Many people had similar thoughts. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai's voice came from somewhere as his figure flickered and he appeared in front of the Saint King realm cultivator and explained, "These are my disciples. Greetings, Sect Master." These people who made all cultivator from Tongxian realm feel unapproachable, quickly saluted Yang Kai. Yang Kai gently nodded before turning to the leader of this group and saying, "Lu Ping, these are my friends and family from my homeland. I will take them back to Shadowed Star and will stay here for a while. Take good care of them." "Yes." The man named Lu Ping quickly nodded. Yang Kai then walked over to Chu Ling Xiao and Ling Tai Su, bowed, and said, "Martial Ancestor, Grand Master, this is a small sealed world. Although it is not very big, it is enough to accommodate 10,000 people. You will be safe here. When I arrive, I will call you out. This humble one has established High Heaven sect on a place called Shadowed Star and will need the two of you to oversee it. And the journey will probably be a bit long, so it will take some time, perhaps several years. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask these people, they will cooperate fully." "Good. You can go about your business, there is no need to worry about us." Chu Ling Xiao smiled kindly. The sealed world bead, an Origin King grade starship, he didn't know how precious it was. If he had known, he would not have been so calm. "Then I'll take my leave first. When I have time, I will come to visit you," Yang Kai said before leaving this small sealed world. After Yang Kai left, the man named Lu Ping immediately ran over and asked Ling Tai Su, Chu Ling Xiao, and the others about their well-being. Just now, he had clearly heard Yang Kai call these two old men Martial Ancestor and Grand Master. Although his cultivation was much higher than these two, he did not dare show the slightest neglect, so when facing these two, he had to show the proper etiquette of a junior. Seeing this little brat act so courteously, Chu Ling Xiao and Ling Tai Su didn't hold back and asked Lu Ping about the situation on Shadowed Star and High Heaven Sect. After learning that High Heaven Sect was now the dominant force on Shadowed Star, it could be said that it dominated all of Shadowed Star. Both of them felt greatly relieved and proud. In just over 30 years, Yang Kai had single-handedly made an entire Shadowed Star submit to him. This was simply not something a human could accomplish. Both of them suddenly had a new understanding of Yang Kai's abilities. Immediately, they began to inquire about more information. Inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put it away and swept his divine sense across the empty Nine Heavens Holy Land. Putting away the slightest trace of nostalgia in his eyes, he turned to Xianing Chong, who was standing nearby, and said, "Senior sister, help me find someone." Chapter 1563. Xianing Chong did not enter the sealed world bead. She was now a first-order origin returning realm, so she would not drag Yang Kai down. Moreover, she had just broken through and had a lot to learn, so Yang Kai let her follow him around to make it easier for him to teach her. What's more, it was very pleasing to travel with a beauty. Hearing Yang Kai say this, she immediately asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Li Lao." Yang Kai looked at her. Xianing Chong immediately understood, gently nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and began to investigate. Now that she was the Star Master of Tongxian Realm and had refined the star source, she could shuttle back and forth anywhere in the world with a single thought. Here she was the master. Looking for someone was a piece of cake for her. She used her divine sense to communicate with the star source of Tongxian Realm, perceiving the information transmitted back to her by the flowers and trees in the world, distinguishing the traces of the person she was looking for. In less than half a day, she slowly opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Found him." Yang Kai's spirit shook as he stepped forward and grabbed Xianing Chang's small hand. "Take me to him." Xianing Chong gently nodded her head. Extending her jade-like hand, she pointed forward. Immediately, a black vortex appeared in the air, as if it wanted to devour everything. The two of them entered it and disappeared in an instant. On a nameless barren mountain, barren and desolate, a few thatched huts stood at the top of the mountain. No one would have thought that this was actually the place where the famous old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rue, lived in seclusion. Yang Kai respected Li Lao very much, not only because he was the longest-lived sage in the entire world, having lived for thousands of years with a saint realm cultivation, but also because he had not been stingy with his teachings. When the bone race was recovering, Li Lao had come to Nine Heavens Holy Land and used his great reputation to rally the entire human race to help Yang Kai. When he returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land this time, Yang Kai didn't find any trace of Li Lao or his apprentice Zhai Yao. Obviously, with Li Lao's temperament, it was impossible for him to stay in one place for too long, which was why he had left Nine Heavens Holy Land. Now that Yang Kai was going to Star Territory again, of course he wanted Li Lao to come with him. "Is this the place?" Xianing Chong brought Yang Kai to a barren mountain that was less than 1,000 feet high. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Xianing Chong nodded gently. "But I didn't sense Li Lao's aura. Only Brother Zhai's." Hearing her say this, Yang Kai suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He raised his head and looked in front of him. A few simple thatched huts came into view. In front of the thatched cottage, there were also a few medicinal fields. However, they weren't growing spirit grasses and medicines for cultivation, but rather some ordinary herbs. These herbs were very effective in treating ordinary people, but they were completely useless for cultivation. There was one person. In the middle of the medicinal field, this person was tending to the medicinal plants, watering and fertilizing them, repeating monotonous actions with a meticulous expression. Yang Kai stepped forward and walked towards him. "Do you want to see a doctor?" The man who was watering the plants heard movement and didn't raise his head, asking casually, "Brother Zhai, long time no see." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and greeted him. Zhai Yao's movements paused, as if he had realized something, slowly straightening up and looking at Yang Kai. After seeing Yang Kai's face, he couldn't help but grin. He had a mouth full of bright white teeth, and a face that would make any woman jealous. Behind him, the afterglow of the setting sun poured down on his body, sputtering out a golden halo. This brat is still as handsome as ever. Zhai Yao took 2 steps forward and hugged Yang Kai fiercely. Brother Yang, when did you come back? He didn't seem surprised at all, as if he already knew that Yang Kai would return safely. It's been almost 2 months. Zhai Yao gently nodded, shook off the dirt on his hands, and warmly greeted, "Come, let's drink and chat today." Yang Kai readily responded. In front of the thatched cottage, the two sat on the ground. There was no delicious food, but the twinkling stars in the sky and the blowing wind were dishes to go with the wine. Xianing Chong sat on the side, holding a wine pot in his hands, pouring wine for Yang Kai and Zhai Yao. In front of the thatched cottage in the starry sky, there were friends coming from afar. It was very pleasant. Master passed away more than 20 years ago. Zhai Yao suddenly said without rhyme or reason. Although he had already guessed, when Yang Kai heard this news, his hand that was holding the wine cup still trembled slightly. Zhai Yao grinned. He passed away peacefully. Master has been around this age for a long time. With the cultivation of the Saint Realm, living for more than 1,000 years was not something that others could do. Li Lao was proficient in pills and used pills to regulate his body, which was why he could live such a long life. Brother Zhai, my condolences. Yang Kai thought for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Zhai Yao smiled. Master's legacy is still there. Master lives in my heart. Yang Kai looked at him and also smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Brother Yang, why are you looking for Master this time? Zhai Yao asked. It's nothing. It's just that I'm going to leave again, and I want Li Lao and Brother Zhai to come with me. Enter the territory? Zhai Yao narrowed his eyes. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. Zhai Yao was silent. After a while he shook his head and said, Master raised me and taught me. My kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can't let him be here alone. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Zhai Yao smiled and said, Brother Yang, there's no need to say more. I've made up my mind. Seeing that he was so insistent, Yang Kai could only sigh. With wine, he drank until he was drunk. At dawn, Zhai Yao was lying on the ground, snoring. Yang Kai and Xianing Chong found a simple grave on the peak of the mountain. After devoutly worshipping it and leaving some cultivation resources for Zhai Yao, they silently said goodbye. Are we really leaving Brother Zhai there alone? Xianing Chong was still a little worried. It's his own decision, Yang Kai responded faintly. But Xianing Chong seemed to want to say something else. It's not necessarily a bad thing. When you succeed in your cultivation one day, the world will be revitalized. Whether Brother Zhai leaves or not, it's the same. Xianing Chong nodded, indicating that he understood. After thinking for a while he asked, Where are we going now? The central capital. There should be a shortcut to the territory of the star. We can find someone we both know. Yang Kai smiled slightly. After a while, the two arrived at the free and unfettered territory and entered a place not far from High Heaven Pavilion through the void corridor. After the seal set by Great Demon God was lifted, Tongxian Realm and the central capital were connected. The void corridor had always existed in the original free and unfettered territory. Yang Kai was no stranger to this. The central capital was the starting point of his life. After arriving, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed that there were many more people in the original High Heaven Pavilion. He didn't know which family or small sect occupied it, but it seemed quite prosperous. Yang Kai didn't disturb them. Now, the cultivator here was as weak as a child to him. He also didn't go to the central capital. The original central capital 8 great families. The 3 families close to him were all in the sealed world bead. The remaining 5 families were now thriving in the central capital. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. He took his little senior sister with him, flying directly to the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although his little senior sister was the star master of Tongxian Realm, in the central capital, she couldn't travel thousands of kilometers in a flash. This place had its own world principles and was a separate world. Yang Kai didn't know how this world was formed, but after witnessing the process of Tongxian Realm's birth, prosperity, and decline, he vaguely felt that the central capital should be related to the ancient and powerful cultivator. Perhaps, it was one of those masters with heaven-defying cultivation who had created this world. The ash-gray cloud evil land was as chaotic as ever. In the past, there were several great evil kings who governed and suppressed it. Although this land was filled with filth and evil, there were still some rules that needed to be followed. But since those great evil kings died or disappeared, the ash-gray cloud evil land had completely become a chaotic land of evil. There were all kinds of people here, burning, killing, looting, anything could happen. Here there was no reason to speak of, only those with bigger fists were right. Along the way, all the things the two of them saw and heard were insane and heinous. Xueqi was able to remain calm, but his little senior sister couldn't help but fiercely teach a few shameless bullies a lesson, calming her anger. Fragrant City, originally a city under the jurisdiction of the beguiling demon queen Xueqi Luo, was the last pure land in the ash-gray cloud evil land. But since Xueqi Luo disappeared, this last pure land had been polluted, and the city had fallen into darkness and chaos. When passing through this place, Xueqi naturally couldn't help but reminisce. Back then, he and the Dragon Lady had become acquainted with each other in this land. But after Xueqi returned from Tongxian realm, he had never seen her again. He had thought that he would never meet Xueqi Luo again in this life. Unexpectedly, during his trip to the Emperor Garden, he had learned of her whereabouts, met her and fought side by side. Towards this extremely charming enchantress, Kai Yang found it hard to forget her. The place he was going to this time was the Spider Mother's nest. According to Xueqi Luo's personal maid, Biluo, she and Xueqi Luo had accidentally opened the altar in the Spider Mother's nest and were sent directly to Monster Star's territory. Therefore, Xueqi also wanted to borrow the altar. If he succeeded, not only could he see how the Dragon Lady was doing, but he could also save a lot of time. He didn't want to spend several years on a starship just to travel. The Spider Mother's nest wasn't too far from Fragrant City, only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away. With Xueqi's current speed, it would only take half a cup of tea's time to arrive. The Spider Mother's nest was as dilapidated as ever. After it collapsed, no one cared about this place anymore. After arriving here, Xueqi entered the huge spider statue and easily found a strange altar. The altar was only about the height of a person, but it was engraved with many profound and complicated patterns. It looked like a wonderful array, but also like some ancient characters. Xueqi released his divine sense but didn't find anything unusual. On the other hand, there were some dark traces left on the altar. This was Xueqi Luo's blood. Chapter 1564. Junior brother, what is this for? Xianing Chong poked her head out from the side and asked curiously. This is the shortcut. Xueqi smiled slightly and explained to her in detail. Hearing that Xueqi Luo and Biluo had entered Star territory directly from here, Xianing Chong was immediately curious. She also finally knew who Kai Yang wanted to see. She couldn't help but giggle to herself. From time to time, she would look at Kai Yang with her clear eyes, looking at him meaningfully. And it's not what you think. Xueqi helplessly defended himself. Forget it, I'll study this thing, you can do as you please. Xianing Chong nodded and found a clean place nearby to sit down. While comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, she also tried to condense her sure. Xueqi reached out and gently stroked the strange patterns on the altar in front of him, releasing his divine sense to carefully examine them. Since Xueqi Luo and Biluo could both go to Monster Star and Monster Star from here, it meant that this altar had the ability to connect the two ends of space. In other words, as long as the conditions were met, this altar could form a tunnel between the two ends of space, ignoring the obstruction of space. This was even more profound than the most powerful space array. Xueqi knew that some of the most ancient space arrays in star territory could teleport a cultivator from one cultivation star to another across hundreds of millions of kilometers, but this kind of space array was extremely rare. Not only were they rare, but most of them were also damaged, making it extremely risky to use them. Perhaps someone like Heaven-battling Union Zemo Shaoshang could repair ordinary space arrays, but this kind of special space array, there was absolutely nothing he could do. Therefore, generally speaking, even if a force had this kind of special space array, it would not be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary. They would rather take a starship, travel slowly, and spend a lot of time traveling to their destination than risk their lives. The best way to activate the altar in front of him was Xueqi Luo's bloodline. In the past, she and Biluo had inadvertently used their own blood to open the altar. However, Xueqi could not use this method. His golden blood was indeed powerful. However, it did not have the effect of Xueqi Luo's bloodline. so he could only rely on his own profound attainments in the Tao of space. Under his investigation, the ancient characters on the altar remained calm. Without any reaction, Yang Kai did not become impatient and instead immersed himself in them. Gradually, he felt a sense of wonder. These ancient characters seemed to have a life of their own. There was also a very subtle connection between them. Yang. He tried again and again. Bit by bit. He felt that he had made some gains, but when he looked carefully, he found nothing. Time slowly passed. Little senior sister sat quietly to the side, not disturbing Yang Kai. Currently, she was immersed in the process of condensing Shi and comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, so she was completely oblivious to the movements around her. One day, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant light bursting from them, seemingly having made some progress. He mobilized his own space force, allowing this mysterious power to shuttle back and forth across the ancient altar, connecting the complex characters. Like a needle, these characters became more and more closely connected to each other until they were inseparable. When Yang Kai's space force penetrated the last character, the pattern on the altar suddenly burst with light, as if it had been given a new life and floated out from the altar. These lines swam through the void like fish, rearranging themselves, and finally forming the phantom of a large gate in front of Yang Kai. Little senior sister. Yang Kai shouted. Xia Ningchong quickly gathered her thoughts and her tender body flickered, arriving beside Yang Kai and grasping Yang Kai's hand. She knew that the time had come. Yang Kai did not delay as he stared intently at the phantom of the tightly closed gate, a dignified expression on his face. Although he had successfully comprehended the mysteries of the altar with his attainments in the Tao of space and formed the phantom of this gate, he did not have the key to open it. Shan Qing Luo's bloodline was the key to this gate. However, Yang Kai had his own method. He condensed his space force at the tip of his finger, pointed forward in a seemingly slow but urgent manner, and then fiercely slashed downwards. The void seemed to tremble as a crack suddenly appeared on the tightly closed gate. At first, the crack was very small, almost imperceptible, but it quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed up the gate, revealing a dark passage. This was a void corridor that connected the two ends of space separated by hundreds of millions of kilometers. The interior was a chaotic void, like the maw of a ferocious beast, capable of swallowing everything in the world. Xia Ningchang's tender body could not help but tense up as she gripped Yang Kai's hand even tighter. Yang Kai did not hesitate as he pulled Xia Ningchang into the passage. When the two figures disappeared, the dark passage also closed up and disappeared. The surroundings were silent. In this place, there was no sound, no light. Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai could only see darkness. However, Xia Ningchang could vaguely feel a mysterious power flowing around her. This power was like a rushing river, wanting to drown her. Yang Kai had protected her. This was a void corridor, a mysterious and unknown place that ordinary people could not reach. It was a forbidden zone where all living things could not survive. Any powerhouse could get lost in this mysterious world, eventually being swallowed up by the darkness and never being able to rise again. Even if it was Yang Kai, he had to be extremely vigilant as he walked around, his divine sense constantly scanning the surroundings, helping Xia Ningchang avoid the murderous auras that came from the void. This strange place seemed to be able to affect the thoughts of living beings and their perception of time. Yang Kai could only desperately mobilize his space force to resist the interference coming from all directions. Shan Qing Luo and Biluo had used the altar to enter the Monster Star and Monster Star, so there was not much danger because her bloodline was compatible. However, Yang Kai had used a special method to forcibly open the altar, so the risk he had to bear was many times greater than the beguiling demon queen. Fortunately, his attainments in the Tao of space were quite good, so even though he was treading on thin ice, he was still able to cope with it. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly became spirited and rushed in a certain direction with Xia Ningchang. After arriving there, he stretched out his hand and tore through space, falling out of this mysterious unknown place with Xia Ningchang. The little senior sister only came back to her senses at this moment, her confused eyes gradually becoming clear. She thought it had only been a moment, but she did not know that Yang Kai had been carrying her through the void corridor for many days. This mysterious place affected Xia Ningchang's judgment of the passage of time. This should be an underground cave, damp and dark, but there were some white skeletons scattered in front of them. From the size of the skeletons, these skeletons must have been huge when they were alive. This is... Xia Ningchang looked around, a blank look on his face. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out, and picked up a piece of bone, carefully examining it. After a while he grinned, "We're here. This is Monster Star, Monster Star." Monster Star? Monster Star? Xia Ning Chong murmured. "Is this the stars where Big Sister Queen lives?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. He could make this judgment thanks to the white bones on the ground. If he guessed correctly, these white bones should be the bones of the ancient variant Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. When Shanqing Luo and Biluo arrived here, the first thing they encountered was the skeleton of a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Shanqing Luo had absorbed the essence of this ancient variant Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, which was why she was chosen by Red Moon Tribal Lord and adopted as her daughter, allowing her to survive on Monster Star. Otherwise, with her human identity, how could she have gained a foothold on this Monster Star? It would have been even more impossible for her to reach the Third Order Origin Returning Realm in just a few decades. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's essence had helped Shanqing Luo greatly. Her bloodline had some traces of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, so she was able to open the altar and obtain the opportunity that belonged solely to her. Opportunities were really mysterious. Yang Kai had worked hard over the years and his luck was not bad, but he had only just broken through to the Second Order Origin Returning Realm, but Shanqing Luo had already surpassed him. Yang Kai pondered as he recalled all the information Biluo had revealed to him in the Emperor Garden. He didn't know much about Monster Star, only that it was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Although there were also humans on Monster Star, they were nothing more than foils for the monster race. The human race had its own advantages. Although the monster race was powerful, they did not exterminate the human race and instead allowed them to roam freely. Only when some masters emerged from the human race who could threaten the monster race's dominance would the monster race's masters take action. On Monster Star, the human race had no status. The 10 tribal lords were the rulers of Monster Star, each of them an Origin King Realm Master. Red Moon Tribal Lord, who had adopted Shanqing Luo as her daughter, was one of them. Yang Kai thought about it for a while, but this was all the information he had obtained, which gave him a headache. "Let's get out of here first," Yang Kai called out to Xianing Chong and led her out of the underground cave. Outside, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that this place was filled with towering mountains and precipitous peaks. The world energy here was rich, but there was also a thick demonic qi everywhere. From time to time, the roars of fierce monster beast and the sounds of fighting could be heard. Yang Kai really didn't know how Shanqing Luo had managed to leave this place safely back then. Obviously, she had suffered a lot. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and swaggered through the jungle with Xianing Chong. This place might be extremely dangerous for others, but for Yang Kai, it was nothing. He was not afraid of anyone below the Origin King realm. Even if it was an ordinary Origin King, he could face them calmly. Having cultivated the Tao of Space, few people could force him into a desperate situation unless they were like Star Emperor Mountain Sect Master, Qi Tianche, who had dragged him into a small sealed space. However, that alone was not enough. One needed absolute force to suppress him. Qi Tianche did not have such ability, so he died. Chapter 1565. What Yang Kai needed to do the most right now was to gather some information. It should be easy to find out where Shanqing Luo was. Since she was the adopted daughter of Red Moon Tribal Lord, she must be with Red Moon Tribal Lord. When they parted in the Emperor Garden, Shanqing Luo's heart-wrenching cries still echoed in Yang Kai's ears. Since he had come to Monster Star, he naturally wanted to see if this dragon lady was living well. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xianing Chong flew out of the mountains and forests. However, along the way, although Yang Kai encountered many creatures, they were all uncivilized monster beast. He couldn't get any information from them at all, which made him feel very helpless. He could only pin his hopes on what lay ahead. While flying aimlessly with Xianing Chong, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate their surroundings. Suddenly, he seemed to have found something and pointed in a direction. "There's some movement over there. Let's go take a look." "Okay." Xianing Chong naturally had no objections. The two landed and walked side by side in the direction Yang Kai had just pointed out. Not long after, a group of about a dozen cultivator figures appeared in front of them. These cultivators exuded a wild aura, which was very different from the energy response of a normal human cultivator. Moreover, Each of them more or less had some physical characteristics of a monster beast. This group of more than a dozen cultivators were clearly monster race. They were riding on wolf-shaped demonic beasts with golden armor. They looked majestic and awe-inspiring. They were urging their mounts to gallop madly. Although there were only a dozen of them, they were like a flood of steel. It was a grand sight. Sweeping them with his divine sense, Xueqi found that the highest cultivation of these monster race cultivators was only a second-order Saint King, so there was nothing to be afraid of. So, he led Xianing Chong forward to meet them. "Sorry to disturb you." When he got closer, he cupped his fists at the leader of the demon clan with a warm smile on his face. The other party had obviously noticed him long ago. Riding the wolf-shaped monster beast, he leaped in front of him and looked down at him from above. His slightly white eyes revealed a natural sense of contempt and scrutiny. The monster beast he was sitting on panted and breathed out a foul smell on Xueqi's face. It seemed like it wanted to stretch its head out. She sniffed the Xueqi to see if it was delicious. Xueqi smiled. He remained unmoved. This was the monster star, the world of the monster race. Therefore, the monster race had a natural sense of superiority when facing creatures of other races. They felt that there was no other race that could be compared to the supreme demon race. In front of the powerful demon clan, no matter which race it was, all of them could only bow their heads and serve as slaves and servants. "Human?" The leader of the demon race cast a sidelong glance at Xueqi, recognizing his identity at a glance. The wolf-shaped monster beast he was sitting on snorted. As if sensing the displeasure in its master's heart, it circled around Xueqi and Xianing Chong. After returning to his previous position, the demon race cultivator coldly snorted and said, "What are you two humans doing here?" "Hee, I accidentally got lost. May I ask, where is this place?" "This is the Red Moon territory." The demon race cultivator proudly replied, "This is the territory of the Great Red Moon territory. You don't know where this is and you came here?" I know this is the territory of the Red Moon territory." Xueqi chuckled. "What I want to ask is, where is the nearest city? If it's convenient, can you tell me where the Red Moon territory lord's palace is?" "You want to know the location of the territory master's palace?" When the demon race cultivator heard this, his expression turned cold, and he looked at Xueqi with even more hostility. "Why are you asking about this?" "It's nothing. I have a friend in the Red Moon territory lord's palace, and I want to see her." Xueqi casually replied, "A friend?" The demon race cultivator was stunned for a moment, then immediately laughed out loud. His laughter was full of ridicule, and even the other demon race cultivators also laughed. "Human, I advise you to give up. The territory master's palace is not open to anyone without being summoned, not even us demons, let alone you humans. But don't worry, the territory master has always been benevolent to humans. Your friend is a servant in the palace, so she should be living a good life." He subconsciously thought that the friend Xueqi mentioned was just an insignificant person in the Red Moon territory lord's palace. This was very normal. The humans in the territory master's palace were all beautiful and handsome men who were carefully selected. They did not do anything else other than work as servants. In the monster race's territory, humans had never had much status. Thank you for your reminder, but I still want to know the location of Senior Red Moon's palace," Xueqi insisted. "Humans are all as arrogant as you, that's why I don't like it." The demon race cultivator coldly snorted and said arrogantly, "I can tell you, but not for free. Give me something in exchange." "Sure." Xueqi nodded and threw a bag of saint crystals to the demon race cultivator. The demon race cultivator caught it, opened it, and was suddenly overjoyed, exclaiming, "High-rank saint crystals." As soon as these words came out, all the demon race cultivator showed a look of greed, looking at the bag, then at Xueqi and Xianing Chong. Many of them looked at Xueqi with malicious eyes. "Can you tell me now?" Xueqi looked at the other party with a smile. You're quite tactful, human. I'll tell you." The demon race cultivator pondered for a while before his expression gradually calmed down, and he began to tell Xueqi the information he wanted. After a short while, Xueqi cupped his fists to the group of cultivator and calmly left with Xianing Chong. "Master, this human looks very rich. Why did you let them go?" A young-looking demon race cultivator came up to the leader and asked suspiciously. "Humph, you think I can't see how rich he is? Then why didn't you let them stay? This is the wilderness. Even if Master Red Moon didn't let us kill humans, no one would know if we did." Idiot! If we really did, I'm afraid it wouldn't be those two who died, but us. Master, that's not necessary. The demon race youth didn't believe it. That's not necessary. He is so rich, but when facing so many of our companions, did he show the slightest bit of fear? Even that human woman beside him didn't panic at all. What does this mean? It means that the two of them don't put us in their eyes at all. You idiot, you only see the light of the Saint crystals, but you ignore their strength. It's because this is the wilderness that I don't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, hearing him say this, the demon race youth couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He reluctantly looked at Yongkai and Xiaoning Chong as they left inside. That woman looked so delicate, if only I could take a bite. Some of the demon race cultivators were transformed from monster beast, so they still maintained the habit of eating raw meat and drinking blood when they were monster beast. But overall, there weren't many such cultivators. Most of the demon race cultivators were born in human form, but they still retained some traces of monster beast. This monster race youth was obviously a monster beast in disguise, so he wasn't interested in Xiaoning Chang's face that was hidden under the black veil. Instead, he was drooling over her fair skin and sparkling flesh. Human flesh and blood had always been delicious, especially the flesh and blood of young human women. Enough nonsense. Chen Yan Master's little lord should already be on his way. We need to inquire about his whereabouts and then send a message back. Tribal Lord Master will send someone to pick him up. This is our mission, we can't afford to make any mistakes, the demon race youth said solemnly. The monster race cultivator quickly said, but soon, a gloomy look appeared on his face as he gritted his teeth and muttered, I wonder how many women will fall into the hands of this little lord. Hearing them mention this young lord of senior Chen Yan's, all the monster race cultivators fell silent out of fear, seemingly quite afraid of this guy. Junior brother, what should we do now? Xiaoning Chong followed closely behind Yang Kai and asked softly, let's go to the nearest city first. Yang Kai sighed. Although he had easily inquired about the location of Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace from the demon race cultivator, it was impossible to find Shanqing Luo there. The cultivator had said very clearly that without being summoned, no one was allowed to approach the Tribal Lord Master's palace, otherwise they would be killed without mercy. Even the demon race didn't dare to overstep this rule, let alone Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chong, who were still humans. Qi Yu, one of the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star, was in the palace, so even if Yang Kai was confident, he didn't dare act rashly in front of her. She was an Origin King, and according to Biluo, she seemed to be a second-order Origin King. Rushing in rashly would definitely be courting death. Yang Kai had to think of a way. It would be best if he could send a message to Shanqing Luo and ask her to come out and see him. Yang Kai fell into contemplation. One day later, he and Xiaoning Chong arrived in front of a monster race city. Shimmering Moon City was somewhat different from the other cities Yang Kai had seen before. The buildings in this city showed the rough and wild style of the monster race. They weren't exquisite, but they gave off a rather grand feeling. Naturally, not everyone in the city was from the monster race. There were also human figures coming and going. Red Moon Tribal Lord was better than the other tribal lords in this regard, and that was, in her territory, no monster race member was allowed to kill innocent humans. Although the status of humans was low, humans had their own advantages, and it was precisely because Qi Yu saw these advantages that she gave them space to live. The other 9 tribal lords weren't as far-sighted as she was. This was especially true for Wild Lion Tribal Lord, who was the most bloodthirsty of them all. There were no traces of human existence in his territory, and his subordinates also adhered to the concept of a master tribal lord, directly killing and eating any humans they saw. As a result, the humans who originally lived in his territory had all scattered and fled, flocking to Red Moon territory, which was relatively safe for humans. Overall, Shimmering Moon City's human and monster races lived in harmony. Of course, the status of humans was always inferior. Chapter 1566. For example, to enter Shimmering Moon City, a monster race cultivator only needed to pay 3 mid-rank Saint Crystals to enter, but Yang Kai had to pay 1 high-rank Saint Crystal to enter. Regarding this, Yang Kai had no complaints. After paying 2 Saint Crystals, he entered the city with Xiaoning Chong. The extremely spacious streets were large enough to accommodate several 4-horse carriages driving side by side. On both sides of the street, There were all kinds of shops, dazzling the eyes. From time to time, there would be human and monster race cultivator coming in and out, looking very busy. The owners of these shops were also very welcoming, trying to attract business for their shops. Along the way, Yang Kai found that most of the shops were run by human race cultivators. On the contrary, there were very few monster race cultivators. In terms of business, human race cultivators were obviously more talented than monster race cultivators. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes gradually lit up. He found that on this monster star, there were many cultivation materials that were not available on Shadowed Star. This was a very normal thing. Every place or territory had its own unique products. Monster Star was a cultivation star dominated by the monster race. Here, the most common goods that appeared on the market were naturally monster beast body materials and monster core. When he discovered this, Yang Kai was taken aback. He had not expected that in a monster race city, everyone was blatantly doing business with monster beast. This made him very puzzled. After all, many monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Did they not have any sense of rejection? For example, in the cities of Shadowed Star, if someone sold human limbs or organs, no one would patronize them. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai was relieved. It was reasonable. Since monster beast business was so popular here, everyone must have become accustomed to it. What's more, not all monster race cultivators were monster beast incarnations. Even the monster beast cultivator would kill other weaker monster beast cultivators and eat their flesh. Devour their monster cores. Strengthen themselves. Yang Kai looked around with interest. Junior brother, there are so many high-grade materials here. Xiaoning Chang's eyes were shining. On Tongxian realm, she was limited by the grade of materials produced there, so she could not refine high-grade pills. But as soon as she came to Monster Star, it was like entering a huge treasure trove. The dazzling array of high-grade materials made her want to buy them all and return to refine pills. Now that she had refined the star source of stars, the prosperity and decline of Tongxian realm were closely related to her, so Xiaoning Chang could not wait to improve her strength. To her, concocting pills was a form of cultivation. Through concocting pills, she could increase her cultivation at a freakish speed. Unfortunately, we don't have many saint crystals left. Yang Kai also had a headache. Xiaoning Chang had taken a fancy to these materials. So did he. But most of the saint crystals he carried had been used up when Xiaoning Chang refined the star source of stars, so what was left could only be used as a backup and could not be bought in bulk. Looking at Xiaoning Chang's disappointed eyes, Yang Kai smiled slightly. But it doesn't matter if we buy some. The little senior sister suddenly smiled. Her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. The two immediately walked into a shop and began to check the goods, bargaining with the shop owner. Half a day later, Xiaoning Chang's space ring had a lot of alchemy materials. Yang Kai also had a lot of herbs in his space ring, most of which were the ones he obtained from the floating continent and the Emperor Garden. The rest were things he had purchased on Shadowed Star. If combined with the monster beast's monster core, many of the ancient pill recipes recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture could be used. Yang Kai had never been able to collect the materials needed for these ancient pill recipes, most of which required the monster beast's monster core. On Shadowed Star, powerful monster beasts were rare, so Yang Kai could not make bricks without straw. However, this monster star greatly satisfied his requirements. There were not many things here, but there were countless monster beast materials. He was already considering whether or not he should stay in this place for a while and plunder it. In addition to alchemy materials, Yang Kai also needed the monster beast soul to cultivate his blood beast and origin king grade pills to refine. However, the lack of saint crystals was still the biggest problem. After purchasing the materials, Yang Kai took Xiaoning Chang to the nearest inn and asked for a good room. Although the architectural style of Shimmering Moon City was very rough, the room Yang Kai and Xiaoning Chang lived in was very well maintained. Not only was the environment of the room excellent, but there were also barriers around it that could block the divine senses of others from prying into it. This could be regarded as a way to protect guests. The owner of the inn was a monster race cultivator, but he was not as overbearing as other monster race cultivators. On the contrary, this old man was very amiable and warmly received Yang Kai's senior sister and brother, which slightly changed Yang Kai's negative impression of the monster race. After arranging accommodation for Xiaoning Chang, Yang Kai left the inn and began to inquire about useful information in Shimmering Moon City. He did not forget that the main purpose of this trip was to take a look at the Shanqing Luo. But now, the biggest problem he faced was how to get close to Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. After staying in Shimmering Moon City for several days, Yang Kai was at his wit's end. However, with the limited saint crystals he had, Yang Kai was able to buy some precious monster beast materials. Young man, you seem to have something on your mind. On this day, Yang Kai was drinking and meditating in the inn when the owner of the inn came over with a smile, took the initiative to add a side dish for Yang Kai, and sat down across from him. I see you've been looking for people to inquire about the tribal master's palace these past few days. Do you have something you want to see the master? This monster race old man had an amiable look on his face and seemed to be in his 50s or 60s with a slightly stooped waist. In recent days, he had taken great care of Yang Kai, doing his best to satisfy all of his requests. Seeing the old man sit down, Yang Kai chuckled and said, I won't hide it from old sir. I was inquiring about the tribal master's palace not because I wanted to see the master. The owner of the inn looked at him with interest. Then what do you want to do? Do you know that your inquiries have attracted the attention of many people? The monster race is not very friendly to humans. I understand. Yang Kai gently nodded. When he was looking for people to inquire about the tribal lord's palace these past few days, he had indeed felt this. The monster race cultivator either ridiculed him, disdained him, or even threatened him. If it weren't for Red Moon Territory's many rules, it was likely the monster race cultivator would have attacked him. A mere human dared to inquire about the matters of the tribal master's palace. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you don't want to see the tribal master, then what do you want? The owner of the inn asked. To be honest, I have a friend who should be in the tribal master's palace. I haven't seen her for decades. The last time I saw her, we parted in a hurry. I didn't even have time to say goodbye, so I want to visit her. Yang Kai answered honestly. Friend. Hee, woman? The owner of the inn smiled a little slyly, with an expression of I know everything on his face. Yang Kai laughed dryly. That woman likes you? The owner of the inn asked again. Old sir, you're so nosy. Yang Kai's face turned red. The old man smiled slightly and didn't dwell on this issue, instead sighing with emotion. Young man, you have good fortune. I see that the woman who came with you is also a good girl. Living in seclusion. Yet there are still women out there who miss you. And this old man is envious. Changing the topic, the old man said. In fact, it's very simple to inquire about the matters of the palace. Please enlighten me, old sir. Yang Kai immediately became spirited and humbly asked for advice. Every month or so, the people from the palace will go out to purchase some supplies. Our Shimmering Moon City is not too far away from the palace and can be considered quite prosperous, so we are generally regarded as their primary target. Every month, there will be people from the palace coming over. You only need to wait a few days and you will be able to see the maidservant in the palace. If you're lucky, you may be able to meet her directly. Obviously, like the first monster race cultivator Yang Kai met before, he thought that Yang Kai's friend was a maidservant in the palace. After all, humans who could enter the tribal master's palace were of such status. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although the owner of the inn misunderstood the identity of Shanqing Luo, this was not necessarily a bad idea. If he could get the maidservant to pass a message to Shanqing Luo or something, then all the problems would be solved. Thank you, old sir, for your guidance. Yang Kai happily cupped his fists. It's no matter, this old man didn't do anything, no need to thank me. Old sir. Yang Kai looked at him with a chuckle. I feel that your attitude towards humans is very different from other monster race cultivators. Don't you dislike humans? Dislike? Why would I dislike them? The owner of the inn looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Humans are very good. This old man also knew a very special human when he was young. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of rich tenderness flash through the old man's eyes. He suddenly understood something. Forget it. I won't say anything more. Young man, enjoy your meal. This old man is old. I'll go lie down for a while. The owner of the inn suddenly seemed a little dispirited. As he spoke, he stood up. His back seemed to become even more bent. Yang Kai silently sighed. It seemed that when the owner of the inn was young, he seemed to have liked human women. A love union between different races was not something that could be easily tolerated in any place, not to mention that this was the monster star where the monster race reigned supreme. Humans had no status at all. However, it was precisely because this was not allowed that in many places, Love unions between different races would eventually lead to separation, and even the death of both parties. It was an inspiring and tragic legend. Xueqi did not think too much about it. After drinking a few cups of wine, he returned to the side room. After exhorting Xia Chong, who was refining pills, he went straight to the city gate. According to the owner of the inn, the maid-servants in the palace would be purchasing supplies in the next few days. Xueqi was going to wait and see if he could find a suitable person to pass a message to Shan Qing Luo. Chapter 1567. Not far from the city gate of Shimmering Moon City, there was a tea house. The location was good, just enough to see the situation of the cultivator coming in and out of the city gate. Xueqi went out early and returned late, waiting in this tea house for several days, but did not see any maidservants from the palace appear. On this day, just as he was bored and tasting tea, there was a sudden commotion at the city gate. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city parted to both sides of the road, as if they were making way for some kind of big shot. Among the crowd, there were also some shouts, and Xueqi vaguely heard cries of "He's here, he's here." Did the maidservants from the palace come? Kai Yang's spirit shook as he took it for granted. The commotion at the city gate also passed to the tea house, and the cultivator who was drinking tea in the tea house also came out of the tea house and gathered on the street. After a while, the spacious street was full of people, all of them looking at the city gate. Although there were many people, it was very quiet. Xueqi also came out of the tea house and squeezed into the crowd, looking at the city gate with a look of expectation, looking for a suitable person to explain his request and let her help him pass the message. The ground trembled slightly, and the vibration came from the distance, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were rushing here. Xueqi frowned, suddenly realizing that things seemed to be a little different from what he thought. After all, if it was only the maidservants of the palace going out to purchase supplies, there should not be such a big commotion. What's more, since those maidservants came out once a month, the residents and cultivator of Shimmering Moon City should not be surprised by this, so it was impossible for them to just stand around and watch. Realizing this, he was a little disappointed. It seemed that it was not the maidservants of the palace who came. However, he was very curious about who came to Shimmering Moon City and attracted the interest of so many cultivator. After a while, a majestic wolf-shaped monster beast suddenly jumped in from the outside, and on this monster beast, there was a monster cultivator that Xueqi looked familiar to. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The demon race cultivator leisurely stepped into Shimmering Moon City. He shouted loudly and waved a long whip in his hand, driving the onlooking cultivator further away to make way for a wider street. They followed closely behind him. More than 10 wolf-shaped monster beasts of similar size appeared. Every monster beast had a monster race cultivator riding it. They consciously scattered to the sides and waited respectfully in formation. Wasn't this the Demon Clan team that he had questioned a few days ago? Xueqi looked at the leading cultivator and quickly remembered. This friend. Which master has graced Shimmering Moon City with his presence? Why is there such a grand display? Suddenly, an inquiring voice came from the side. Obviously, the owner of this voice was also confused and was trying to get information from others. "I don't know." The person who was asked looked outside curiously. "I don't know what you're here to see." The person who asked the question immediately became unhappy. "I came to take a look because I didn't know. Aren't you the same?" Cough cough. Just as everyone was puzzled and whispering to each other to find out the truth, 2 huge heads suddenly popped out from the city gate. These 2 heads had a single horn on them and were pitch black in color. Their skulls were covered with hard scales, and their eyes were like those of snakes, emitting waves of cold light that made people shudder. "This is..." a knowledgeable person immediately exclaimed. He could already see the origins of these 2 monster beasts. The 2 monster beasts' full appearance was soon imprinted in everyone's vision. Apart from the huge heads, these 2 monster beasts had a pair of wings on their backs, and their bodies were covered with dragon-like scales. Their long tails swung freely behind them, full of explosive power. 9th Order Monster Beast. Thunderflame Flying Lizards. Not all monster beasts had the ability to transform into human form. Some monster beasts would maintain their beast form for their entire lives. This 9th Order Thunderflame Flying Lizard was obviously one of them. Among the 9th Order monster beasts, it was a famous existence. It was born proficient in controlling thunder and fire, and had a violent and cruel temper. Even a second-order origin returning realm cultivator would have to flee at the sight of it. There were not many masters who could subdue this monster beast. But now, these two thunderflame flying lizards had been reduced to pulling a carriage, with the reins tied around their necks. Following behind them, an extremely luxurious carriage slowly drove into shimmering Moon City. This carriage was extremely luxurious and beautifully decorated. As the wheels turned, a crisp tinkling sound could be heard coming from inside, pleasing to the ear. The carriage was large and had no doors or windows, only some pink curtains hanging around it. It seemed that the owner of this carriage liked to be the center of attention. There were 3 people sitting inside the carriage, but almost everyone's eyes were focused on a single person at this moment. It was a man wearing a pure white robe, sitting on a soft couch. He was handsome and dignified. He just sat there casually, but his whole body was emitting a luxurious aura, making people unconsciously feel that they were a head shorter. At first glance, they would only think that this person was very handsome, but if they looked at him a second time, they would be immersed in his eyes. His eyes were very bright, very spirited, and seemed to be exuding a strange power. Any woman who looked into his eyes would unconsciously lose herself, like a moth that saw a flickering light, and would throw herself into it without a care. On the man's lap, there was a stunning woman who was half crouched. The man's slender and beautiful hands were gently stroking her black hair. The woman's eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a look of extreme enjoyment, as if she was a pet that was enjoying the caress and care of its master. There was also a woman lying in the man's embrace. Her expression was similarly blurred, and her beautiful face was rosy, as if she had just been nourished by rain and dew. She was panting slightly, and her red lips emitted a captivating and beautiful light. Although he was surrounded by countless people, the man still had a smile on his face. His eyes, which were filled with an evil power, looked around without leaving a trace. Any woman who met his gaze would feel their hearts jump with joy. They could not wait to rush onto the beast carriage and accompany him, dedicating their bodies and minds to him. I know who he is, he's young Master Evil-Eyed. He's the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord, Mi-Tian. Exclamations came from the crowd, revealing the noble identity of the man sitting on the carriage. Many people recognized him. The complexions of many men changed drastically as the looks in their eyes towards Mi-Tian gradually changed, becoming one of dread. This couldn't be helped. This young Master Evil-Eye's reputation on Monster Star was simply too terrible. It was rumored that there were at least 800 women who had died at his hands, if not 1,000, and none of these women were killed by him by force or by his own hands. Instead, these women had taken the initiative to offer their lives to him. It was rumored that Mi-Tian cultivated a kind of secret technique that allowed him to pluck Yin to supplement Yang. If he made love to a woman, no matter how outstanding they would die. Even so, there were still more women who threw themselves into Mi-Tian's arms without hesitation. The most hateful thing was that Mi-Tian, whether it was a woman from the human race or the monster race, he would wantonly touch them. Many women had been poisoned by him in this way, so generally speaking, no matter where this Mi-Tian went, men would not allow their women to come out and do their best to avoid meeting him. No one had heard that Mi-Tian would come to Shimmering Moon City before, so no one had been on guard. If they had known earlier, they would have avoided him at all costs. But now, with the carriage pulled by 2 ninth-order monster beast thunderflame flying lizards, and Mi-Tian had appeared in front of them, how could they just leave? It's over, it's over. Many cultivators looked at the lovey-dovey women around them and saw the admiration and love in their eyes towards Mi-Tian, wishing they could rush up and tear this bastard into 1,000 pieces right now. But this was just a thought. Without even mentioning that Mi-Tian was a third-order origin returning realm master, few were his opponents, and the 2 ninth-order monster beast pulling his carriage were not to be trifled with. What's more, Mi-Tian also had a huge backer behind him. Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord. He was a true tyrant, an origin king realm master. So which one dared to attack his son? Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord doted on his son very much. Otherwise, he would not have used the thunderflame flying lizards to pull his carriage. Xueqi, who was standing in the crowd, also learned the identity of this guy from the exclamations and discussions of the people around him and secretly felt a little strange. Why would the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord's family come to Red Moon territory? As far as he knew, the relationship between the 10 tribal lords of Monster Star was not very harmonious. However, Xueqi did not think too much about it. After learning that the person who had caused such a ruckus was not the maidservant he had been waiting for, He no longer had any interest in watching the fun. He did not like the look in the eyes of this young Master Evil Eyes very much. It was a kind of arrogance that seemed to say that all the women in the world belonged to him. Yang Kai wanted to turn around and leave, but after recovering, he could not help being stunned. Because the cultivator on both sides of the street were all half kneeling on the ground, respectfully welcoming Mi Tian into the city. Yang Kai looked around and could not help frowning. He suddenly found that he stood out from the crowd. There were countless onlookers, and at this moment, all of them were half kneeling on the ground. Only Yang Kai stood there alone, so of course, he was particularly eye-catching. Mi Tian looked over at Yang Kai and raised his chin slightly. Even though he was just sitting on top of the carriage, he was still looking down on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with an oppressive aura. Bold! An angry roar came from the side as the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast pulled on the reins in his hand, and his mount rushed in front of Yang Kai, waving a long whip as he reprimanded, still not kneeling. Saying so, he was about to whip Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to teach him a lesson. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. The monster race cultivator was startled and suddenly recognized Yang Kai's face. Wasn't this guy the human cultivator who had asked him for directions a few days ago? At that time, he felt that he was somewhat unfathomable. Chapter 1568. Thinking so in his heart, the monster race cultivator flicked his wrist slightly and the long whip that was originally aimed at Yang Kai was deflected, causing a loud crack to ring out. He couldn't figure out Yang Kai's depths, so he didn't dare act rashly, but on the other side, he had to protect young Lord Mi Tian's face. After all, even so many monster race masters had to bow to Mi Tian, yet a trivial human was still standing here. This was contempt for Mi Tian and an insult to the monster race as a whole. For a time, the monster race cultivator was at a loss, not knowing what to do, turning his eyes to Mi Tian for help. Human, you're quite bold, daring not to kneel before this young lord? Mi Tian smiled lightly, seemingly harmless, but anyone could hear the contempt in his words. Mi Tian's noble status and extraordinary strength gave him the qualifications to say such words. This human is doomed. Many cultivator had such thoughts in their hearts as they directed sympathetic looks towards Yang Kai. However, most of them were taking pleasure in Mi Tian's misfortune. With Yang Kai attracting Mi Tian's attention, this young Lord Evil-Eyed, who had a terrible reputation, would not have any spare energy to pay attention to the beautiful women of Shimmering Moon City. Thinking so, many people felt grateful to Yang Kai and quietly pressed down the heads of the beautiful women beside them, not allowing them to fully reveal their faces. Kneel. Yang Kai chuckled, meeting Mi Tian's gaze without fear. Why should I? A monster race master actually dared to boast about kneeling? Yang Kai was amused by his arrogant tone. To be honest, he didn't want to cause trouble on this monster star. If Mi Tian had pretended not to see him, this matter would have passed and no one would have said anything. But now, conflict seemed inevitable, so Yang Kai naturally had to stand up and meet it head-on. Because you're a human. Mi Tian sneered, his momentum still full. Human beings must kneel before this young lord. As if feeling his anger, the two thunderflame flying lizards pulling the carriage also became manic and turned their heads. All of them cast their gazes towards Yang Kai's position. Their nostrils flared and their beastly eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty and cruel light. The faces of the people around Yang Kai changed greatly and without hesitation, they scattered. None of them dared to stay with Yang Kai anymore. They were afraid that the city gate would catch fire. The fish in the moat. In an instant, with Yang Kai's position, all the cultivators within a radius of him. Only him. Kai Yang became more and more conspicuous. Human, you better not be so presumptuous on Monster Emperor Star. Otherwise, you will pay a very heavy price. Mi Tian looked at Yang Kai indifferently, and even the two stunning women beside him glared at Yang Kai, as if Yang Kai was the most rude person in the world. Monster Star is my monster race's territory. You human. You should obediently tuck your tail between your legs. This young lord is not a stingy person, so since this is your first offense, I can pretend I didn't see you. If you kneel, this young lord will spare your life. Mi Tian stretched out a finger and nodded, putting on an air of arrogance. And if I don't? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Mi Tian with a smile. That's not up to you. Mi Tian coldly snorted. As soon as these words fell, The thunder flame flying lizard on the left suddenly opened its mouth wide and sent out a ball of flashing lightning towards Xueqi with astonishing momentum. Feeling the overwhelming heat and the terrifying lethality contained in this ball of fire, many cultivators showed looks of shock. Although most of them had long heard of the terror of thunder flame flying lizards, they had never seen them with their own eyes. Today, their horizons had been broadened. No wonder it was said that even a second-order origin returning realm cultivator would flee upon seeing a thunder flame flying lizard. This ball of fire alone was not something an ordinary origin returning realm cultivator could resist. As the terrifying ball of fire approached, Xueqi simply stood there, as if he was unaware of the danger. It wasn't until the ball of fire was right in front of him that he suddenly stretched out his hand and tried to grab it. Courting death. Many cultivators who saw this thought in their hearts. How could the attack of a thunderflame flying lizard be so easy to deal with? This little brat seemed a bit out of his mind, actually trying to resist it with his physical body. No wonder he dared to confront Meteon. But what happened next shocked everyone. When Xueqi's big hand grabbed the ball of fire, he was not directly burned to ashes as everyone had expected. Instead, the ball of fire let out a light crackling sound as it touched his hand. An extremely mysterious fluctuation of power spread out and disappeared in a flash. The terrifying ball of fire was like a deflated balloon, shrinking at an extremely fast speed before finally disappearing. Xueqi was completely unscathed. A series of gasps rang out. Meteon finally sat up straight slowly and pushed aside the woman who was half lying on his lap, a look of determination flashing across his eyes. Good. A second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Meteon grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. No wonder you dared act so arrogantly. It turns out you have some skill. The moment Xueqi attacked, he saw through Xueqi's cultivation. A second-order origin returning realm master was not weak on Monster Emperor Star. Not to mention that he was only a human. Monster Star was dominated by the monster race, and although it was rich in materials and world energy, it was rare for an origin returning realm master to emerge from the human race. Those with such aptitude had long been strangled in the cradle. It was impossible for the monster race to allow the human race to grow. They left the human race to survive in this crevice only because they fancied the various unique talents of the human race. So how could they allow the human race to have the opportunity to turn the tables? So after realizing that Xueqi was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, Meteon immediately became interested and, standing on top of the beast carriage, waved his hand and coldly snorted, "Kill him." The two ninth-order monster beast immediately went berserk, standing upright and opening their mouths, flames and lightning leaping from them. The city gate was in chaos as most of the cultivator hurriedly fled. Xueqi laughed. Two beasts dare act presumptuously. With a flash of golden light, the two golden blood threads, under the control of Xueqi, shot out like arrows towards the thunder flame flying lizards. Two pillars of fire sprayed out from the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths to meet the golden blood threads. But they were still unable to slow down the speed of the golden blood threads. The terrifying flames did not cause any damage to the golden blood threads at all. In the blink of an eye, the golden blood threads shot into the thunder flame flying lizards' mouths. In the next moment, the two ninth-order monster beasts let out a roar similar to a mournful wail as their huge bodies swayed from side to side, smashing through the nearby houses and collapsing them. The golden blood threads that had rushed into their bellies, under the control of Xueqi, began cutting into their bodies, causing unimaginable damage. Xueqi did not remain idle either, his figure flickering as he leapt out and soon arrived at the head of the thunder flame flying lizards, throwing a punch towards the back of its head. It seemed like a light punch, but it was impossible to tell what kind of strength it contained. However, when the fist hit the thunder flame flying lizard's head, everyone clearly saw this huge monster beast's body tremble, as if its head had been hit by a 10,000-kilogram sledgehammer. First it was forced back, then like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with a loud bang. The earth trembled. A large crater immediately appeared in the ground as the thunder flame flying lizard's head sank into it. Worthy of being a ninth-order monster beast, even with the golden blood threads wreaking havoc in its body and Xueqi's punch to the back of its head, it still did not die. Instead, it became even more ferocious, roaring as it flapped its wide wings, trying to shake Xueqi off of it. Turning around, Xueqi arrived directly in front of the thunder flame flying lizard, stomped his feet on its lower jaw, and raised his hands high, stopping the thunder flame flying lizard's upper jaw from biting down. What is he doing? The onlookers were stunned as they looked at Xueqi in shock. He assumed this posture as if he wanted to tear this ninth-order monster beast apart, but the small human body formed a strong contrast with the thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth. It was as if the thunder flame flying lizard could swallow this human into its stomach with just a light bite. Yang Kai's body was bent like a shrimp, his exposed muscles bulging as if they contained unimaginable strength. He and the thunder flame flying lizard were in a contest of strength. Everyone thought that Yang Kai had gone crazy. As everyone knew, in terms of strength, the demon clan was born with an unimaginable advantage, not to mention a 9th-ranked demon beast like the thunder flame flying lizard. Its bite force was especially shocking to the extreme. Yang Kai took the initiative to approach the monster beast's mouth, challenging the thunder flame flying lizard's strongest and most tenacious body part. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Many people had this thought in their minds, but the result made their eyes pop out of their sockets, and the result came so quickly. Just as they began to suspect that there was something wrong with Yang Kai's mind, his body, which was originally bent like a shrimp, suddenly straightened up. As if he had a violent strength that could penetrate the entire territory of the planet, the thunder flame flying lizard's bloody mouth couldn't stop Yang Kai's body from straightening. That huge mouth displayed an extremely exaggerated angle of bouncing. The upper jaw suddenly flew up, and the lower jaw fell down. Slash! Blood filled the air, and the thunder flame flying lizard's head was split open. The muscles and tendons on the head were torn apart by a powerful force, exposing it to everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, as if they couldn't wrap their heads around it. If someone said that Yang Kai was a monster race expert known for his strength, then the scene in front of them could be explained. But he was just a human. How could a human have such terrifying strength? Boom! The thunder flame flying lizard's huge body fell to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Yang Kai stood in the air, bathed in blood, with a murderous aura, like a god of death from ancient times, making people shudder. He turned his head and looked at the other thunder flame flying lizard that was rushing towards him, grinning. Although the thunder flame flying lizard didn't transform into a human, it had more or less developed spiritual intelligence. Seeing that its companion had been killed by the human in an unimaginable way, how could it dare to approach? It let out a low roar and flapped its wings violently, trying to stop its pace. Chapter 1569. But it was already too late. Yang Kai shot forward like an arrow and arrived in front of the second thunder flame flying lizard, twisted his body, and dove straight into its open mouth. The next moment, an extremely terrifying sound came from the thunder flame flying lizard's body that made one's scalp tingle. Visible to the naked eye, circles of energy ripples spread from its neck all the way down, finally disappearing at its abdomen. Kong. A large hole appeared in the thunder flame flying lizard's abdomen and Yang Kai's figure leapt out from it. The second thunder flame flying lizard fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer breathing. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Mi Tian ordering Yang Kai to Yang Kai killing the two thunder flame flying lizards, only 3 breaths had passed. This change happened so fast that the onlookers were unable to follow it. It wasn't until Yang Kai leapt out of the second thunder flame flying lizard's abdomen that they suddenly recovered. 2 powerful 9th order monster beasts had died just like that. Were these really thunder flame flying lizards? Could this be a weak monster beast that looked a bit like a thunder flame flying lizard? Everyone had such a thought in their hearts as they stared at Yang Kai in shock and confusion. That wild and violent fighting style dazzled everyone who saw it, and at the same time, they were extremely frightened. The monster race's battles were known for their barbaric and violent nature, something they had always prided themselves on. They felt that the battles of their own race were the real battles. As for humans, they were nothing more than fancy and impractical. But this human in front of them, who had just collided with young Master Mi Tian, had perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be truly barbaric and violent in a way that was even more shocking. The audience fell silent. Even Mi Tian stared at Yang Kai solemnly. He finally realized. This human seemed to be not to be trifled with. Although the 2 thunder flame flying lizards used to pull his carriage had been domesticated since childhood and had lost some of their wild nature, making them incomparable to their native monster beast brethren, they were not so easily killed by a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivator. In front of this human, the 2 monster beasts pulling his carriage were unable to put up the slightest resistance and were both killed. Mi Tian asked himself if he could do such a thing. He released his divine sense suspiciously to investigate Xueqi, and found that he was indeed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, not hiding anything at all. Tian narrowed his eyes as a wicked light flashed across them. Inexplicably, the blood in his body suddenly started to boil. Monster race cultivators were all warlike, and although Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his bloodthirst and madness had not diminished because of his status. On the contrary, it was even better than the cultivator of the same race. He felt that Xueqi would definitely be a good opponent. Perhaps it would allow him to go all out. He wanted to have a good fight. Gotcha. There was a slight noise. All of a sudden, this sound spread from Tian's body, almost imperceptibly spreading to every part of his body. They were all trembling in an extremely subtle manner. That was a sign of excitement. What happened? At that moment, several streaks of light flew over from afar, and before they even arrived, an angry shout rang out. Immediately, these streaks of light landed in front of the crowd, and after seeing the monster beast's corpse and the tense atmosphere in front of the city gate, they could not help being stunned. Master Ma Guna! The monster race cultivator who had been riding the wolf-shaped monster beast rushed over and saluted respectfully. Shimmering Moon City's city lord, the monster race master Ma Guna, was naturally a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, although he was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City, he knew nothing about what had happened here. Not even the arrival of Tian. It was not that Ma Guna was not well informed, but rather that Tian simply did not play by the rules. Originally, the group of cultivators riding the wolf-shaped monster beast were only responsible for investigating Tian's whereabouts and then reporting back. Naturally, the palace would send someone to meet him and bring him directly to the palace. How could they have known that Tian would not allow the monster race cultivator to send a message at all? Instead, after meeting up with them, Tian coerced them into bringing him directly to Shimmering Moon City. Obviously, Tian also knew that he had a bad reputation and was not very popular wherever he went, so in order to prevent news of his arrival from leaking out and causing the residents of Shimmering Moon City to be prepared and hide his beautiful woman, he did not allow anyone to inform the city lord of Shimmering Moon City about his arrival. Instead, Tian came here directly, intending to hunt for some curiosity before heading to Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. It was a wonderful idea, but as soon as he entered the city, his authority was challenged by Xueqi, and even the 2 ninth-order monster beasts used to pull his carriage were killed. Young Lord Tian? Ma Guna recognized Tian's identity at a glance and his face could not help sinking. He did not welcome this Tian from the bottom of his heart to stir up trouble in his city. Haha. Tian greets Senior Ma Guna. Tian came uninvited. I hope Senior will not take offense. Tian smiled and cupped his fists, still as gentle and elegant as ever, his smile dazzling, infatuating countless women. What's going on here? Ma Guna's face sank as he looked at the monster race cultivator riding the wolf-shaped monster beast. Cold sweat dripped down the monster race cultivator's forehead as he knew that the city lord master was very unhappy. So he did not dare to conceal anything and quickly explained what had happened. Impudence! When he heard that Xueqi had actually killed Tian's carriage monster beast, Ma Guna immediately roared, his sharp eyes glaring towards Xueqi. Although he didn't like Tian messing around in his territory, a human daring to offend a noble of the monster race was definitely not something he could tolerate. In contrast, he didn't feel any disgust towards Tian's unsolicited approach. However, who was this human? Being able to kill 2 ninth-order monster beasts in such a short time. His strength was not to be underestimated. Ma Guna looked at Xueqi suspiciously, unable to remember where such a master had appeared in the human race. Xueqi ignored him and instead silently probed for a moment before suddenly waving his hand and summoning 2 golden lights from the corpses of the 2 thunderflame flying lizards. These 2 lights then twirled around Xueqi's fingertips as if they were sentient. Looking at these 2 golden and red golden blood threads, Xueqi showed a satisfied smile. He had not been able to find a suitable monster beast to condense his blood beast's secret technique from, but he had not expected to pick up 2 ready-made ones here, so after the conflict with Tian, he had not hesitated to take action. The blood beast's secret technique condensed from the soul and physique of 2 ninth-order monster beast was quite good. After Xueqi took back the golden blood threads, the thunderflame flying lizards lying on the ground suddenly shriveled up like deflated balloons, all of their essence drained in an instant. Oh! Tian's eyes lit up. What kind of secret technique is this? He seemed to be interested as he stared at the 2 golden blood threads between Xueqi's fingers in amazement, not even blinking. Although he was a respected master of the monster race, Meteon was very interested in the various secret techniques of the human race. The human race was not comparable to the monster race in terms of physical strength, but when it came to creating secret techniques, the human race was far superior to the monster race. Both races had their own advantages. Meteon was well aware of this, so unlike many monster race masters, he did not reject or despise the secret techniques of the human race, nor did he consider them to be fancy and impractical. Instead, he was willing to calm down and study them. With the powerful physique of the monster race combined with the ever-changing secret techniques of the human race, Meteon believed that one day he would be able to create his own secret technique and walk further than his father, Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. He would stand at the top of the monster star and become the leader of the 10 tribal lords. This position had been vacant for a long time. Now, he was very interested in Xueqi's golden blood thread secret technique. He had studied many of the human race's secret techniques, so his eyesight was quite good. At a glance, he could see that these 2 golden blood threads were extraordinary, and, after flying out of the thunderflame flying lizards, these 2 golden blood threads seemed to have gained sentience. Obtain it! This overbearing idea immediately flashed across Meteon's mind as he pointed to Xueqi and said, "Human, hand over the thing in your hand to this young lord and this young lord will forget what happened before." Xueqi raised his eyes and glanced at him, curled his lips into a smile, and with a thought, the 2 golden blood threads wrapped around his fingertips disappeared as he said concisely, "No." Meteon frowned and looked at him strangely for a moment before chuckling. "Human, is there something wrong with your head? Do you think that after killing this young lord's 2 chariot monster beast, you can let things go so easily? Do you think you can leave Shimmering Moon City alive? If you want to live, cooperate with this young lord obediently and I can let you go. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." As he spoke, Shimmering Moon City's City Lord Ma Guna and the several origin-returning realm masters around him also glared at Xueqi, ready to teach him a lesson at any moment. When it came to his attitude towards Xueqi, Ma Guna unconditionally stood on Meteon's side. As such, he glared at Xueqi and coldly said, "Boy, don't fail to appreciate kindness. In my Shimmering Moon City, there is no place for you to act presumptuously." Presumptuous? Xueqi squinted at him, not giving him the slightest bit of face as he shouted aggressively, "So what if I'm presumptuous? Are you going to bite me? Arrogant." Ma Guna flew into a rage. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant human before. Throughout Monster Star, which human did not know the immensity of heaven and earth like this boy? Even the most powerful human would have to treat the monster race with respect, let alone a city lord like him. Ma Guna glanced over at Meteon just as Meteon happened to be looking over at him. The 2 men's eyes met and both understood what the other was thinking. They had to join forces to kill or capture this human. Otherwise, the monster race would lose all face. But before they could act though, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly appeared somewhere in Shimmering Moon City. Meteon and Ma Guna were both third-order origin-returning realm masters, so they naturally noticed it immediately. What puzzled them though was that they were unable to determine what was causing this energy fluctuation. Xueqi's expression became solemn as he glanced in the direction of the energy fluctuation, frowned for a moment, but soon, as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and he rushed over. His speed was incredibly fast. Chapter 1570. Stop right there. Ma Guna was furious, and the moment Xueqi moved, he fiercely threw out a punch to intercept Xueqi's advance. With a flash of purple light, Xueqi summoned his purple shield and easily blocked this blow. Without stopping, Xueqi hurriedly rushed over to the other side. He had a bad feeling about this, so how could he waste time here? His figure flickered and a burst of space force erupted from his body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ma Guna and Meteon were stunned on the spot. They did not see how Xueqi had left just now. Their eyes and divine sense had clearly been locked onto him, but the other party had easily escaped. The 2 monster race masters couldn't help wearing dignified expressions as they exchanged a glance again before rushing towards the source of this energy. They also wanted to know what was going on over there and why such strange energy fluctuations were being emitted. Shimmering Moon City, in front of a certain inn, many cultivators had gathered. These cultivators were attracted by the strangeness of this place, both from the human race and the monster race. At this moment, all of them were standing on the street in front of the inn, pointing and whispering to one another. When Yang Kai arrived, he glanced up at the sky and showed a helpless and bitter smile. That ominous feeling of his had indeed been verified. The owner of the inn was also standing in front of the inn, his waist hunched and his hands tucked into his sleeves. Like most people, he was looking up at the sky with a complicated expression, his eyes flashing as if he was trying to discern something. When Yang Kai arrived, he immediately noticed this. Quickly waving to Yang Kai, he called out, "Young man, come here." Yang Kai glanced at him before rushing over and saying apologetically, "Old sir, I'm afraid I've caused you some trouble." The old man chuckled and shook his head. "This old man's trouble is nothing, but I'm afraid your troubles are much bigger." Saying so, he glanced faintly at City Lord Maguna and Meteon, the two monster race masters who had just arrived, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he added, "It seems that your troubles aren't limited to the one in the inn." Hee hee. Yang Kai laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. If it was only Maguna and Meteon who were targeting him, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. At most, he could just use his space secret technique and take his little senior sister away. Monster Star was so big, how could there not be a place for them to hide? Furthermore, below the Origin King realm, he was not afraid of anyone. If a fight really broke out, Yang Kai dared to turn the entire Shimmering Moon City upside down. But now, the phenomenon before his eyes gave him an extreme headache. After arriving here, he could tell at a glance that this strange phenomenon was caused by his little senior sister. Xia Ning Chong had been staying in the inn for the past few days, living in seclusion. He had been using all kinds of materials to refine elixirs to improve his cultivation. Yang Kai did not disturb her. Who would have thought that in this kind of place, little senior sister would actually be able to concoct such an amazing pill? Yang Kai had experienced this before, so he could tell that this phenomenon was clearly a sign of a pill forming pill clouds. When he was on Rainfall Star, he had refined a fire attribute spirit pill that formed pill clouds and used it to treat Xueqi, who had been injured by the profound Yin sunflower water. This scene was very similar to the one in front of him. Yang Kai had only ever produced a single spirit pill that had formed pill clouds so far. He also knew that pill clouds were something that could only be encountered by chance. Unlike pill veins with his alchemy skills, he could more or less control the formation of pill veins. But how to make a pill form pill clouds, he had no clue at all. His little senior sister had a special physique and was a heavenly talent, so it was natural that she could reach this step. But this was Monster Star, Shimmering Moon City. Once a spirit pill appeared, it would definitely attract the attention of countless masters, especially Ma Guna and Meteon, who had just had a conflict with Yang Kai. They would definitely not let go of this spirit pill. Most likely, they would not let go of Xia Ning Chong. An alchemist who could refine pill clouds was obviously a peak heavenly talent, worthy of the title of Grandmaster. How could the monster race let go of such a heaven-defying talent? Yang Kai's eyes flashed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, weighing the pros and cons of this situation. It was impossible for him to stop Xia Ning Chong now. Alchemy was about comprehension and opportunity, and his little senior sister being able to take this step would have a great impact on her growth. Stopping her now would be tantamount to ruining her comprehension and perhaps even affect her future achievements. Yang Kai could only let her refine this spirit pill. It looks like it's going to be really troublesome. Making up his mind, Yang Kai's eyes became as sharp as the edge of a blade. Ma Gunar and Meteon both stared at the sky in a daze. Directly above the inn, a large amount of world energy was gathering, as if attracted by something, forming a small vortex visible to the naked eye. As this vortex rotated, it absorbed even more world energy to strengthen itself. Senior Ma Gunar, what is this? Is this the birth of a rare treasure? Although Meteon had good eyesight, he had never seen the birth of a pill cloud, so he was confused about this and could only ask the slightly older Ma Guna. Ma Guna frowned as he stared at the sky, trying to determine what was causing this phenomenon. But after hearing this question, he slowly shook his head and said, "This city lord is unable to determine. Even Senior can't recognize it?" Meteon was surprised. The world is big and full of strange things, so it's not surprising that this city lord is unable to recognize it. And which of you can determine what caused this phenomenon? Ma Guna turned to the other Origin returning realm masters and asked. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen or heard of such a phenomenon before. Interesting, Meteon smiled brightly. Meteon smiled brightly. His smile was very charming, always just enough to reveal his flawless white teeth. Combined with his somewhat devilish appearance, he was extremely attractive, causing many women who were secretly paying attention to him to be dazzled. From the looks of it, this doesn't look like someone is breaking through or cultivating a secret technique, nor does it look like a rare treasure is about to appear. So what could be the cause? If you want to know, it's very simple. Just take a look and you'll understand. A second-order origin returning realm master next to Ma Gu Na shouted as he unscrupulously released his divine sense to probe the inn. But before he could extend his divine sense into the inn, he suddenly noticed a dangerous aura approaching him. The divine sense he extended out transmitted back a scalding hot aura, as if he was being burned by a raging fire. A scream rang out as this monster race master could not help retreating a few steps, clutching his head as his face turned pale. In an instant, all the cultivators' eyes turned towards Yang Kai. They all felt that it was Yang Kai who had just released his divine sense that forced back their fellow monster race master and injured him. Ma Guna's face was gloomy while Meteon's smile was playful. This is just a warning, if anyone dares to spy on me again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yang Kai stood in front of everyone and said in a cold voice. Right now, it was a critical moment for his little senior sister's alchemy, and even he did not dare to disturb her. So how could he allow this monster race cultivator to spy on them with their divine senses? What if they interfered with Xia Ning Chang's alchemy? Both of them were second-order origin returning realm cultivators, but in a battle of divine senses, the monster race cultivators seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow, causing Ma Gu-na and Meteon, who had attached great importance to Yang Kai, to become even more solemn. Little brat. Ma Gu-na's deep voice rang out. Are you determined to oppose my monster race? Courageous, but a little overconfident, Meteon chuckled lightly and said sarcastically. Yang Kai did not speak and simply stared at them coldly. No one dared to doubt Yang Kai's determination. Those monster race masters who were still a little restless and wanted to release their divine senses to spy on them could not help but put aside such thoughts at this moment as fear filled their eyes. Obviously, this human did not have a burly body comparable to the monster race, but just by standing there, he made all the monster race masters feel like they were facing a towering mountain, blocking all the wind and rain for the inn behind him. Inexplicably, while some monster race masters feared Yang Kai, they also felt a trace of admiration for him. Not every human had the courage to face the covetous eyes of so many monster race masters without batting an eyelid. Good. Little brat, you've repeatedly not put this city lord in your eyes, not even putting my monster race in your eyes, and even contradicting young Master Meteon. Today, this place will be your burial ground. I hope you're mentally prepared. Ma Gu-na could no longer bear it. He was already very dissatisfied with Yang Kai, and now that Yang Kai's attitude was so harsh, how could he compromise? He was only prepared to kill this human brat first. As for what mysteries were hidden in this inn, it would not be too late to investigate them later. Little brat, you're finished. Meteon smiled gloatingly at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing across his eyes. He seemed to be acting free and easy, but Yang Kai had killed the 2 ninth-order monster beast he used to pull his carriage. How could he tolerate such a thing? Now he could join forces with Ma Gu-na. All the origin-returning realm masters secretly pushed the energy in their bodies, preparing to attack Yang Kai at any time. You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability. Yang Kai coldly snorted as an invisible force suddenly spread out from him. All the cultivators surrounded by this force couldn't help feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp, their Saint Qi unable to circulate properly and their meridians blocked. Sure. As soon as Yang Kai released his sure, Ma Gu-na couldn't help paling. He was shocked to discover that even he was somewhat inferior to this human youth in terms of sure. How was this possible? He was a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator, while the other party was only a second-order. Although there was only a single minor realm difference, this minor realm should be a world of difference, so how could this boy's sure be stronger than his? The monster race cultivator had already displayed their sure to resist Yang Kai, but even so, they were still completely unable to erase the invisible force around them. Not only that, but every monster race cultivator noticed that there seemed to be some special power mixed in the sure of this human youth. This power made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and were as silent as cicadas in winter. It was as if as long as they moved, they would die on the spot in the next moment. Chapter 1571. Yang Kai's sure was mixed with his comprehension of the Tao of space, making it one of his biggest cards. Unless he was forced to use it, he would not reveal it. But the monster race masters who were enveloped by his sure could still feel the strange murderous intent radiating from it. Ma Guna's face went pale while Mi Tian's expression was equally dignified. The two monster race masters hadn't expected that Yang Kai's attainments in sure would be so deep, and thinking about the terrifying combat power and spiritual energy this human had just displayed, they didn't dare act rashly for a while. On the other hand, the innkeeper's originally drooping eyes suddenly opened and his eyes lit up as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Immediately, he raised his head again and carefully observed the phenomenon in the sky, his nose twitching slightly. Soon, as if he had discovered something, an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. "Stop!" he shouted in a low voice. "Everyone, please remain calm." Yang Kai glanced over at him with a strange expression. Ma Guna frowned as a look of displeasure flashed across his face. He was the city lord of Shimmering Moon City. When had it been someone else's turn to point fingers at him? What's more, this old man was just an innkeeper. Sweeping the old man with his divine sense, Ma Guna found that he didn't have the slightest trace of cultivation, causing him to feel even more disgruntled. "Old man, there's no place for you to speak here, step aside." Mi Tian coldly snorted. "Haha." The innkeeper didn't show the slightest fear, simply chuckling as he shot a meaningful glance towards Mi Tian. Mi Tian frowned, secretly feeling that something was wrong. Looking at the innkeeper suspiciously, he hesitated for a moment before asking, "Has this young lord seen you somewhere before? Why do I feel like you're somewhat familiar?" Being able to see through such clues, worthy of Master Chen Yan's young lord, your vision is truly extraordinary. The innkeeper praised, using the tone of an elder to praise a junior. This caused Mi Tian's face to sink as he shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Ma Guna was also stunned. He had never thought that he would be the owner of an unknown inn in his city. He seemed to have a powerful background. If it weren't for his status, how could he dare speak to Mi Tian like this? Yang Kai looked at this, then looked at that, his eyes darting back and forth. Suddenly, he grinned. After being disturbed by the innkeeper, the situation changed. Everyone's attention was diverted away from him. Of course, this was something he was happy to see. However, he was also very curious about the background of this tavern owner. He clearly did not have any energy fluctuations on his body. However, being able to speak in front of Ma Guna and Mi Tian without fear was not something an ordinary monster race cultivator could achieve. The old man was still smiling faintly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, his body suddenly underwent a shocking transformation. His originally stooped waist slowly straightened, and his short body also grew taller. His dry and wrinkled skin disappeared, and in its place was a rosy and healthy complexion. The wrinkles on his face were also smoothed out. In that instant, he seemed to have become dozens of years younger. From an old man, he had become a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Not only that, as his physique changed, his aura also underwent a drastic change. Originally, anyone who swept this old man with their divine sense would not be able to detect any energy fluctuations, and would think he was a monster race cultivator who had never cultivated before. But at this moment, powerful energy fluctuations were pulsing from his body, and these fluctuations were gradually increasing until they reached the peak of the third-order origin returning realm. Compared to Ma Guna and Mi Tian, this old man was clearly stronger. Yang Kai was stunned as he stared at the innkeeper in a daze, almost unable to believe his eyes. Ma Guna and Mi Tian were also stunned, never having expected that there would be someone in this world who could hide themselves so deeply. If the innkeeper had not taken the initiative to expose himself, no one present would have been able to discover his depths. You're Master Bahi?" Ma Guna carefully looked at the face of the innkeeper again, and suddenly called out in shock. After the innkeeper changed his appearance, Ma Guna immediately recognized him, his voice trembling as a look of panic appeared on his face. "What? He's Master Bahi? It can't be. Didn't you say that Sir Bahi was killed by the Lord himself? How is he still alive?" "Yes, he is Master Bahi. 200 years ago, when I went to visit the tribal master's residence with the city lord's master, I met him once. At that time, he was the first general under the tribal lord's command." "Tesvese, how could it be Master Bahi? This is really interesting." All kinds of shouts and exclamations came from all around, and when Yang Kai heard this, his expression became strange. He could faintly see that this innkeeper's reputation was not small, as even Ma Guna had some scruples and respect towards him. Who was this guy? Why did others say that he was the first general under Red Moon Tribal Lord and that he had been killed by Red Moon Tribal Lord? What kind of situation was this? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't figure it out. So, it's Senior Ba He. Mi Tian took a deep breath. No wonder you looked so familiar. Mi Tian greets Senior Ba He. Even though they were all third-order origin returning realm masters, Ba He's seniority was higher than any of the monster race masters present. Even though Mi Tian was the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, he did not dare neglect etiquette. Haha, young Lord Mi Tian need not be so polite. You are also a rising star of my monster race and have a great chance of breaking through to the Origin King realm in the future, Ba He praised. Mi Tian smiled lightly and said confidently, Senior Ba He is mistaken. This young lord does not have a great chance, but will definitely break through. It's only a matter of time. This brat is quite arrogant. Yang Kai glanced at him and snickered in his heart. However, it was undeniable that he did have the capital to act so arrogantly. Ba He gently nodded. Good, then I wish you all the best. Master Ba He. Ma Guna's forehead oozed some cold sweat as he glanced at this legendary figure who had disappeared for almost 200 years before turning his attention to the phenomenon in the sky and asking, What's going on here? What's going on? Ba He pondered for a moment before saying, I don't know what's going on, but for now, please don't be impatient and don't disturb what's going on inside. This old master is the owner of this inn and has a responsibility to protect the safety of the guests staying here. Please give this old master some face. Since Master Ba He says so, we'll wait, Ma Guna nodded. In front of Ba He really didn't dare act presumptuously. What about this human? Mi Tian suddenly turned to Yang Kai with a sneer on his face. Senior Ba He, are you also going to protect his safety? Of course, this young man is also my guest. Ba He replied matter-of-factly. Haha, then Mi Tian will give Senior some face. But it's only limited to Senior. This human killed 2 of my monster beast pulling my carriage, so this account will be settled sooner or later. Mi Tian chuckled as he turned an aggressive look towards Yang Kai, provoking him, Human, don't let this young lord find an opportunity, otherwise. Yang Kai curled his lips, not caring about this threat. Right now, for him, making sure no one disturbed Xia Ning Chong was his top priority. Everything else was secondary. Calming down such a storm, no matter who it was something he was looking forward to. But what exactly did this Ba He want to do? Yang Kai's playful eyes swept over the owner of the inn. From the mouths of the onlookers just now, he vaguely heard some secrets and knew that this Ba He had been hiding his identity for the past 200 years, but now he suddenly took the initiative to expose his identity and even tried to protect him and Xia Ning Chong. What was he trying to do? Yang Kai didn't believe that he was really just trying to protect his guests. The older he got, the wiser he became, the more noble he became. Hey, what's this smell? Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. It smells so good. It seems to be the smell of a spirit pill. Has a top-grade spirit pill appeared? Could it be that this phenomenon was caused by alchemy? These words stirred up 1,000 waves as the crowd began to shout. The phenomenon caused by Xia Ning Chang's spirit pill was extremely conspicuous and grand. In the early stages, not many people could distinguish it. Even masters like Ma Guna and Mi Tian, who had extensive knowledge and experience, were able to distinguish it, but as time passed and the rich medicinal fragrance began to fill the air, the secret hidden in the inn could no longer be concealed. As the fragrance continued to spread, almost everyone cast fiery gazes towards the inn. They had already identified that this fragrance was coming from this seemingly simple inn. Almost every cultivator's face showed a look of intoxication and comfort. Just smelling this medicinal fragrance was enough to make one feel enlightened. If they were to eat this pill, what effect would it have? What kind of spirit pill could produce such a fragrance and cause such a phenomenon? The eyes of many cultivators gradually became fiery and greedy. If it weren't for Ba He, Ma Guna, and the other masters standing in front of the inn, it was likely this small inn would have been crushed by the crazy flow of people. Young Lord Mi Tian. After determining that the phenomenon in front of them was indeed caused by alchemy, Ma Guna quietly turned to Mi Tian and sent him a divine sense message. That old dog Ba He seems to want to monopolize this spirit pill. No wonder after hiding for more than 200 years, he didn't hesitate to expose his identity today. If that's the case, this spirit pill must be extraordinary, But I don't know which human alchemist is refining it, Meteon replied coldly. Then if he wants to monopolize it, that will depend on whether he has the ability. 200 years ago, he and Red Moon Tribal Lord had a very unpleasant relationship. I don't know what kind of concealment technique he used, but he was actually able to escape from Lord Red Moon's clutches. Since he has been exposed today, his good days have come to an end. I think even if we kill him, Lord Red Moon won't blame us. And, good, we'll listen to young Lord Meteon, Ma Gunnar replied. Although he didn't like Meteon's style very much, it was undeniable that joining forces with him now was the best choice. After all, Bahi's reputation was too strong, and if he was alone, he wouldn't have the courage to oppose Bahi. As for obtaining the spirit pill, this was Shimmering Moon City, his territory, so how could Meteon compete with him? Chapter 1572. The two monster race masters secretly communicated with each other and decided to act as soon as the pill was 10% complete. No matter what, they had to obtain this spirit pill. How could a spirit pill that even a master like Bahi coveted be lacking? Perhaps this spirit pill would allow one to break through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm in one fell swoop and become an Origin King. After all, Bahi had reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm more than 200 years ago and was the one with the greatest potential to become a tribal lord on Monster Star. Just as Ma Gunnar and Meteon were secretly communicating with each other, Bahi glanced over at them and a faint smile appeared on his face. Young man, don't you want to go to the palace to see your old friends? Bahi suddenly sent a message to Yang Kai. Senior. And, does Senior Bahi have any advice for me? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, not knowing why the other party had suddenly brought this up. I wouldn't dare give advice, but this old master does have a way to ensure you enter the palace safely. Really? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. However, this method is a bit risky. If you believe this old master will do as he says, but if you don't, just pretend this old master didn't say anything. Haha, this junior and senior have only met by chance, so there's no need to mention whether I believe you or not. Yang Kai was not a greenhorn, so how could he easily trust someone he was not familiar with? You should have such concerns, but really, this method also carries a certain amount of risk for this old master. If you can join forces with this old master can promise. As long as I am alive, nothing will happen to you. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before asking. Senior, can you explain it in detail? No problem. Bahi was very straightforward and didn't beat around the bush, bluntly explaining his plan to Yang Kai. After Yang Kai listened, his brow furrowed. There are indeed some risks, but Senior's calculations are quite good. Once you do this, how can my senior sister and junior brother still have any freedom? So you refuse? Bahi asked with some disappointment. No. I agreed. Senior, feel free to do as you please, Yang Kai grinned. Bahi looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so daring. Speaking of which, he didn't have to worry about his plan failing. He could guarantee that he would be able to send Yang Kai into the Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. And they were valued. However, this method was different for Yang Kai and the woman in the inn. It might not be a good thing. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Yang Kai agreed. Bahi looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression, secretly feeling that this human was simply too fearless, his courage far too great. However, since he had already agreed, there was nothing for him to worry about. Thinking so, Bahi smiled slightly and said, This spirit pill hasn't even been refined yet, but the aura it is emitting is already so grand. It must be an excellent pill, and judging from the richness of this fragrance, it is likely a pill above origin grade. What Master Bahi says is correct, Ma Gunnar agreed casually, not knowing what kind of trick Bahi was trying to play. Such a spirit pill, I'm afraid only the tribal master is qualified to possess it. Ma Gunnar, don't you agree? Bahi looked at the other party with a smile. Ma Gunnar's brow furrowed even more as he faintly felt that something was wrong. The alchemist who refined this spirit pill must be a Grandmaster level character. Ma Gunnar nodded, an even more ominous feeling lingering in his heart as he suddenly understood what Bahi was planning. The tribal master has always been interested in humans with special talents. Over the years, the palace has been recruiting talents, and now such a talent has appeared in Shimmering Moon City. Ma Guna, your luck is good. With your intelligence, you should know what to do next. Bahi looked at Ma Guna with a smile. The latter's expression became solemn as he said loudly, "Many thanks for Master's guidance. Ma Guna understands. After this Grandmaster finishes refining this pill, Ma Guna will escort him to the palace. The tribal master will definitely appreciate him. If the tribal master is happy, you will also receive a lot of rewards," Bahi chuckled. Hearing this, Ma Guna's eyes lit up and his smile became even wider, quickly cupping his fists and saying, "This is all thanks to the master's protection." After saying so, he quickly shouted, "Guards!" A group of monster race masters nodded. "Disperse all unrelated people and kill anyone who dares to approach within 500 meters of the inn. Do not disturb the Grandmaster's alchemy." "Yes." Mi Tian stood to the side, dumbfounded. The agreement he had secretly reached with Ma Guna just now had been broken by Bahi's words. Not only that, Ma Guna had directly sided with Bahi and taken the initiative to provide manpower to protect the safety of the alchemist in the inn. Bahi had no intention of monopolizing the pill at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be very interested in sending this alchemy grandmaster into the palace. The monster race was not good at alchemy. This was common knowledge. On the contrary, on Monster Star, the human race, who were weak, often produced masters who were proficient in alchemy. Chi-Yu tribal lord gave humans space to live and strictly ordered them not to kill indiscriminately in the Red Moon territory because she wanted to protect those with special talents. For example, alchemists, artifact refiners, and the like. Every 10 years, Chi-Yu territory would hold some alchemy and artifact refining competitions, in which the humans who stood out would be able to get rid of their lowly status and move into the palace to serve the tribal master. Chi-Yu Palace had been recruiting talents over the years, and any alchemy grandmaster who could refine pills that could produce spirit phenomena would undoubtedly be favored by Chi-Yu tribal lord. In other words, the grandmaster in the inn now had the label of Chi-Yu tribal lord. Even if Mi Tian's courage was big, in Chi-Yu territory, he would not dare oppose the tribal master or the masters of the entire Red Moon territory. Right now he was just here to watch the fun. Mi Tian felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a dead fly. Looking at the many monster race masters from Shimmering Moon City surrounding the inn, Yang Kai chuckled. He was not afraid of entering the palace. Even if Chi-Yu tribal lord was an origin king realm master, as long as he found an opportunity, with his attainments in the Tao of space, he could easily leave. Not to mention, he was also an alchemy grandmaster. His current alchemy skills were even better than Xiaoning Chang's, and he could even refine origin king grade pills. If this kind of skill were to be leaked, Chi-Yu tribal lord would likely treat him as an honored guest. After all, origin king grade alchemists were extremely rare. Throughout the entire star territory, such existences were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Monster Star and Monster Star had never appeared before. Young man, this old master can only help you this much. What you do inside the palace will depend on your own means, but this old master has to warn you in advance, if you want to live, you'd best not be too presumptuous inside the palace. Bahi glanced at Yang Kai and quietly sent him a message. Yang Kai did not comment and instead asked with great interest. Sir Bahi did not hesitate to expose your identity this time, not just to help our senior sister, but what is your purpose? If it is convenient, can you tell me? Naturally, it's not just to help you. I just want to take this opportunity to return to the palace and ask for Master Tribal Lord's forgiveness. Bahi's face flashed a lonely look. Yang Kai raised his brow as he suddenly remembered that the monster race onlookers had said that 200 years ago, Bahi seemed to have been killed by Tribal Lord Master Tribal Lord himself. But for some reason, he was alive and well in this world. It seemed that there was indeed something between Bahi and Chi-Yu Tribal Lord. At least, the rumors were wrong. Bahi had not been killed by Chi-Yu Tribal Lord. Perhaps Chi-Yu had simply let him go. However, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about other people's affairs, so he simply nodded and said, "If that's all, then we can be considered to be cooperating with each other. It's not a big deal, we each take what we need." Ahem. In addition to returning to the palace, this old master actually has one more thing he wants to ask you for help with. Bahi suddenly became embarrassed. "What?" "I want to ask your senior sister to help me perform alchemy," Bahi said bluntly before quickly adding, "You can rest assured, I have gathered all the materials. As long as I can refine the pill, I will definitely reward you handsomely." We'll talk about this when the time comes. Depending on senior sister's mood, perhaps she will be willing to help you. Yang Kai grinned. This little bastard. It's like he's burning the bridge after crossing the river. But he couldn't help rolling his eyes. The strange phenomenon in the sky became more and more powerful. As time passed, the vortex also covered the sky, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that gathered together made people tremble in fear. This kind of phenomenon was no worse than the world energy baptism that would appear when a cultivator broke through to the origin returning realm, perhaps even more so. No matter who it was, no one would have thought that a trivial alchemy could cause such a phenomenon. As a result, everyone became even more curious, wanting to know what kind of pill the Grandmaster inside was refining. However, the rich medicinal fragrance made everyone judge that this alchemy was definitely not below origin grade. On Monster Star, there were more than a dozen origin grade alchemists, the most powerful of which was an origin grade high-rank alchemist. Although this alchemist was a human, no monster race cultivator dared to disrespect him on Monster Star. The human race had a very low status on this cultivation star, but those with real talent were valued, resulting in a serious polarization. All of this was thanks to the wise leadership of Red Moon Tribal Lord. If it weren't for her efforts to recruit talented humans, Red Moon territory would not have become so powerful. Among the 10 largest territories on Monster Star, Red Moon territory definitely ranked in the top 3. One had to know that 1,000 years ago, Red Moon territory was the weakest territory on Monster Star. For such a transformation to occur in just 1,000 years, Red Moon territory's contribution could not be ignored. It was conceivable that in the future, Red Moon territory would become the most powerful territory on Monster Star. Unlike the surrounding monster race cultivators, Yang Kai was also an alchemist, so he could judge the progress of his little senior sister from the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance. He was always paying attention to the changes in the world energy phenomenon and medicinal fragrance, secretly feeling nervous for Xiaoning Chong. Chapter 1573. This was the first time Xiaoning Chong had refined a spirit pill with pill clouds. If she succeeded, her alchemy skills would grow by leaps and bounds. With her special constitution, the insight she gained from this alchemy would become a beacon of light that would illuminate her progress on the martial Tao and heavenly way. The insights and experience gained from this alchemy were of great significance to little senior sister. Yang Kai paid more attention to this than anyone else, so his divine sense was constantly covering the inn to prevent anyone from plotting against it. Fortunately, there were masters like Ba He and Ma Gu not protecting them, as well as many monster race origin returning realm masters, so no one dared to act rashly. This medicinal fragrance seems to have become much stronger. Is the pill about to be formed? TSK. What kind of spirit pill is this? Why do I feel like my bottleneck has loosened just by smelling its medicinal fragrance? The surrounding cultivator were still discussing this matter, but no one could figure out what kind of spirit pill it was. At that moment though, the rotating vortex in the sky suddenly changed again, as if an inexplicable suction force was coming from the inn, madly sucking in the condensed world energy. The huge vortex also spun and took the shape of an inverted funnel as it poured down. In just half a cup of tea's time, the vortex disappeared and the world energy that had been gathered disappeared without a trace. Even the medicinal fragrance that had been lingering at the tip of everyone's nose suddenly faded. Inside the inn, there was silence. Did it succeed? Or did it fail? Countless cultivators craned their necks to look around, wanting to know the final result of the alchemy grandmaster in the inn. They didn't know whether the grandmaster was old or young, male or female. But inexplicably, they were looking forward to this alchemy and feeling nervous. Not only the ordinary cultivator, but Ma Gu Na, Ba He, and Mi Tian were also like this. Even if they appeared calm, the look in their eyes was obvious. Only Yang Kai, after silently perceiving for a moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. Success! With little senior sister's talent in alchemy, it was only natural that she would be able to refine such a spirit pill without any distractions, but she should be immersed in her comprehension and harvest right now, so it would take some time. Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply stood guard. They waited at the side. A day passed. 2 days passed. Many cultivator spectators could not bear the loneliness. Without waiting for the result, they all quietly scattered. Only the experts who were related to this matter remained. He was still waiting. Bahi glanced at Yang Kai from time to time, as if he wanted to get some clues or answers from him, but to his disappointment, Yang Kai's expression was impeccable. He couldn't infer anything and could only wait patiently. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no movement in the inn. No matter who it was, they would be impatient after waiting for so long. Enough! Mi Tian shouted. It seems that the alchemist in the inn has failed and doesn't dare to come out. Senior Ma Guna, give the order to arrest him. Arrest? Who are you arresting? Yang Kai squinted at him and shouted fiercely. Who dares to arrest me? Mi Tian sneered. Human, what kind of place do you think this is? Do you think you have the right to order around here? Senior Ma Guna, this person is acting so presumptuous and doesn't put you in his eyes at all. If you don't take action, this young lord will. This is a good opportunity to settle our previous grievances. Ma Guna frowned, not knowing what to do, so he couldn't help casting an inquiring look to Bahi. Bahi said lightly, even if this grandmaster failed in his refinement this time, being able to create such a big commotion in alchemy shows that he is an extraordinary person. Tribal master will welcome such talents. Hearing what he said, Ma Guna regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. Master Bahi is right. This city lord has never seen anyone who can create such a big commotion in alchemy. This person must be presented to tribal master unscathed. While they were talking, the sound of light footsteps suddenly came from the inn. Everyone's expression changed as they turned their eyes towards this sound. Yang Kai greeted this newcomer with a smile and quickly walked over. A moment later, a beautiful figure walked out of the inn. Her figure was graceful, her waist was flawless, her jade fingers were slender and white, and the skin on the back of her hand seemed so delicate that it could be broken at any moment. Mi Tian was originally very hostile towards the so-called grandmaster in the inn and couldn't wait to kill him. But when he saw this figure, his expression suddenly froze and his eyes began to shine brightly. As the young lord of Thousand Eyes tribal lord, his status was naturally respected, and because he cultivated a demonic art, Mi Tian had no shortage of women around him, let alone beautiful women. He could wantonly pick the beauties of both the human and monster races. However, when he saw this figure, his eyes lit up. Just looking at this figure made Mi Tian want to know what this woman looked like. Looking up, Mi Tian couldn't help frowning. This woman was wearing a black veil, making it impossible for him to see her true appearance, but her clear and flawless eyes were like the purest gems in the world, instantly attracting his attention. This woman's white forehead was adorned with a sapphire, making her appear even more beautiful. Clean. This was Mi Tian's first impression of Xianing Chang. She was as clean as a mountain stream, causing Mi Tian's heart to stir a little, wishing he could sully this purity to satisfy his heart's desire to profane her. After re-examining her, Mi Tian suddenly found that the black veil covering her face was no longer so irksome, and instead seemed to have sublimated her flawless appearance to a supreme level. If not for this veil, without this haze, this pure beauty would have been discounted. It was precisely because of this layer of haze that people were more interested in her. Mi Tian suddenly became interested and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as a wicked light flashed across his eyes. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Xianing Chang looked a little embarrassed and apologized softly. While she was performing alchemy, she had noticed some movement outside the inn. It was just that she had been distracted and hadn't been able to investigate carefully, so it wasn't until the end of her alchemy that she realized what had happened. Creating such a big scene while performing alchemy would definitely attract a lot of attention. Now that there were so many people outside, including Yang Kai, she immediately understood how much pressure Yang Kai had endured for her during the alchemy process. What are you talking about? Thanks to senior sister's blessings, we can quickly enter the palace. Yang Kai grinned. He took her little hand, bringing her over to Bahi's side. The corners of Mi Tian's eyes twitched as he glared at Yang Kai with even more hatred. It was as if his exclusive property had been touched. A woman? Ma Guna was dumbfounded. The moment Xianing Chang appeared, the countless monster race cultivator were dumbfounded. They never expected that the alchemy grandmaster in the inn would be a woman. And such a beautiful and pure woman at that. So young. In their imaginations. To be called a grandmaster. A person who could create such a scene in alchemy would definitely be an old man, or at the very least, an elderly person. How could they have known that reality would be so different from their imagination? Ma Guna could hardly believe his eyes and couldn't help turning his eyes to Bahi. There's no need to doubt it, she is the grandmaster from the inn. And she came with that human boy, Bahi said lightly. Hearing this, Ma Guna was convinced and quickly stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, Shimmering Moon City's City Lord Ma Guna greets Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard. With a kind smile on his face. He appeared very cordial. Xia Ning Chong was a little flustered, but soon calmed down and gracefully returned the greeting, softly saying, City Lord is too polite. This young woman really does not deserve the title of Grandmaster. Her voice was clear and sweet, dazzling the countless monster race cultivators present. Such pure and moving beauty, such a beautiful voice, and proficient in alchemy, such a human. Not to mention the difference in status between the human race and monster race, Ma Guna was willing to risk his life to pursue her. What a pity! Looking at Yang Kai holding Xia Ning Chang's hand, every monster race cultivator couldn't help glaring at him with jealousy, as if they couldn't wait to turn into thousands of sharp arrows and stab Yang Kai full of holes to vent their hatred. Xia Ning Chang's modesty made Ma Guna laugh heartily and quickly said, Right, this young lady, let me introduce you, this is my monster race's strongest master below the Origin King realm. N, the former first general under Red Moon Tribal Lord Master. Ba He. Greetings, Senior Ba He. Xia Ning Chong bowed again. Ba He chuckled and said, Young lady need not be so polite. It is this Ba He's honor to witness such a grand event. He still had a request to make of Xia Ning Chong, so he didn't dare to put on too much airs. This is the young lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord Master. Young Master Mi Tian. Ma Guna pointed to Mi Tian and introduced him. Mi Tian took a step forward and put on a gentle and polite appearance. Mi Tian is fortunate to be able to meet young Lady Tian's face. Xia Ning Chong gently nodded but didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but she felt that although this Mi Tian's performance in front of her was perfect, she couldn't help feeling a sense of vigilance. Yang Kai sneered to the side. Young lady, you refined a spirit pill a few days ago. I wonder if that spirit pill. Ma Guna looked at Xia Ning Chong expectantly, wondering if she had succeeded. But he also turned his attention to her. Xia Ning Chong frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. She didn't want to show the results of her hard work to everyone. Take it out. Whether we can enter the palace or not will depend on that spirit pill. Yang Kai whispered in her ear, this intimate gesture causing the little senior sister's tender body to tremble and her delicate earlobes to turn pink. However, since Yang Kai had said so, of course, she wouldn't hide anything anymore and summoned a jade bottle into her palm. Yang Kai picked up the jade bottle and didn't even look at it before throwing it directly to Ba He. The pill is here. Senior can take a closer look. Ba He's expression became serious as he carefully pinched the jade bottle, slowly opened it, and poured out a spirit pill. When the spirit pill came into view, Ba He couldn't help exclaiming, Pill Cloud. Chapter 1574. As soon as these words were spoken, they shook the heavens. Ma Guna's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the spirit pill like a leech. On the surface of the spirit pill, there was a layer of cloud-like substance. It was as if there was a cloud, making the spirit pill appear dense with spirit chi. There was no doubt that it was indeed a pill cloud. Although none of the monster race experts present had ever seen a pill with a pill cloud, when they saw this pill, they could immediately determine that this cloud-like thing was indeed the legendary pill cloud. This was because the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was slowly and steadily gathering towards this spiritual pill. In time, the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit pill would be astonishing, but of course, this would take a lot of time to accumulate. Even so, the value of such a spirit pill was already immeasurable. Master Ba He, is this an origin grade pill? Ma Guna leaned forward and asked in a trembling voice. Yes, it is indeed an origin grade pill. Ba He nodded solemnly, the shock on his face still not subsiding. The higher the grade of a pill, the more difficult it was for it to form pill veins and pill clouds. An excellent alchemist, if they were lucky enough, would have a slight chance of forming pill veins and pill clouds when refining some low-grade earth-grade or heaven-grade pills. However, Bahi had never heard of an alchemist who had formed pill veins when refining an origin-grade pill, let alone pill clouds, which were above pill veins. Even the most outstanding human race alchemist on Monster Star had not been able to accomplish such a feat. That person was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Just how high was this human woman's attainments in alchemy? Was it a coincidence or was she truly capable? She had actually caused an origin-grade pill to form pill clouds. Bahi was shocked to the extreme. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood why the vision in the sky had appeared before. It wasn't because the grade of this spirit pill was high, but because of the formation of pill clouds. This was simply more precious than high-grade pills. It could be said that with this pill, this human woman was enough to show disdain for all of Monster Star. She fully deserved the title of Grandmaster. Bahi glanced over at Xianing Chong in awe. His expression was grave as he said to Magna, "Moreover, and this is a void condensing pill." Magna gasped. Although the origin condensing pill was only an origin grade low-rank pill, it was even more difficult to refine than some origin grade mid-rank pills. Because of this pill, it was for the cultivator to take when breaking through to the origin returning realm. It had the effect of helping one break through bottlenecks. With such an origin condensing pill, it could be said that any third-order Saint King could break through to the origin returning realm without any hindrance, without any fear of failure. In that case, this Grandmaster is at least an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist, right? Ma Guna asked quietly. I don't think so. But he didn't dare to be too presumptuous and carefully put the pill back into the jade bottle before carefully storing it in his space ring. No matter what, this Grandmaster must be safely escorted to the palace. You should know what to do. I know, Master Bahi can rest assured. Ma Guna nodded solemnly. Master Tribal Master had been recruiting special talents from the human race for many years, and this human woman was one of his favorites. So how could Ma Guna not do his best? After confirming the grade and value of the pill, Ma Guna's attitude towards Xianing Chong became more and more amiable, and he strongly invited Xianing Chong to rest in the City Lord's mansion. Xianing Chong felt wronged. The first spirit pill that she had refined with pill clouds had actually been taken away by a demon clan expert without a word. Yang Kai comforted her with a few words, which improved her mood a little. With Ma Guna's invitation, Yang Kai also knew what he was planning, so naturally, he wouldn't refuse and agreed on behalf of Xianing Chong. Only then did Ma Guna understand that Yang Kai was the one who could really influence Xianing Chong. Out of respect for Xianing Chong, his attitude towards Yang Kai also changed. He no longer mentioned the chaos in Shimmering Moon City, and instead warmly welcomed the senior sister and junior brother into the City Lord's mansion. Naturally, Mi Tian also entered the City Lord's mansion with them. As the young Lord of Thousand Eyes Tribal Lord, he should have been the focus of attention wherever he went, but this time in Shimmering Moon City, his limelight was completely overshadowed by Xianing Chong. In this regard, Mi Tian had nothing to be jealous or angry about. After all, she was a beautiful woman who would become his sooner or later, so Mi Tian naturally didn't care too much. He took it for granted. They stayed in the City Lord's mansion for 2 days. During these 2 days, Yang Kai and Xianing Chong didn't leave the mansion and instead discussed the alchemic way and comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture together in the room Ma Guna had arranged for them. After refining an origin condensing pill that formed pill clouds, Xianing Chang's understanding of the alchemic way really improved by leaps and bounds, allowing Yang Kai to benefit from it. 2 days later, Ma Guna personally came to invite Yang Kai and Xianing Chong, saying that everything was ready and that all they needed to do was wait for the two of them to set off for the tribal master's palace. Yang Kai and Xianing Chong didn't delay and quickly followed Ma Guna out of the City Lord's mansion. Outside the City Lord's mansion, at least 30 origin returning realm masters were waiting, all of them wearing solemn expressions, as if a great battle was about to break out. In fact, they were only responsible for escorting Xianing Chong on the road. For a talent like Xianing Chong, Ma Guna didn't dare to be careless and directly dispatched most of the masters in Shimmering Moon City. Accompanying him were masters like Ba He and Mi Tian, so it was likely that no one would dare provoke them at will. Ma Guna was very good at his job and arranged a magnificent monster beast carriage for Xianing Chong. Although the two monster beasts pulling it weren't as strong as Mi Tian's thunderflame flying lizard, they were still 8th-order monsters. At Ma Guna's request, Xianing Chong boarded the carriage with some embarrassment. At the front was a team of a dozen or so wolf-riding cultivators, followed by a dozen or so origin-returning realm masters. Many masters were hidden nearby, responsible for dispersing idle passers-by. The group left Shimmering Moon City in a grand and imposing manner. Although with the cultivation of these people, it would have been faster to use star shuttles, Ma Guna had still arranged such a grand procession in order to show the importance he attached to Xia Ning Chong. Yang Kai also basked in the glory and sat in the carriage with Xia Ning Chong. In fact, he didn't want to be so ostentatious, but his little senior sister seemed very helpless on her own. She had never been the center of attention like this before. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only accompany them. Mi Tian followed behind on his wolf-type monster beast, his eyes spitting fire. Only a man like him was worthy of such an outstanding woman. What was that human named Yang Kai? Although his combat strength was indeed good, he was still just a lowly human. The intimacy between the two of them on the beast carriage almost blinded Mi Tian's charming eyes. Just you wait, the debt of killing this young lord's two-carriage monster beast will be settled sooner or later. Mi Tian secretly swore to himself. This was Red Moon territory, so although the news that Shimmering Moon City's city lord was escorting a human race alchemy grandmaster to the palace with a large number of origin-returning realm masters had spread, no monster race cultivator in Red Moon territory dared to cause trouble. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast, almost comparable to flying. After only 5 days, a large group of majestic buildings appeared in front of them. There were many palaces and pavilions. Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace was built on top of a large mountain, and from the bottom of the mountain all the way up, one could see neatly arranged palaces and passages of varying width. Half Moon Mountain. This was Red Moon Tribal Lord's palace. It was also the holy land in the minds of all monster race cultivators in Red Moon territory. Their spiritual leader, Red Moon's master, lived here all year round. Yang Kai stood on the carriage and stared forward with a deep look in his eyes. Is elder sister Qing Luo inside? Xia Ning Chong asked softly. She should be, Yang Kai gently nodded. I wonder how she is now, she must be even more beautiful, Xia Ning Chong murmured. She had seen Shan Qing Luo before, and although she had only seen her a few times back in the central capital, that seductive woman had still left a deep impression on her. Xia Ning Chong had never seen such a seductive woman before, and even she couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement when she saw her. She seemed to be born to charm men, and Xia Ning Chong wondered if there was any man in this world who could resist the dazzling charm of Shan Qing Luo. You'll know soon enough. Yang Kai patted the back of Xia Ning Chang's hand, wrapped his arm around her waist, and lightly flew down from the carriage. Red Moon Master's palace is really extraordinary. This young lord has been looking forward to seeing it for a long time, and now his wish has finally been fulfilled. Mi Tian didn't look at the intimacy between Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong. What the eye didn't see, the heart didn't grieve over as he sighed with emotion towards the palace. Let's go, we'll have to walk from here. Master Tribal Lord should have already received the news and sent someone to greet us. Ma Guna waved his hand, indicating for the other monster race cultivators to wait in place before leading Yang Kai and the others forward. Red Moon Tribal Lord had indeed received the news long ago and had sent someone to wait for them at the foot of the mountain. When Ma Guna and the others arrived, the monster race cultivator who was waiting here glanced at Xia Ning Chong faintly and gently nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Tribal Lord Master has ordered that Ma Guna has performed a meritorious service in escorting us and will be rewarded at a later date. Please go to the guest house to rest and wait. Ma Guna beamed with joy and hurriedly thanked him. The monster race cultivator nodded lightly before suddenly turning his eyes to Ba He and shouting, "Seize him!" Several monster race cultivators suddenly appeared and rushed towards Ba He. Ba He stood in place and showed no intention of resisting, allowing these monster race masters to tie him up and seal his Saint Qi. After not seeing you for so long, Dong Shi, you're still so ruthless. Ba He chuckled. You still have the face to come back? This time, you won't walk out of Half Moon Mountain alive. The monster race cultivator named Dong Shi coldly snorted. Whether I can live or not depends on Tribal Lord Master. Dong Shi, you and I have known each other for so many years. You should put in a few good words for me. You're delusional. Dong Shi squinted at him. But you can rest assured, as long as Tribal Lord Master gives the order to kill you, I will personally send you on your way. You really are ruthless. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.